My apologies, Professor. I didn't know you were. Never mind. I didn't know there were any gnomes living in magical Britain. The only ones I have ever seen are those garden gnomes the Weasleys are always beating with sticks. The face of the tiny professor became red with anger. Do not compare me with those things, Harry, Dumbledore sighed. Why don't you let me do the talking? That was the headmaster's polite way of telling him to shut up. Right, Harry agreed. It's not like he was trying to argue with the tiny old man on purpose. Since we are all here, why don't we get started? I'm sure Professor Silverbell is a very busy person. Dumbledore escorted them outside his office. I would like to go first to the area where the anomalous activity has been the strongest, the professor said. Dumbledore glanced at Harry first. Well, that would be the Chamber of Secrets then. This way, the entrance is not too far. He'd rather not mention it was in a girl's bathroom, and perhaps the old gnome would not notice. When they were about to begin walking, something very important occurred to Harry. Wait, he exclaimed all of a sudden. The two professors looked at him. Is there a problem, Harry? Dumbledore asked. No, I need to use the bathroom. It's very urgent. He took a few steps and turned around. Just wait for me here. I won't take long. He took off running. Professor Silverbell glanced up at Dumbledore with a displeased expression. Is this really the brilliant student you wanted to accompany us? Well, Dumbledore looked troubled. He is a very brilliant wizard on most days. His breath reeked of alcohol, the gnome huffed. He did notice that, as well as the strange robes Harry was wearing and his lack of shoes and glasses. You know, kids, always partying too much. I'll talk to him later. Harry took another turn and finally found an old classroom. There, he opened the door and barged inside. He had no time to waste. A girl let out a loud shriek. What the? I locked the door, someone else said. When Harry moved his eyes in the direction of the voices, he found two Hufflepuff seniors in the midst of undressing each other. Get out of here. The boy stood up from the table where they were both sitting and got in front of his girlfriend. You tell him, the girl encouraged him. I have need of this room. Go find a broom closet, Harry said with an annoyed tone. It was still early in the morning. He didn't get how these two were already in the mood for this kind of activities. How dare you? We are your seniors. The boy had a deep frown. Just teach this boy a lesson, Justin. The girl lost her patience. Harry was getting annoyed now. He didn't realize it, but his green eyes started to shine brightly, and it was more noticeable since he wasn't wearing his glasses. The small tables and chairs around him started to shake. Get out. Harry brought his hand down upon the large professor's desk next to him. The thick slab of oak wood shattered like it had been hit by an iron cannonball. Its pieces flew everywhere and the remains of the table collapsed. The young couple became scared shitless. They looked at each other with expressions of shock and terror. You know, there is a lovely broom closet just around the corner, the boy hurried to say. Yes, let's go there. The girl covered herself and took off running out of the classroom, promptly followed by her boyfriend. As soon as they were out, Harry closed the door with a flick of his wand before looking back at the remains of the desk. What is wrong with me today? I keep breaking things. He didn't think he had hit the desk too hard. As much as he wanted to find out more about these changes, there was a much more pressing matter right now. Dobby, the elf, appeared in front of him. Master Harry. What can Dobby do for you? I have an urgent job for you. I need you to enter the Chamber of Secrets and clean the main chamber. There should be a huge mess from yesterday's ritual, like blood materials and other stuff. You need to go in there and remove as much as possible before Dumbledore gets there. Do you understand? Dobby understands, Master Potter. Dobby will clean the chamber in no time at all. Go then, hurry. The house elf disappeared with a loud pop noise. He could only hope the elf was able to remove everything in time. Harry went back to Dumbledore and the little gnome. He noticed that both of them appeared to be mildly upset. Did I take too long? He wondered. Sorry about that. Had a big meal yesterday. We can go now. Dumbledore coughed. Indeed, let us be on our way then. As they walked around the castle, the tiny professor's mood seemed to improve. He was constantly looking around with a warm expression. It's been so long since I last visited Hogwarts, but it still looks the same. Yes, the castle has barely changed since its creation nearly 1,000 years ago, Dumbledore commented. Such a wonderful place, the gnome added. Would you like to do a short tour? We can take a longer route, Harry suggested, hoping to give Dobby a bit more time. The gnome seemed to consider it for a moment. No, there will be another chance for that. I would like to finish what I came here for first. Mr. Dumbledore, where are we going exactly? I always wondered about this legendary chamber and where the entrance could be. About that. Dumbledore looked around nervously. The trio stood before the door leading to the Myrtle bathroom. I can't believe Salazar Slytherin would put the entrance here, Professor Silverbell said. I had this theory. The headmaster started. I believe this was only meant as a side entrance while the real one was placed somewhere else, perhaps in the dungeons. It is not uncommon to have several secret paths leading to the same location in this castle. Alas, if there is another entrance, we never found it. Yeah, Harry muttered. We only took 5 minutes to get here. Let's hope Dobby was able to clean it a bit. Let's just go inside. It would be better if no students saw us coming here, Dumbledore said, opening the door. This looks messy, Professor Silverbell pointed out after seeing the state of the bathroom. What happened here? Dumbledore was startled. This bathroom was not used often, but they made sure to keep it in good condition. Now the wooden walls of half the stalls were lying on the ground. Oh, Harry had already forgotten about doing this. He was in a hurry to leave with that blasted ghost screaming in his ear. You. The enraged ghost of Myrtle appeared, floating in the air and pointing at Harry. You came back to destroy the rest of my bathroom. Leave it alone. Hold on, I can just fix it, Harry said, pulling out his wand. Harry, did you do this? Dumbledore asked, his grandfatherly voice carrying a hint of disappointment. Is this what you normally do? Get drunk with fire whiskey and vandalize girls' bathrooms? The gnome asked. Harry had clearly not made a great first impression on the little old man. I wouldn't say normally, Harry waved his wand around, although I have destroyed this bathroom a few times already. Reparo, as the words came out of his mouth, the wooden walls moved and returned to their places, along with every lock, screw, and nail. It now looked brand new. Professor Silverbell, seeing this, had no choice but to look a bit impressed. Not bad, at least you know how to use that thing, he said, pointing at the wand. Happy now, Myrtle? Harry asked. No, I'll be happy when you leave my bathroom, she said, flying back to her toilet and disappearing. Well, that was interesting to say the least, and now, where is this entrance? I hope we don't have to delve into a toilet. Silverbell questioned while glancing at the headmaster. This way, Dumbledore said, passing by Harry's side and whispering, we are going to talk about this later. The headmaster approached the faucets at the end of the bathroom and revealed the entrance. With the addition of the stairs, it was much more comfortable to descend into the chamber, but the little professors still required some assistance when they arrived at the pool of bones situated at the entrance. Magnificent, Silverbell stared in awe at the wall of the chamber. It is fascinating, I agree. We had to do some repairs last year as it was damaged by the beast who used to live here. The beast, right, Salazar's legendary beast. What was it? Some sort of snake for sure, the professor asked. Dumbledore gave Harry a quick glance. Harry nodded. It was a basilisk, a massive one, Dumbledore said. Merlin, a basilisk, and it didn't kill anyone before it was stopped. Fortunately, no. What about the corpse? I am very curious to see it. The body of a 1,000-year-old basilisk. It must be very impressive, the professor said. Well. Dumbledore could not talk about the giant one since Harry completely destroyed it, but they still recovered the complete corpse of another one. My potions master dismantled the corpse to obtain its materials, but we still have its skeleton stored somewhere in the castle. I can show it to you later, but now, we should move to the main chamber. Dumbledore walked past the circular door and entered the large chamber, with Professor Silverbell and Harry following closely behind. While the little gnome gasped loudly at the sight, Dumbledore and Harry stared at the set of robes lying on the stone floor. Damn it, Dobby, you forgot my robes, Harry lamented, but at least it seems like the elf managed to clean the rest. There was no sign of his blood or any other residue left behind by the failed ritual. I guess I cannot be mad. He did what he could. What are those robes doing here? Dumbledore's eyes went immediately to Harry. He knew that Harry was the only student who could possibly enter this place. Harry hurried to pick them up. I'll take care of them. What have you been doing down here? Dumbledore threw a suspicious glare at him. Oh, Professor Silverbell exclaimed. Dumbledore and Harry turned to him. The little professor had a strange device in his hands and was pointing it at one of the walls. What is it, Professor Silverbell? Did you discover anything already? Dumbledore asked. SHH. I need silence to do my job, he demanded. Of course, come on, Harry. Let's wait on the side and let the professor work, the headmaster told him. They then watched for over an hour as the tiny old man continued to pull different devices from his pockets and used them to analyze every nook and cranny of the chamber. Once he appeared to be done, he stored his artifacts and walked to them with a somber expression. This is, Professor. Dumbledore became more worried seeing him like this. Is it that bad? Harry asked. Bad, no. The professor lifted his gaze to look at their faces. This is the worst-case scenario I could have predicted. The worst-case scenario? Dumbledore asked. You mean the one you wrote at the end of that book, Harry added. It was the part that unsettled him the most about that book. That was an idea I had a long time ago when I was pondering about the ultimate consequences of time travel, Professor Silverbell stated. Talked about the limit of parallel realities and possible collapses that could occur in a distant future. Dumbledore had recently reread that book too in advance of this meeting. Every time someone travels in time and changes something, even if it's something small, a new alternate reality is born. I and my colleagues could never discover why this happens, but it does. Perhaps it's the universe's way of addressing the issue of having possible futures occurring at the same time. But in any case, do know that it happens, and we also know, thanks to arithmancy, that nothing is truly infinite, so these parallel timelines must also have a limit. And what happens when we reach that limit? Dumbledore muttered, already dreading the answer. There are few possibilities, none of them good. Realities will start to collide with each other, perhaps only enough to make more room, but perhaps a chain reaction would commence, and then it will continue until only one timeline is left, or none. That's a grim picture, Dumbledore said, but according to you, that was not supposed to happen until a very distant future. Harry pointed out what he said in the book. Indeed, I did my calculations back then and I'm still confident in them. If we kept abusing time travel at the same rate, we should have maybe 300 or 400 years before a collapse event occurred, or it should have been that way at least, the professor said. But you think it is happening now? Dumbledore asked. I don't think I know it is happening now. I could even tell you when it started if examined a few more points of convergence, Professor Silverbell said. I can think of a few places for that, Dumbledore said. But why is it happening now? That's what I would like to know, Harry asked. I would love to know that too. Some major anomaly must have occurred to trigger this reaction, Silverbell concluded. An anomaly? Harry didn't like the sound of that. So, if I understand this correctly, Dumbledore started, countless timelines or realities are colliding against each other and being destroyed, and if we don't find a way to stop this, we will eventually be one of the realities that are destroyed. That is correct. Collisions could happen at any moment, but it will need a powerful one to destroy a reality. I have detected that thousands of collisions happened at this point of convergence, this chamber. They weren't strong enough to destroy the realities themselves, but it is possible for things from one reality or timeline to enter another one during one of these collisions. This is very dangerous, the tiny professor explained while he looked around the place. And how do we stop this from happening? There has to be a way. Dumbledore was not willing to just give up and wait as their world collapsed. The old man considered the question for a moment. There may be, if this was caused by some anomaly. Then by eliminating the anomaly that triggered this situation, it may stop it. But then again, it may not. In that case, we can only hope to be the one reality that survives. That's, Dumbledore glanced at Harry, who had been quiet for a while. What do you think, Harry? Oh, he got a bit distracted with his own thoughts. Well, Professor Silverbell is the expert. I will trust his word. I would like to examine other points now. I may gain some useful information then, the professor said. I recommend taking a look at the Hogwarts Express, Hogsmeade, and Diagon Alley too. Any point with a high concentration of magic can create a convergence, right? Harry suggested. Professor Silverbell nodded. That is correct. Timelines tend to stick closer in places with a lot of magic. Let's hope nothing happens. Dumbledore was extremely worried. After all, Hogwarts is one of the greatest points of magical convergence in the entire world. Once they left the chambers, the headmaster went on to accompany the professor on his task. Harry said that he wasn't feeling well and went separate ways. He had heard more than enough from Professor Silverbell already, and if there were some important findings, Dumbledore would inform him. Instead, Harry walked all the way to the room of requirements. When he entered, the room was still changing shapes. Even you can't give me what I need. Just give me the usual training room. I need to test some things. The room of requirements changed again, this time creating a large empty space with a dozen training dummies all around him. At least my headache is gone. He actually was starting to feel great now. There was no pain anywhere in his body. He took off the black robes he was wearing, leaving himself only with the underwear from yesterday. Definitely a shower and some change of clothes after this. He examined his body very closely. It was strange. The effects from yesterday's ritual should have gone. Morgana had to remove it completely to save his life. So why do I still have the effects? The muscles on his body were much larger and more densely packed. They felt tough like iron to the touch. And he glanced at the most distant dummy and was still able to pick up all the details of the design and could even see the wood grain despite being over 60 feet away, 18 mt. And I'm not wearing my glasses. What is going on with me? He could see much better than when he used his enchanted glasses. Test number 9. Another wooden dummy shattered into smithereens. Those are magically enhanced to be extremely resistant to damage. Punching the non-reinforced ones was like hitting tofu. However, the reinforced ones required him to use at least 2/3 of his strength. Knowing from personal experience just how resistant those dummies were, he estimated that his physical power had increased by around tenfold from what it was previously. That explains all the broken furniture. There was probably a more accurate way of calculating this that involved arithmancy or advanced calculus, but he could not do that to save his life. Harry had always been more the type who learns by doing instead of studying the theory behind it. He glanced down at his knuckles. They had a few minor scratches, but nothing serious, considering the force of the impact just now. Enhanced strength, tougher skin, and reinforced bones, those were the effects of the ritual I did, but that ritual failed and these results are much more potent than the ones I expected. Had the ritual succeeded, he would have, perhaps 2 or 3 times more strength. His eyes had also improved drastically, and he never had the chance to even begin that ritual. Morgana claimed the ritual failed because I already had the effects of a previous one in my body. He knew for a fact that no ritual had ever been performed prior on his current body, meaning it was something else. But the current evidence doesn't lie. He did have something lying dormant inside him without his knowledge, and whatever that was, it appears to have become awake by the ritual. That is a bit unsettling. Harry examined his body once more. The next school week was a difficult one. Harry had to put a lot of work into controlling his newfound strength and avoid breaking things. It could be considered a miracle already that his wand had survived this long. He spent his free time practicing with delicate objects like eggs and thin pieces of glass. By the end of the week, Harry was, at least confident he wouldn't hurt people by accident. What? You are not coming home for Christmas? Lily stared at her son with shock. I want to stay in the castle. There are some things I'm working on. The truth is that he wanted to stay and perform some more tests on his changes, and Hogwarts is a much better place for that than his house. After a few days of using his magic in class, he noticed that it felt a bit different. His spells would come out with more potency than he intended. For most wizards, this would not be a huge deal, but for someone specialized in a branch of magic that requires having complete control over your own magic, it was a problem, and something he needed to work on. He had not informed his parents about this surge of power he had recently acquired, because then he would need to also inform them about the ritual he performed. And what are you working on? I know you don't have much homework for the break, said Lily. Since he could not tell the truth, he came up with an excuse and told her that his batch of magical alloy was close to completion and that he needed to stay and keep an eye on it. This was a half-truth at least. That batch should be ready in January, and it would be a good idea to visit his workshop with some regularity. He did promise to visit for Christmas Eve, which helped in making her less upset. After leaving his mother's office, he went to the main hall for some breakfast. It was a bit later, but there were still plenty of students there. He saw his sister along with Ginny, Luna, and Astoria sitting at their usual spot at the Gryffindor table. Harry, where have you been? The time for breakfast is almost over, Lyra told him as he sat down. A plate appeared in front of him. The elves already knew what he liked, so he didn't even need to ask. Thanks. He took a few bites and then looked at Lyra. I had to talk with Mom, Harry told her. About what? Lyra asked. About me staying in the castle during the Christmas break. You want to stay here? Why? Asked Mom later. I explained it to her. He did not feel like repeating himself. That's too bad. Ginny joined their conversation. I was hoping that you could give me a few more flying lessons during the break. Harry glanced towards the redhead girl. I heard from Lyra that you have been doing a great job. Sorry, I haven't seen any of your games yet. It's okay. I know you are busy. She looked a bit down. Tell you what, I can give you a few more lessons after the break, and I promise to go watch your first game of the year, Harry told her. Ginny had a beaming smile on her face now. Really? Cough, cough, excuse me. They all looked up to see who it was, and most of them were surprised to find none other than Pansy Parkinson standing in front of their table, looking at Harry with her intense black eyes. Harry, may I have a moment of your time? She requested politely. He put down the fork and stared at the black-haired Slytherin. She had been quieter than usual this year, so it was very rare for her to approach him out of the blue now. What can I do for you, Pansy? I was wondering, if you are not busy this afternoon, would you accompany me to Hogsmeade? What? Ginny shouted, probably a lot louder than she intended. You are inviting my brother on a date? Lyra asked. Oh, a date. Luna said with excitement before turning to her friend. Stowe, what's a date? Astoria made a face of displeasure. She did not like that nickname. She preferred her sister one. She also didn't like to give long explanations and was still getting used to speaking more than a word or two at a time. With no other choice, she took out some parchment and started to write. Pansy gave the girls a quick glance before choosing to ignore their comments. What do you say, Harry? It's the last chance to visit Hogsmeade until next year. Harry noticed how nervous she looked even though she tried to hide it. She had approached the table alone, but Nott and Zabini were close by and also looked nervous. Nott even had several visible bruises on his face. The Slytherin table still had over 30 students on it. Most of them looked to be seniors, and many were watching them with attention. Harry? Pansy asked again. Sure, I'll go, Harry answered, much to the surprise of everyone at the table. Really? It seemed like not even Pansy expected him to agree that quickly. I mean, wonderful, I'll wait for you at 2 at the back exit of the castle. I'll see you there, Harry replied. Pansy gave him a weary smile and left without saying one more word. Are you serious? You are going out with her? Lyra looked very upset. Ginny didn't say anything and just gave him an intense glare. Harry finished his breakfast. Good thing Ron was not here. That would have been annoying. Hey, don't ignore me. Lyra shook him. I was just trying to eat before the plates disappeared from the table along with all the food. Before that, at least he had time to eat something before the elves took it away. Harry stood up. As for me going to Hogsmeade with Pansy, that's my business. Fine, I won't worry about you then, Lyra huffed. Oh, so that's a date. Luna finished reading the paper that Astoria gave her. At the Slytherin table, Daphne and Tracy were sitting together and observed the whole event. Wow, Pansy got daring all of a sudden, and I thought she looked depressed since we started school, Tracy commented. Daphne frowned. I don't like this. Well, you could have asked him first, Tracy pointed out. She knew that her friend had a thing for Potter even if she thought she was good at hiding it. Not that. There is something weird about her suddenly asking Potter out. She quickly corrected herself. Daphne did not miss the faces that some of the seniors were making. Many of them were there when Montage, Derek, and the others were attacked, but they were the only ones who suffered no injuries. They still appeared to hold a grudge against the attacker. To be fair, the entire house was angry, even those who didn't like the injured boys. After all, this had been a blatant insult to the Slytherin house as a whole. Should I warn Harry? Daphne considered it. But he is not an idiot. He must have realized that something was off. She was sure that Harry was not easily deceived by just good looks. The fact that he agreed so quickly must mean that he had something in mind. At the very least, I should follow him, she decided. Sorry, did I make you wait long? Harry asked. He found Pansy waiting for him near the door. She was wearing an elegant black dress with green decorations and a light jacket on top. Not at all. She seemed a bit hesitant. Thank you for accompanying me on such short notice. Are you going to be okay with those clothes? It's very cold out there, she chuckled. I'm fine, all of these have warming charms. Ah yes, the conveniences of magic, shall we? He offered her his arm. He had to maintain basic manners, even if this was just a trap. Pansy smiled and grabbed onto his arm. What a gentleman. The two of them left the castle and started to walk through the snowy path that led to Hogsmeade. There were a lot fewer students than usual, as many were taking this last weekend to get their things in order before returning home for the break. Say, Harry, Pansy spoke after they had walked for a few minutes. Your sister appeared upset by my sudden invitation. Sorry if I have caused trouble between you two. Don't worry about it. My sister is an idiot who is always getting upset by minor stuff, Harry said casually, but also in a loud tone. They then heard some branches crack and a thud noise, like something heavy had fallen on the snow. What was that? Pansy turned around after hearing the noise, but could not see anything among the rocks and trees. Probably some wild animals, don't mind it. Harry felt something. He already knew that 2 groups of people were following them, but now he was able to even feel their magic a bit. Another new thing, so it's 3 then. He found a third group of 2 people hiding behind a large rock. 3, Pansy asked. Yes, it's almost 3 p.m. We should pick up the pace if we want to get any tables. He started walking again, and Pansy did not let go of his arm. Severus Snape walked through the halls of Hogwarts with nervous steps. The closer he got to her door, the more nervous he grew. Seeing Lily at Hogwarts had been extremely shocking. The headmaster had not said a word to him until the day before classes started. After that, the 2 of them had not exchanged more than a few words. He had expected her to hate him, or at least be angry with him, but that didn't seem to be the case. Or at the very least, she was being polite about it. He knocked on the door. Come in. He heard her voice and opened the door. Lily welcomed him with a polite but somewhat cold smile, nothing like the ones he was used to receiving when they were friends. I'm almost done grading these tests. Make yourself comfortable, we can leave after I finish, she told him. Snape nodded and sat down in front of her desk. He tried to avoid staring at her too much. She was still as beautiful as ever. Today they were going to Hogsmeade. After more than 2 months since classes started, he had gathered the valor to request a private meeting with Lily. He told her there were some important matters they must discuss. Snape would have been fine with talking here, in her office. It had been Lily's idea to visit Hogsmeade together on the last weekend. Snape concluded that this was Lily's way of telling him that she was willing to make peace and perhaps give their old friendship another chance. He doubted she was going to retain those thoughts after hearing what he had to say, but even so, this was something he must do. Okay, I'm done, Lily said. Oh, he had been so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice. Then, let us go, he said awkwardly. His social skills appear to have degraded, not that they were great to begin with. The two of them walked through the castle, mostly in silence, except for the occasions when Lily was greeted by some students. Despite having only been here for 3 months, she was a very popular teacher. Snape had been teaching at Hogwarts for over a decade, and no one had ever greeted him with such joy. Slytherin students would only offer a casual nod of respect or a contained smile at most. As soon as they left the castle, he was hit by the cold winter winds. He found them unpleasant to say the least. Snape preferred the coziness offered by the dungeon walls. Are you okay, going outside with your usual robes? Lily asked. To tell the truth, he didn't even think of that until now. He waved his wand over his clothes, creating a temporary warming charm. I'll be fine, Lily chuckled. I see. Snape didn't know what she found amusing, but he was glad to hear her laugh. When they arrived at the village, Lily guided him directly to the 3 broomsticks. Personally, he would have preferred the Hog's Head. It is quiet and more low-key, but he understood why she preferred this one. At least it was only around 1/3 full when they went inside. He and Lily sat down at a cozy table, close to a fireplace, and ordered some drinks. So what have you been up to for the last 13 years? Lily asked. That's quite the question to start with, Snape complained. Had you sent me some letters over the years, I would not need to ask this, Lily rebuked. Snape frowned. How could he send her letters, even if they had left on good terms with her? But to be fair, I don't have much to tell. After the war was over, I came to Hogwarts to work. I don't leave the castle often, only when I need delicate ingredients that I cannot trust an owl to bring. You should go outside more often then. Your skin is too pale. A bit of sun will do you good, Lily commented. Outside is not exactly safe for me. He looked around to make sure that no one was listening. I put a privacy charm around us. No one will hear what you say. Lily showed him her wand. Snape stared in surprise. He didn't even notice her taking out her wand, much less casting a spell. I have a good teacher, Lily answered the question he didn't ask. A wave of displeasure filled him. He could not help but think of James Potter when she mentioned having a good teacher. Anyhow, as I was saying, the outside is very dangerous for someone like me. But you left his organization, Lily pointed out. No one who abandons the Dark Lord can remain safe. I learned from Dumbledore that you even removed his mark, Lily said. I did. Found a method in an old book. Very painful process, but I would say it was worth it. Still, even without the mark. Many still remain loyal to him and would gladly kill me, even if just for some useless revenge. Well, I suppose that's also how we've lived for the past 13 years. Me and the children rarely leave the house, only for the occasional trip to Diagon Alley. If only that bastard had just died that day, instead of Alice and Frank. Lily spat the word with such vitriol that even Snape was taken aback. Maybe we should talk about something better. But first, let's hear that important thing you had to tell me, she said after calming down a bit. Snape nodded. Yes, there is no easy way to say this. It's about your son. Harry, Lily exclaimed. Yes, of course, I mean Harry. No, look, Lily pointed at the entrance door. Harry had just walked in with Pansy still clutching his arm. What is he doing here? Snape frowned. It looks like he is on a date, but is that girl? Lily stared at the black-haired girl accompanying her son. Of course she knew who this was. Over the last year, she had heard her family name way too many times. She only found it strange to see Harry with her. After all, she knew her son had only attended her party to gain some information on Lord Parkinson and didn't really have any interest in the young Slytherin girl. That is Pansy Parkinson, one of my snakes, Snape said. What is she doing with Potter? Harry and Pansy went to find a table to sit down. Moments later, a large group of Slytherin's senior students entered the pub and sat down at a nearby table behind Harry. Not even a minute later, the door opened again, and Daphne and Tracy came inside and also sat down at a nearby table. Something suspicious is going on, Lily said softly. No matter, there are some things I need to tell you, Lily, Snape insisted, not willing to allow this to distract him from his objective. He may not have another chance to speak with Lily like this. She moved her eyes from Harry and back to Snape. What is this important thing you have to say? And you mentioned it was about Harry. Snape leaned closer and glanced toward Harry's table for a moment like he wanted to make sure he was not going to hear what he had to say. Haven't you noticed any suspicious behavior from him? Suspicious behavior? You are going to have to be more specific than that. Lily raised an eyebrow. She could not comment on anything specific since she didn't know what Snape had found out. After his first year, her son wasn't being subtle about his abilities. Yes, I started to notice his strange behavior since his first year. There was something different about him, but I couldn't tell what it was until much later. He was always calm and collected, nothing like what you would expect from an 11-year-old. Some kids are quieter than others. The youngest Greengrass, for example, would rarely speak more than 2 words in a row, Lily pointed out. That one is also strange, but this is not all. His grades were average, and he never got into trouble. If he wasn't your son, I would barely have noticed he was one of my students at all, at least until what happened at the end of the year. Ah, yes, the matter with the defense professor who attacked my son, Lily said, him and the Greengrass heir. He apparently attacked them for no good reason, and then he disappeared without a trace. No one has ever seen him again, and honestly, I'm convinced that he is dead. Well, good, how dared he attack my son, Lily huffed. If only that was all, but things got weirder in the second year. To begin with, his grades went from average to the best of the year in almost every subject, leading me to believe that his average performance from the previous year was done on purpose, Snape said. You think he wanted to get bad grades? What about, he studied harder in his second year? Lily suggested. Snape ignored this and continued. Then there's what happened during the first dueling club. He crushed the head of the snake that Malfoy summoned. He did it with one hand and barely reacted to it. Don't you think that is weird? Yes, speaking of that. Why did you even think it was a good idea to teach the snake summoning spell to a second year and then tell him to use it in a room filled with children? Lily asked. Snape was not expecting that question. That's not the important part, isn't it? Lily crossed her arms. Anyhow, his duel against Draco was also bizarre. He used very advanced techniques that a second year should not know even existed. Severus. So far you have only told me that my son is very mature for his age and has a lot of talent for using magic. And as you can already expect, I knew these things about him. It's not just that. Snape could not speak about the events involving the Basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets, even though he was convinced that Harry was somehow involved. But there was something else that happened that year. Right, what about this? Your son came to my office dragging the wounded body of a 5th-year boy. He was covered in bruises, cuts, and broken bones. Lily looked somewhat surprised. She had not heard about this, but she knew that Harry would not attack someone without a good reason. Why wasn't I called to the school and informed of this? Snape made a troubled expression. He had forgotten why he and the headmaster were trying to hide that affair. We couldn't make a big deal about it. Why did Harry attack him? And don't you dare tell me that it was for no reason. I will go talk with Dumbledore to get the details if necessary. Snape felt Lily's angry eyes on him and became nervous. He was apparently in the midst of attacking some first-year girl when your son decided to intervene. A first-year girl? Who? Lily asked in a cold tone. Snape was now regretting bringing this up. Some Ravenclaw girl, Lovegood, I think. Luna Lovegood, Lily added. So my son saved Luna and beat that student in the process. What happened next? Since you wanted to keep it on a low profile, I assume it was to protect the attacker and not my son or Luna. Your son threatened me. He told me that I should keep my snakes in line, and that if I allowed this to happen again, he said he would take care of it by himself. You should have seen his face when he told me that. I can't forget about his eyes. Snape froze when he saw Lily. The look in her eyes right now was very similar to the one Harry had that day, those cold green eyes. Then Lily spoke in a tone that gave him shivers. And yet, you allowed this to happen again, didn't you, Severus? You let my daughter and her friends be attacked because you didn't want to maintain order in your house. What do you have to say about that? Lily, it's not that simple, Snape tried to defend himself. How so? Snape sighed. He already knew she was not going to understand it. Many of those boys are heirs from important families. Their families have a lot of influence on the ministry and even the school board for Hogwarts. We can't do much to them. And as the head of the Slytherin house, I'm expected to be more lenient to them. Attacking a few girls is not enough reason. Lily slammed her hand on the table and knocked over the drinks. If it wasn't for the privacy charm she had set in place, this would have earned the attention of the entire pub. Are you hearing yourself, Severus? You grew up in the Muggle world like I did. These old wizards may still have the mentality of medieval lords, but I know you at least understand how messed up that is. But you are now complaining about Harry standing up to defend that girl and teach that nasty boy a lesson. It's not his actions that troubled me the most, it's his attitude. He sounded cold and ruthless when he spoke to me last year. His eyes showed no remorse for breaking that boy, like it was something he was used to doing on a regular basis. I have met several people with eyes like those, and none of them were good news. There is something strange with your son. I think he's under someone's control. Snape did not want to reveal his complete thoughts. His most prominent theory had been that Harry was being possessed by the Dark Lord. If anyone was capable of taking over someone else's body, that would be him. But many things did not make sense. He had been observing Harry for a long time. The boy could be cruel when provoked, but most of the time he got along with the other students and even with the headmaster. Something the Dark Lord would never do. Under someone's control, you think I wouldn't notice if someone took over my son's body? Don't give me that nonsense, Severus. Whatever you think is wrong with Harry, I can assure you that you are mistaken. Lily spoke with conviction. If that's what you believe, but let me tell you one last thing. I do not have evidence, but I suspect the recent attack on the Slytherin dorms was perpetrated by him. Lily already knew this, so she wasn't surprised one bit. Had Harry not done that, she would have demanded those boys be expelled at least. But this would explain one thing, she thought. Do all the students in the Slytherin house think it was my son who did that? Snape was a bit shocked by her lack of reaction. The attack on the students had been one of the most brutal ones in all Hogwarts history, and she did not even flinch after hearing that it may have been done by her son. There are a few popular suspects. Your son is one of them, yes. Of course, no one believes he did it alone, but with the help of some Gryffindor seniors. After all, he is just a third-year student, and magical talent has its limits. Lily glanced at the group of seniors who were staring at Harry with their badly concealed contempt. Then those students are in for a surprise. Snape followed her look and found the students in question. He didn't even notice it when they entered. His focus had been almost completely on Lily after all. It did not take a genius to figure out what their intentions were with the way they were staring at Potter. I'll go talk to them. Snape was about to stand up when Lily stopped him. Let them. They may learn something. Lily looked very calm as she said that. There are 8 of them, Lily, and I am very familiar with those seniors. They are not pushovers. Yaxley and Avery are 7th years and extremely good at dueling, especially Yaxley. That boy has won several under-17 tournaments and is probably going to become a professional dueler in the future. Snape tried to explain to Lily so she understood. He of course knew that Harry was very skilled, but unless his crazy theory about him being possessed by the Dark Lord or some other incredibly powerful wizard was true, he was in for a beating. But looking back at Lily, it didn't seem like his words had convinced her. Let's just wait and see. If things get too bad, I will have to intervene, Snape thought. Back at his table, Harry was having a very boring conversation with Pansy about Hogsmeade clothing shops. The girl was visibly nervous and kept looking at the other table where the Slytherin seniors were sitting. And there was this gorgeous red dress with decorations made with genuine gold dragon skin, but Mom said it was too Gryffindor for me to wear. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. She knocked her butterbeer over again. This was the 3rd time. The waitress came quickly to clean the mess. Can I have a normal beer? Please, Harry begged. The waitress glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. You serious? No, I'll bring you another butterbeer. Harry noticed the seniors at the table behind him standing up and walking out of the pub. Pansy became even more nervous now. Excuse me, there is no need to bring another one. Can we have the check? She told the waitress. This one nodded and went away. Pansy glanced at Harry with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Harry. I just remembered I had something important to prepare back at the castle. Do you mind if we go back? Harry wanted to jump with joy now that his 1-hour torture seemed to have come to an end, but he remained polite. No problem, let's go back. This had been the longest hour of his life. Now someone is going to pay for this. Wait, Pansy hurried to grab his arm after they had just left the pub. Yes, asked Harry, hoping she didn't change her mind about leaving. I can't do this, she exclaimed. Harry sighed. Fine, where do you want to go now? No, it's not that. Harry, this is a trap. Pansy confessed, tears welling in her eyes. A trap. Harry pretended he didn't know what she was talking about. They made me do this. They said I had to lure you to Hogsmeade and they would ambush you on the way out, Pansy said. The ones who were sitting behind us, Harry asked. He had recognized some of them. They were present the day he attacked the Slytherin dorm, but he was sure they didn't see him. Pansy nodded. They think you had something to do with the invasion on our house. I told them it was impossible, but they didn't listen. So they threatened you to do this? Harry asked. I thought you were basically untouchable with your father's influence. No one is untouchable, and most of those seniors are from powerful families too. If they all band together, there is not much my father can do to punish them. As long as they don't take things too far, my father will do nothing, Pansy explained. But I don't care anymore. I can't let you get hurt, Pansy exclaimed. An idiot, Harry patted her head. If they were threatening you, you shouldn't have told me. What but? Pansy was expecting him to become angry with her or something. Come on, if we take too long they will suspect something is off. Harry started walking towards Hogsmeade's exit. Wait, didn't you hear what I said? They are waiting for you there. You should stay here and return with a professor or with more people. Pansy had to hasten her steps to catch up with him. If I were to do that, wouldn't you be in trouble? Harry asked. But Pansy didn't know what to answer. She would definitely be in a lot of trouble, but it should be a lot less than what they were planning on doing to him. Stop worrying so much and let's go. He grabbed her hand and started walking again. Pansy continued to look around with nervous eyes as they approached the exit. Harry was busy, trying to filter out the large amount of magical signatures in order to pick up the ones he was interested in. Lyra and Ginny had been waiting inside a shop close to the entrance. Daphne and Tracy had left the 3 broomsticks shortly after him, and now there was one more addition. His mother and Snape were also following him. It looks like I have a large audience, he thought. Harry, Pansy clutched his arm when they arrived at the large sign with the words, Welcome to Hogsmeade, written in big letters. Beyond that was a long path that led to the castle. He had to almost drag the girl out of the village at this point, but they made it out. Just a couple of minutes later, he heard a group of people walking out from behind some trees. It seems like they were impatient to show themselves. Harry thought with disappointment. They should have all attacked him from their hiding spot instead of this. Oh, what do we have here? One of the boys gave Harry and Pansy a wide mocking grin. So they want to play the this is just a casual encounter and we are just random bullies card. In total, there were 8 students, 6 boys and 2 girls. The one who spoke first was someone that Harry did not recognize. Next to him was another boy he didn't know. It seems like they brought those 2 boys as reinforcements, so they must have a lot of trust in their abilities. Either that or they were just looking down on him. At this point, he was starting to consider those seniors as complete idiots. What a cute couple. It would be a shame if something happened to them, ha ha ha, the other unknown boy added. Wow, he didn't know what to say to their terrible acting. Harry had a hard time forcing Pansy to let him go. Can you go wait near those bushes over there with Daphne and Tracy? Harry whispered to her and used his freed hand to point. What? Daphne shhhh. 2 voices came out from the bush. Wait. They follow us. Pansy would never have expected this kind of behavior from someone as refined as Daphne. She would have anticipated it from Tracy, but that girl never showed any interest in Harry. Go on, I'll deal with this. Aim, issue. Harry gave her another push and she moved towards the bush. He then turned to look at the senior students. How brave, what a gentleman. The 2 girls chuckled. Like a true Gryffindor, brave and stupid. The boy named Patrick decided to add. Was the first one to be knocked out during his visit to the dungeon. We do have that reputation, don't we? Harry chuckled. This was probably how most Slytherins saw them. Yaxley and Avery were the closest ones to him. They pulled their wands and pointed them at him. Avery got even closer and put his wand next to Harry's face. Bravery and stupidity are a dangerous combination. You are going to learn that today. Harry didn't try to move away from the older boy. Look, he is terrified. Can't even move. Someone pointed at him and laughed. Are you sure this is the one? Someone asked Patrick, who seemed to be the one in charge of the group, or at the very least, the one who had organized this. I'm sure he was involved somehow. He will tell us everything today. Yaxley and Avery glanced back at Patrick as if asking for permission to begin, and he nodded. Make him suffer a bit. I want to know who else was there, Patrick said with a cold tone. Avery looked at Harry with a cruel grin. Sorry, boy, it's nothing personal. We are just hired hands. His wand gained a golden glow. Avery opened his mouth to begin chanting his spell. Ugh! Instead, he was met with a fist to his face. Avery fell on his back and started to scream while clutching his bleeding nose. He broke it, he broke it. He continued to shout. Why would you stand so close to me? Did you really expect me to do nothing? Harry raised an eyebrow. He thought those two boys had at least some experience with dueling, but perhaps he had been wrong. Yaxley glanced at Harry with sharp eyes and took a few steps back, his wand pointed directly at him. Well, this one is taking me seriously now, but he gave Avery a passing look. His punch had only broken his nose. This showed that his training over the past week had not been wasted. He had inflicted just as much damage as he intended, and not more. Other Slytherin students didn't seem interested in attacking him. They probably thought that Yaxley and Avery were more than enough to accomplish whatever their plan was. Incarcerus, Yaxley sent a magically conjured rope to trap him. This was quickly followed by a couple more spells, a stunner and a tripping jinx, both cast silently and with minimal motion. This was an effective combination. Trying to dodge either the ropes or the stunner would likely end up with you being hit by the other spell. A Protego charm could block both, but it would also be a mistake. The tripping jinx was aimed very low and would pass beneath the shield, hitting your legs or feet. The normal size of that charm was only enough to cover your upper body. Not bad, but Harry moved his right arm forward and let the Incarcerus ropes hit him. As soon as they made contact with his hand, the rope spun quickly and wrapped firmly around it. Now that he had an improvised gauntlet made of magical ropes, he used it to deflect the stunner and jinx. You should have used the Incarcerus last. The rope tightened around his wrist, but he didn't mind. It was not enough to hurt. What the? Yaxley was an experienced duelist and had already prepared himself for several different outcomes even before firing his spells. He always tried to be one step ahead of his opponents, always ready. He could never have predicted that Harry was going to do something like that. This threw him off for a moment, and he was not able to react when Harry started to run directly at him. They were only 15 feet, 5 meters apart, so he did not have time to think. The tripping jinx was his fastest spell, so he used that and followed it with a diagonal cutting motion. Defindo, he put as much magic as he could into that charm. If Harry avoided the jinx, he could get a severe injury from the cutting charm at least. But once more, Harry did something he could not have predicted. He went over his spells by jumping in the air. He jumped high enough to not only go over the spells Yaxley threw at him, but also enough to go over Yaxley himself and land right behind him. Before the other boy could even turn, Harry directed a powerful hook to Yaxley's side. He put around 1/4 of his total strength into the punch, and it was enough to shatter his ribs like they were made of dried spaghetti. His internal organs suffered too from the shock and were damaged enough to make Yaxley vomit blood. Harry was going to follow it by breaking his arms also, but this was already too much for the poor boy, and he passed out before falling face first on the snow. It was nothing personal, Harry told the unconscious boy. He then looked at Avery. The 6th-year Slytherin boy was still holding his broken nose and glaring at him with fear in his eyes. Before Harry could say anything to him, Avery turned on his heels and started running back to the castle. Fine, what about the rest of you? Harry glanced at the other 6 Slytherin seniors. Moments ago, they all had confident grins on their faces, but now, they just looked like a group of scared children, and he did not like to fight those who had already lost their will to fight back. What a waste of time. Just go away and take that guy, he pointed at Yaxley, to the infirmary. He had hoped to have more of a challenge, but this has just been disappointing. The others appeared more than willing to accept his offer to go away, but Patrick, their leader, stood in front of them with his wand in hand and pointed it at Harry. If you fire a spell at me, I'm breaking both your arms, Harry told him. Patrick was visibly trembling. After what he had seen, he knew Harry was more than capable of fulfilling that threat, but he did not back away. It was you, I am sure it was you. Sure of what exactly? Harry pretended he didn't know what the boy was talking about. You are the one who attacked our house that night, Patrick insisted. I don't know what you mean, but he walked towards him. If I was, it would seem like a very foolish idea to point that wand at me. I thought Slytherin was the house of cunning. The senior students were getting more nervous as Harry grew closer. His entire body shook with fear. Shut up, Patrick shouted at Harry before turning his head around to look at his friends. Just one quick glance at their terrified faces already told him they were not going to be of any help. He had to do this alone. He felt something on his hand and hurried to move his eyes to the front. He saw Harry holding a wand, a very familiar wand. What? Patrick then realized his hand was now empty. When did you? He didn't understand. Harry was still a few feet away from him. How did he steal his wand away? That's enough. Graham Potter. Professor Snape came walking with fury towards them, with Lily a few steps behind. Oh, the professors finally decided to intervene. Harry knew they had been hiding behind some trees and had been watching from the beginning. Harry, his mother called him over. The wand, Mr. Potter. Snape stopped him before he walked away and pointed at Patrick's wand in his hand. Of course, Professor. As he was handing it back, he applied a bit of pressure and the wood piece snapped in half. Oops. Snape frowned but did not say anything as he took the broken wand. Am I in trouble? Harry asked his mother when he got to her side. Of course not, Harry. Professor Snape and I saw the whole thing. Those boys ganged up to attack you first. If anyone is going to be punished, it's going to be them. Lily threw Snape a glare. Isn't that right, Severus? Snape grumbled something under his breath. Why yes, Potter can go, I'll take care of my students. Snape knew better than to argue with Lily right now. Come on, Harry, let's go back to the castle, Lily said. Severus will lead the Slytherins. I think there is someone else you should escort. Harry looked back. There was a very large rock covered in snow just around 30 feet away from them. You may want to take Lyra and Ginny back. What? Lily shouted before moving her eyes to the same rock that Harry was glancing at. Murmurs could be heard coming from there. We've been caught. How did he know? SHHH, Lyra, don't shout, Ginny said. You two, come out this instant. Lily's voice carried so much authority that even Daphne and Tracy came out from behind the bush they had been hiding in. Lily didn't notice this as she had been focused on her daughter. Lyra and Ginny had no choice but to come out with their heads down. What are you two doing here? You are still second years. What were you thinking? Lily scolded them. Sorry, said Ginny. We just wanted to see what the fuss was all about. Lyra made up an excuse. You two are lucky that classes are almost over for the year, but as soon as you come back from the break, you are going to have 10 detentions with me, Lily told them. Harry, Lyra glanced at him with teary eyes. I want no part in this. He kinda wished his sister would learn something from this and stop sneaking off the castle without permission. He remembers being much better behaved at her age. And she had to drag Ginny too. While Lyra cried, Harry walked to where Daphne, Tracy, and Pansy was standing. Harry, that was incredible, Pansy gushed at him. Thanks, I told you there was nothing to worry about. His green eyes landed on Daphne, who was trying to avoid looking at him. And, why were you hiding behind that bush? We weren't hiding, Daphne hurried to reply. You have a branch in your hair, Harry pointed out. Daphne panicked and started to touch her hair looking for a branch that wasn't there. Ugh, I can't believe I let you drag me here to spy on Potter. I wasted my last Hogsmeade weekend, Tracy complained. I wasn't. Shut up, Daphne cried. Did you really think I needed help or something? Harry asked Daphne. The blonde girl averted his gaze in shame. Anyways. Harry ignored her and looked at Pansy. Since I accompanied you to Hogsmeade, it's only fair I escort you back to the castle. Yes, let's go, Pansy said, clutching his arm again, and the two of them began to walk away. Did I mention that you were amazing? The way you handled those seniors. Wait, we are going too. Daphne hurried up to catch up, not willing to let those two alone. Tracy sighed. My last weekend. Lily went with Lyra and Ginny, while Harry did the same with the 3 Slytherin girls. Snape was left behind with the remaining students, who had not said a single word of excuse so far. Professor Snape used a levitating charm on Yaxley since the boy was unconscious. Avery was nowhere to be seen, but considering the speed at which he left, he was probably near the castle already. Professor, it was him, Patrick approached Snape. Forget about it. That's the best you can do right now, Snape gave him his most honest advice. But Professor, the student said, surely there is something you can do. Another one was added. Do you have any solid proof it was him, the one who sneaked into the common room? Snape waited for a few seconds, but there was only silence. Then there is nothing I can do. That's why I'm telling you to forget about it. Do not confront Potter again, he warned them in a more stern tone this time around. Tusk, did you see how he fought? Didn't even use magic. Yeah, he fought like a muggle, 2 of the boys said in a mocking manner. Now that Harry was no longer here, they felt much braver. Snape frowned deeply. He hated that kind of attitude, and that was also a dangerous way of thinking. You should count yourself lucky he didn't take you seriously enough to use magic on you, Snape shouted at them. If he did, none of you would still be standing. He wanted them to understand how dangerous Harry was, but those boys had too much arrogance to believe they were that far away from a half-blood. Snape was sure that after a few weeks had passed, they would start to get ideas once more. As much as he wanted to stay a bit longer and make sure they understood. Yaxley was in really bad shape and needed to be seen by Madame Pomfrey as soon as possible. He cursed at Potter for making his life more difficult. He never thought he would see a student behave in such a brazen manner and get away with it. But I guess that remains to be seen. Those old families that Potter offended are definitely going to do something. He just had no idea what or when. It's been a long time since he left those circles. Even the headmaster had grown interested in this matter and requested him to keep an eye out and inform him if he found anything useful. Snape could only hope that, when things go down, Lily would at least be out of it. As they made the long walk back to the castle, Snape thought about his conversation with Lily. It did not go as well as he hoped. Either Lily was completely oblivious to her son's behavior, or the more likely scenario, she knew everything and was okay with it. This meant that his theory of Harry being possessed was most definitely wrong. Lily would never be okay with that. The other ideas he had were even crazier and involved things like time travel. I'm getting a headache just thinking about. Damn you, Potter. Snape became increasingly upset. Professor SN, shut up, he snapped. I don't want to hear any of you again for the remainder of this walk. But Professor, one of the girls pointed her shaky hand to something behind him. He turned around and saw the limp body of Yaxley had dropped on the snow. Damn it, I lost my concentration. He flicked his wand and the boy started to float again. Let's go, he huffed. December 27, Harry was walking through the castle corridors. He almost forgot how quiet Hogwarts was during the Christmas break. Only a few students decided to stay here. Most of them were seventh years who barely did anything else other than going from their rooms to the library. He had visited home just for one day to celebrate Christmas with his family and exchange presents. This was also something that he was still getting used to, but he could not deny that he enjoyed it. The cold winter breeze hit his face as he opened the castle doors. Harry walked along the empty path that led to the Black Lake. No one came out here during this time of the year, so it was completely desolate, and the perfect place for large-scale magical tests. Dobby, he called once he arrived at the shore. The elf appeared next to him. Master, here is Dobby. He was carrying a small book and a quill. His job was to act as an assistant and take some notes. Okay, this is going to be the spell test number. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to throw some magic around the lake and see what happens. Dobby rapidly nodded and started writing something. Harry had no idea what the elf was doing since they had yet to begin. He pulled his metallic staff out and held it in his right hand. The surface of the lake had a thin layer of ice on it, but it wasn't thick enough to hold his weight as he stepped on it. So he dipped the tip of the staff in the water at the shore. Magna, glacies, a path made of ice was created in front of him, leading up to the middle of the lake. Harry was now able to safely stroll through the body of water until he reached the deepest parts of the dark lake. Dobby waited for him at the shore, since it would be a bit dangerous to be at his side. Okay, let us begin. Harry lifted the staff in the air and channeled a large amount of magic into it. It was enough to make all three crystals shine with an eerie green light. Torquio, powerful gusts of wind formed ahead of him and started to spin around. This motion ended up creating a tornado that floated above the lake. Magna Custodia, his most powerful protection, manifested around him, not only preventing him from being sucked into the vortex of wind, but also keeping the ice beneath his feet from being decimated by the force of nature he had just created. Harry proceeded to carefully observe the tornado that had just been formed. This could already be considered a great sorcery, and not something that a single wizard should be able to conjure. But this is not enough. He could feel that he was capable of more now. In Gens Flamma, an endless torrent of fire erupted from his staff like the mouth of a volcano. The fire was too strong to be put out by the winds of the tornado and ended up being moved around and mixed, creating an immense fire tornado. Oh, not bad. He had a wide grin on his face. He was having fun with this. The runes that floated around his shield were starting to move very fast. This was an indication that his shields were under great strain. This level of sorcery would have been enough to destroy that massive basilisk he faced the previous year, and he did it without the help of any artifact. And after all of that, he still didn't feel close to magical exhaustion. Great. Let's go for the grand finale before my shield collapses. Harry aimed his staff at the fire tornado. Electrical sparks traveled over his body and through the metallic surface of the artifact. His eyes shone as brightly as the crystals on his weapon as the magic around him became denser and more concentrated. Fulmen. Harry aimed the bolt of lightning at the center of the fire tornado. The clash of magical energies broke their flimsy balance. The wind currents from the tornado went awry, sending fire and sparks everywhere in at least 1 mile around it. Harry was thankful for his foresight in performing this test in such an isolated place. The spectacle of wind, lightning, and fire lasted for a good minute before it finally ended. Harry's shield crumbled right before he reached the shore. Okay, now I'm feeling quite exhausted. Not that it was surprising after all of that. Master, Dobby was jumping in excitement. Harry smiled. He loved seeing his little friend so happy. Did you like it, Dobby? It must have been like fireworks for the little guy. Master, there, Dobby shouted while moving his free hand around in a frantic manner. I know, it was fun for me too, but I can't do it again, Dobby. I'm a bit tired, Harry told the excited elf. Master Potter, Harry, sir, the docks are on fire. Dobby finally managed to get it out. What docks? Harry had no idea what he was talking about at first. But then he looked to where Dobby was pointing and was able to finally remember them. Oh, those docks. He had completely forgotten that they were there. Master, Dobby cried. Well, there is not much I can do at this point, to be honest. The fire was too violent and had already consumed most of the wood. Even if he ran all the way there and cast his strongest agumenti, it would do as much as pissing on a house fire. At least the docks were isolated so nothing else would burn along with them. I don't think a reparo would work either. Harry saw the platforms collapse one after another. The wood was consumed and turned to cinders. Dobby? Yes, master. Let's not talk about this with anyone. Albus Dumbledore likes to wear pink panties, Harry proclaimed. That is in core. The gargoyle was interrupted when the mechanism activated, revealing the familiar set of stairs. He quickly spotted the headmaster sitting behind his desk with a deep frown on his face. Or aware that I can hear what people say to the gargoyle, right? Do you? He knew that. I didn't mean to be rude. It was just some rumor I heard recently and was wondering. That was very childish, the headmaster admonished him. I would not have to do that if you just let me apparate into your office, Harry told him. Out of the question. I could be in the middle of a meeting with someone. How do you expect me to explain that one of my students can use apparition inside the castle? He admitted he had a point. What did you call me for? I was resting in my room. I noticed a commotion at the lake just moments ago. Dumbledore gave him a knowing look. I know nothing about that. Harry averted his eyes away. I also saw a large fire in the distance, the headmaster added. Or that. The school is nearly empty, but I hope you are more mindful during your practices. I trust you didn't break anything at least. So, can we get to the point? I would like to get some rest, said Harry, trying to change the topic. I thought you were already resting, Dumbledore said with a coy smile. Please sit down. I have news from Professor Silverbell. He has finished analyzing all the convergence points, or at least the most important ones. And did he find anything interesting? Harry asked. He did. The professor was able to learn the point in time when the anomaly entered our timeline and started causing all the problems. This information, we may be able to narrow down the possible cause and find it. The time of entrance was TW, 2 years and 6 months ago, Harry interrupted the headmaster. This one gave Harry an intense look. That is correct. How did you know? Because that is how much time has passed since I woke up in this timeline. So you knew, Dumbledore stated in a calm manner. I wasn't completely sure, but you just confirmed my suspicions, and by your lack of reaction, you also knew. Dumbledore sighed. When Professor Silverbell mentioned to me the time of the entry of this anomaly, I did notice it was very close to the day you told me you woke up in this body. I was very troubled, thinking about how to tell you this. Makes sense, right? You said it yourself. The way I entered into this timeline was most unusual. You said that it was not how time travel worked. And it isn't. What you did was not time travel. That is for sure. You died in one reality and awoke in a different one. I have gone through hundreds of books since we spoke for the first time, and I have yet to find another case with any resemblance to what occurred to you. It should not have been possible, Dumbledore said. No, it shouldn't. And it seems like the universe agrees with that sentiment, Harry commented. There are still many things we don't know. We should not jump to quick conclusions, Harry. But it is very simple, Professor, if I am removed. Everything will go back to normal, Dumbledore frowned. I don't think it's that simple. Even the professor admitted not to know if removing the anomaly would even solve the problem. Yes, well, in that scenario, we are all doomed no matter what. He also told me that our timeline is still somewhat stable. We aren't at risk of complete collapse yet. We have at least a few more years. He has not given up yet, and neither should we. We may find another solution, a better one. Calm down, Professor. I wasn't planning on leaving so soon, Harry said, and I still have a Dark Lord to deal with. Even if he could solve the dimensional collapse problem, if he left now, the ones that he cared about would be doomed to die the moment Voldemort decided to return. Neville was most definitely not up to the task, and neither was Dumbledore. He knew this was a selfish motive. In the grand scheme of things, Voldemort was just a threat to part of the population of magical England. If he ever got more ambitious than that, there were many monsters out there who could put him back in his place. Harry was just doing this for the safety of his family and friends while putting the rest of the world in danger. The him of the past would never do that. I am glad to hear that, Dumbledore smiled. Oh, before I forget, there was one more thing I had for you. He reached into a drawer and pulled out an old wand. Harry immediately recognized it. Of course. It has completely lost its power. You could say it's nothing more than a stick now. You can take it. Harry picked up the elder wand. Like the headmaster said, he could not feel any magic within the wand. He did, however, feel a faint connection with it. He stored the old wand inside his robes and stood up. If there is nothing more, I will take my leave. Dumbledore nodded. If anything comes up, I will let you know. With this, I have once more reunited the three Hallows. It is time I pay another visit to Mr. Lovegood. Before leaving the office, he turned around and glanced at the headmaster. I'm going to leave the school grounds for a day or two. He did not have to wait long behind the wards before being granted entrance into the Lovegood grounds, despite having arrived without an invitation. According to Luna, her father would rarely leave the house, so there wasn't much need for a warning. Luna came out of the house and greeted him. Harry, you came to see me. Did you bring me a present? Of course, but I'm afraid your present is not ready yet. I also need to speak with your father. Is he in the house? He is locked in the attic, writing some article about the werewolves' migratory movements. Or perhaps it was seagulls. Luna appeared unsure about it. I'll go call him. She took off running into the house, leaving Harry by himself. He decided to wait inside, so he went into the kitchen and took a seat. Just a few minutes later, he heard someone stumble their way down with hurried steps. Harry, I knew you were going to visit us soon. Zeno's looked even more unkempt than usual. Too much work? Harry asked. Ah, yes. It's a difficult time. Lots of strange things happening, Zeno said before moving his eyes over Harry as if he was searching for something. Harry noticed this and already knew what the man was trying to find. I have them here. He did not feel the need to waste time and brought out the two Hallows in his possession, leaving them on the table. Zeno's eyes passed by the wand, but only held his interest for a couple of seconds before moving to the other object, the Stone of Resurrection. Harry felt pity for the man. Like Dumbledore, he was also someone who wished to make use of the stone and talk with a lost loved one. He could understand Zeno's need better than Dumbledore's, as he also lost his wife once. But even if the stone worked, it would be of no use to him. That person doesn't exist in this world, just a different version of her. May I? Zeno's hand hovered over the small black stone. You will be disappointed, I'm afraid, but go ahead. Harry heard some steps and glanced to his side, just in time to see Luna entering the kitchen. She held the invisibility cloak in her arms. Daddy told me to bring it, she explained. Zeno held the stone in his palm and looked at it very closely so he could inspect all its details. It's really the Stone of Resurrection? Of course, it had been in possession of the Gaunt family for many generations, although I'm not sure if they knew what they had, Harry said. At least he was sure that Voldemort didn't know what the stone was. He would have kept it with him at all times otherwise. Pandora. Zeno whispered the name of his lost wife. He said it loud enough for Luna to hear. Why is he calling for Mom? The girl asked. The Stone of Resurrection allows you to speak with the dead for a short period of time, or it would if it was still working, Harry told her. Luna stared at her father for a moment. Yesterday was Mommy's anniversary. Oh, Harry now understood why Zeno looked so messy. It wasn't just from work. Zeno sighed and gave the stone back to Harry. Sorry, I already knew it wasn't going to work, but I know. I would have tried too, Harry told the sad man. That's too bad. I also wanted to talk to Mommy. I still don't know where she put her recipe for strawberry pudding, Luna commented. The writings on the stone became a light while Harry was holding the stone in his palm. What is happening? Asked Zeno. The stone made a loud, strange noise and gray smoke started to come out of it. Harry had seen this phenomenon before. This can't be. It shouldn't work. He was truly shocked to see this. A female figure started to form from the smoke. Pandora, Zeno exclaimed. Mommy, Luna called. What? Where am I? Is this my kitchen? She looked very confused. She looked around and stopped when she spotted her husband. Zeno, what is happening? Pandora, oh my love, you are here. The woman glanced at the young blonde girl with carrot earrings. Luna, but how are you so big? You should be 8. Have I been sleeping too much? No, you are dead, Harry told her. You have been for the past 4 years. Potter, no, you look different, too young and no glasses. Pandora stared at Harry. He is Harry Potter. Luna went to his side and told her mother. Nice to meet you, Miss Lovegood. I am Harry. You may have known my father. You are James's son, and Lily, you. She looked at her hands and gasped. Only her upper body had manifested from the smoke. What is this? Am I really dead? I'm afraid so. said Zeno with a grave voice. We lost you 4 years ago. There was an accident during magic crafting. I remember now. I was working on a new spell to make fireworks, Pandora said. There was a moment of silence before she spoke again. Oh, I'm so sorry for leaving you. I didn't know it was going to be so dangerous. Harry, how long do you think it will last? Zeno asked. I have no idea, so if you have something important to say, say it. I will try to hold this for as long as I can. He could feel his magic being drained at a fast pace. They were lucky he had a lot of it. The improvised seance lasted for an entire hour until his magic became too low to maintain the connection and she went back to where she came from. Harry would have liked to give the family some privacy to talk, but he couldn't do that since he was the one keeping Miss Lovegood in the mortal realm. It was a bit awkward to be in front of Zeno when he was basically holding his wife. But at least both Zeno and Luna appeared to be extremely happy afterward. He had never seen Luna smile like that, so he was fine with exhausting all his magic for that. Harry, thank you for Zeno stopped talking when he heard the Stone of Resurrection making noises again, but this time it sounded more like cracking. What is happening now? Asked Harry. Luna became excited. Is someone else going to visit us? Maybe Grandma? Hopefully not Grandpa, he was always cranky. I don't think it's that, said Harry. His magic was already exhausted, so it was impossible to bring someone else right now. Much to his surprise, moments later, the Stone of Resurrection let out a series of loud cracks and crumbled down into small pieces while still on Harry's palm. He moved his hand, and the pieces fell down, turning into dust before touching the table. How can that be? Harry asked. That was a magical artifact created by death itself. How could it disintegrate like that? It had lost its power completely. I believe its purpose had been served, said Zeno with an unusually serious tone, but it was working just a moment ago. Luna pointed out. Did Harry break it? No, I don't think it was the stone that brought your mom here. It was Harry himself, Zeno revealed. I have many abilities, but bringing back the dead for a chat is not one of them. I can assure you of that, Harry told him with conviction. Zeno picked up the Elder Wand and brought it closer to him. Try holding this. Harry picked up the wand and felt a strong connection with it, even stronger than before, and he wasn't even trying to adjust to the wand. It was like it was already made for him. Try casting a spell with it, Zeno suggested. Harry glanced at the wand closely. Despite the connection, he did not feel any power in it. It was like the core was missing, so magic should be impossible to cast with it. But he was also curious to see if it would work. He channeled a small amount of magic through the wand like he usually did and gave it a flick. Wingardium Leviosa, a cup that was standing on the counter, started to float in the air. It works. Harry found it hard to believe the wand was working in its current state. Of course, he could have cast such a simple spell without the use of a wand, but that requires a different process. Had the wand not worked properly, the spell would have fizzled. It is as I thought, said Zeno as he pointed at the wand. The cup that Harry was making float in the air fell down all of a sudden. The wand let out a loud cracking noise, similar to the one made by the stone, and just a moment later it crumbled in the same way, turning to dust. What does this mean? First, the Hallows lose their power and now they disappear. His eyes moved to the clock that was resting on the table. Go ahead, take the cloak, said Zeno. I don't want to break that one. It's a family relic. It was one of the first gifts he ever got, and the first one that came from his family. It will turn to dust even if you leave it be, but I think it's important that you do it yourself. They are already yours, but you must complete the connection with the Hallows, Zeno urged him. Harry felt the connection with the cloak even before touching it. Then, with a quick motion, he pulled the cloak over himself like he had done so many times in the past. He disappeared from sight while being able to still see the Lovegoods through the translucent fabric. It works, Harry exclaimed. He never thought he could see this old cloak work again, but like with the stone and the wand, it did not last long. Oh, I can see something again, Luna said. The magic of the cloak ended, turning back into a normal black cloak. Before Harry could pull it off him, the fabric turned into dust and disappeared into the air. Harry glanced at Zeno. You seem to know what is going on. Care to explain? Now I believe it is complete. Now, you have become the first Master of Death, Zeno said with a smile. Master of Death? That makes little sense to me. If anything, I should have been the Master of Death during my previous life. That's when I became the owner of all three Hallows, Harry considered. But nothing happened then. He didn't notice any change in myself. He was still the same Harry Potter I was before. Why are these changes happening now and not earlier? What changed? Something must have triggered this. But then something did come to mind. Something did happen. I died, but then could it be? What if, in order to become the Master of Death, one had to die first, and only then the changes will truly begin? Harry was starting to put the pieces together in his head. Early on, during his original life, he became the owner of the Three Hallows. First, the cloak was given to him as a Christmas present. Then, the Stone of Resurrection was left behind by Dumbledore after his death, and he finally got his hands on the Elder Wand when he defeated Voldemort during the battle at Hogwarts. Shortly after, he destroyed the wand, thinking it was too dangerous to keep, something he would come to regret later when the Dark Lord made his return. But what mattered was that, at that moment, he must have become the Master of Death, or at least a candidate, even if he didn't know it. Later in life, he did learn that his magical capacity was much higher than any normal person. He was the only one capable of using the 7 Arkstone array they had created. No one else in his group could channel that tremendous amount of energy through their bodies without dying in the process. Even Neville, who was at this point one of the most powerful wizards alive, could only withstand a 3-stone version that Hermione modified for him. Luna always told him that she felt there was something different about him, something that no one else had. He attributed these oddities to being the boy who lived, the chosen one, and all that. He never gave it much thought. He had been an odd one during his entire life after all. But perhaps some of these anomalies were caused by the Hallows after all. He had been experiencing some of the effects, but they only started to show their true potential the moment he died. Not even Albus Dumbledore could explain how he ended up here, because it was not something caused by mortal magic. The effects of this resurrection had been severe enough to destabilize the entire multiverse and kickstart the collapse of countless timelines centuries before it should have happened. An anomaly indeed. Only an entity with a level of power comparable to a god could do such a thing, and although, until now, he didn't truly believe that the entity of death existed, he did know beyond any reasonable doubt that beings of such power do in fact exist. At the very least, there are 12 of them after all. He carries the brand of one of such beings. Perhaps I should consider myself as marked by 2 after all, even though death didn't place any visible brands on his body. He looked at the empty table, where the 3 Hallows had been resting moments ago, and he finally understood something. If death as an entity was real, then there could only exist one. A godlike being such as that would be unaffected by the myriad of timelines and alternate universes being constantly created. And if the Master of Death is some type of chosen one for death, then it stands to reason that it will also be unique. Would at least offer an explanation of why the Hallows had stopped working and lost their power. The cloak lasted a year because that's what a normal invisibility cloak would last, but he was sure that the other ones had lost their power the moment he awoke in this timeline. He was unsure about the exact reason for this occurrence, but it was definitely related to him. What am I supposed to do with this? Harry asked. What do you mean? Zeno asked. I mean, I don't know why I was given this thing. Was there a reason behind it, or was it just a coincidence that I ended up fulfilling all the requirements to become this Master of Death? What does that even entail? I can understand your confusion, but I can assure you one thing. It wasn't by accident nor coincidence that you were able to reunite the 3 Hallows. These artifacts have a mind of their own and would only fall into the hands of those who were deemed worthy. The fact that all 3 of them ended up in your hands. It was meant to be. There was no coincidence on that. So I was chosen then. Not that it was the first time this happened, but he did not like the feeling of being controlled or manipulated. He had enough of that already. I suppose you were. Death and destiny always run close to each other, like brother and sister. As for the reason you were chosen, I wouldn't dare to guess, but there must be an important one. I am sure of that. If it wasn't random, that would mean that I was sent to this particular timeline for a reason, Harry concluded, but he didn't have a clue about why, not for now at least. The only thing I can do now is continue with my initial plans. If there is something that this death wants from me, we'll see about that. So, Luna got closer to Harry and gave him an intense look. Does this mean I have to start calling Harry as Master? Please don't. If his sister heard Luna addressing him like that, she was going to draw the wrong conclusions. Harry spent the remainder of the Christmas break at the castle. At least he now had a motive for his recent boost in power. He made good use of his time and worked as much as he could on fine-tuning his magic control. It appears that the failed ritual also had the unintended effect of accelerating his magical maturity. Usually wizards and witches had to wait until their 15th or 16th birthday for that, but at the age of 13, his body had already reached this point. This was truly a blessing. With his magic now completely stable, he will be able to fight at his full potential without fear of suffering some backlash. Here, try holding the broom like this. It will give you better control when making sharp turns. Harry moved Ginny's hands to a different spot. Ah, I see. Ginny tried her best to hide her embarrassment. It's only been 2 days since the students returned to Hogwarts. Harry was giving her a private lesson, and there was barely anyone on the Quidditch field right now. Let's do a real practice. Stay close to the circles, and I will release the golden snitch. Let's see how long it takes you to catch it, he told her. Once she was in position, Harry opened the box and sent the small ball flying. He then stood on the ground and observed her movements from there. She began chasing the snitch and using the method he had taught her to make quick changes of directions. Oh, that's bad. During one of the turns, Ginny put too much weight on the front of the broom and lost her balance. The broom tipped forward at great speed, and Ginny was not able to hold it. She was sent flying in the air, and she screamed loudly. Harry casually strolled forward. His wand was ejected from the holster and appeared in his hand. With a smooth motion, he used a silent levitation charm on her robes to slow down her fall. Ginny noticed this and calmed down a bit. She glanced at the ground just in time to see Harry waiting for her before catching her in his arms. "It looks like you need more practice with that," he said. "Harry, thank you," the red-headed girl said. "Don't mention it. Do you want to keep going?" Very gently, he let her down to her feet. "Yes, if you have time," she said, feeling a bit bashful. "It's no issue. I would not have offered otherwise." He had done plenty of training during the break, and now he just wanted to rest for a bit. I almost forgot. I haven't said thank you for these." Ginny lifted her hands. She was wearing a pair of Quidditch gloves made of black leather. He had sent these to her for Christmas. They were made of black dragon hide and were nearly indestructible. "I'm glad you liked them. I know these are very expensive. My brother Charlie told me that black dragons are nearly extinct, and it is almost impossible to find anything made with those materials. I just got them because I thought they would be useful to you, not because I wanted to give you something expensive." "I know, but this and the broom," she said softly. "Oh, you knew it was me?" Harry asked with interest. Ginny grinned, feeling a bit proud. It wasn't hard with that note. "You are one of the few whom I told about sneaking into the shed to borrow my family brooms. You and Lyra are the only ones with money to buy something like that broom, and Lyra, well, she would never have been able to keep it a secret. I would have found out long before the present arrived." Harry chuckled. "That's true, but I think she is trying to work on it." He had not checked on her progress with occlumency for a while. He will have to ask her on the next chance he has. Came a bit off guard when Ginny leaned forward and gave him a soft hug. "So, thank you for the gloves and the broom. It was the best gift I have ever received. I'm glad you liked them, but speaking of the broom," Harry pointed in the distance, where the Nimbus 2001 was slowly floating down. It had a safety feature that allowed it to do that if the rider fell off. "You should go fetch it before a gust of wind sends it into the dark forest or something." Ginny saw this and panicked. Come back here." On Saturday, most of the school was at the Quidditch field. The first game of the year was about to be played. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. "How do you think your sister is going to do?" Seamus asked Ron. This put him in a bad mood. "Tusk, she has no chance against Cedric Diggory. He is the best seeker in Hogwarts." He could not understand how could they take his little sister as a main player, but he didn't even make it into the reserve. "Yes, since Harry quit. But I think Ginny is doing great. She caught the snitch against Slytherin last year." Neville reminded him, "That's just because the Slytherin team bloody sucks now. Half their team are reserves or not even that." Ron huffed. "Even so, I think she is a great seeker," Neville insisted. Ron threw him a suspicious look. "You are not going after my sister, right?" "What? No." Neville panicked and became embarrassed. "Oh, I smell gossip." Lavender leaned forward. "Stop, you're going to fall." Hermione exclaimed. They were sitting on the first row after all. "Let her, maybe she'll learn something," Parvati told her. Lyra and Harry were seated together just one row behind. "It is rare to see you here. You never come to watch the games," his sister commented. "I don't find it fun to just be the spectator, but I made a promise to watch this one." Harry told her. "To Ginny, huh? That must be why she looked so happy this morning," Lyra said. Moments later, the announcer started to shout in his usual cheerful tone. "Welcome to the first Hogwarts Quidditch game of the year. I am Jordan and will be your commentator for the evening." "It's morning," McGonagall muttered from his side. "In any case, let's welcome the players," Jordan shouted. The match began very evenly. For the first 30 minutes, the score only had 5 points of difference. But still, the Gryffindor team didn't seem able to close the gap. Unlike professional Quidditch, The school version will end after 90 minutes even if the snitch is not caught, so if the Gryffindor chasers cannot turn things around, the game will then rest on the Seeker's shoulders. Come on, Ginny, catch that golden snitch, Lyra shouted. Where is that blasted ball? Seamus complained while looking around the sky. I saw it fly into the clouds near the beginning of the match. I don't think it has come down yet, Neville said. Those clouds are awfully dark. It looks like it's about to rain, Hermione added. Yeah, I wouldn't go in there. There are probably lightning and stuff in there, Lavender pointed out. Lyra looked at her brother. She was about to ask him about it when she saw his eyebrows arched with worry. It was even more noticeable now that he stopped wearing glasses. Harry was good at always maintaining the same impassive face, so the only times she saw him making an expression like that were when something bad was about to happen. Harry. What's going on? Those clouds. I don't think it's a storm, Harry answered her. Why does that look so familiar? It was also a Quidditch game against Cedric. No, that's impossible. They cannot be here unless… Is it not a storm? What else could it be? Asked Lyra. His eyes focused on those clouds, trying to see through them. He started to detect small sources of magic moving inside the clouds, hundreds of them. The drop in temperature became noticeable even from where he was. Dementors. Harry said softly. Dumbledore was watching the game from the professor's seats. He also sensed that something was wrong and stood up. Albus, what is it? McGonagall asked. We need to get the students out of there. I have a bad feeling, the headmaster said. A bad feeling? Snape frowned and also looked up at the cloud, trying to guess what the headmaster could have seen. Ginny and Cedric were both very close to the dark clouds. They were both staring at it in complete concentration, trying to spot any signs of the snitch. All of a sudden, Ginny saw something golden glimmering inside the clouds. She did not hesitate to go inside while Cedric remained behind. He did not see anything, but also didn't believe for a second that Ginny was doing a feint. He got ready to go inside the clouds too when he felt shivers run through his body. See cold. He started to tremble. Oh no. He then thought of his Quidditch rival who had already gone inside. Ginny lost track of the snitch and found herself surrounded by darkness. There were no crackles of lightning, but she had a very bad feeling. There was something very wrong with this cloud. I need to get out of here. Her instincts were now telling her to run. The temperature dropped extremely suddenly and her body became paralyzed. A mixture of cold and fear invaded her as the clouds started to move like they were made of cloth. No, what is that? She realized then. There was something inside the clouds. Something alive was moving around her. It wasn't just one but many. And then she saw them approach. Disgusting creatures made of shadows with bony fingers that came out of their dark tunics. They whizzed loudly, but it sounded like whispers to her. One of them was staring directly into her eyes and started to get closer. She tried but could not move at all, not even an inch. Her body was not responding to her anymore. The horrifying monster got closer and extended its disgusting finger, trying to touch her face. Ginny started to have visions of that scary day, last year when they were being chased by the gigantic basilisk. That day, she thought she was going to die more than once. It was the worst thing she had ever experienced. But he saved me in the end. Harry did save her. He faced that monster and won. After going through all of that, and after seeing Harry destroy a being such as that with his own magic, she could not imagine that he would have trouble against something like this. The images of the basilisk disappeared, and the monsters surrounding her started to become less scary. The Dementor noticed a chance and stopped in its advance. Its urge to devour this human soul was then replaced by something else, something that this creature thought to have forgotten. Its survival instincts. The Dementor and its brothers let out a loud screeching noise. It was a call of warning, a call to retreat. Ginny felt the cold disappear and be replaced by a gentle warmth. The darkness was then replaced by an intense light that quickly broke through and engulfed everything in its path. She could not see anything and could only hear the awful noises coming from those creatures. But she was not afraid. Inside this light, she felt safe for some reason. And part of her knew that the origin of this light was the one she was waiting for. Harry, she tried to call, but her voice felt broken and could not yell. She was so tired. You are safe. The familiar voice came from beneath her, and now she was able to see again. The scary creatures were gone, and when she looked down, she saw something that looked like a forest animal, but it was massive, and it appeared to be made of pure white light. Is that a stag? She asked. Harry approached the rails of the stands. I'm going to need a broom. He spotted several players flying very close to the ground. They all seemed to be instinctively trying to get as far away as possible from that black cloud. Akio. He targeted the broom of the player closest to the grassy field, who just so happened to be one of the Weasley twins. The broom flew from under the boy, and it fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Sorry, Fred, or George, but it is for a good cause." He was sure that the twins wouldn't be too mad with him if they knew he did it to save their little sister. The Weasley broom stopped right in front of him and remained floating in the air, so Harry jumped over the rails and mounted the broom. "Harry, what are you doing?" Hermione was the first one to call to him. Neville and the rest of his classmates were also looking at him with a mixture of confusion and surprise. "Hey, that's my brother's broom," Ron shouted at him while pointing at the broom. Harry. Lyra called. He did not have time to stay here and explain his actions to them. Dementors only need a few seconds to take someone's soul after all. The broom levitated for a moment before speeding up towards the cloud. He heard some of the players trying to warn him not to go there, but he did not slow down his approach. Harry aimed his wand upwards once he was close enough. Expecto Patronum. A gigantic white stag came into existence and flew directly into the dark clouds with clear orders to follow. Meanwhile, he circled around the mass of Dementors. Despite the massive size of this cloud, Harry could see clearly that all the Dementors were concentrated in the middle, where the cloud was at its darkest. The rest was just a side effect caused by their presence. He was completely confident that his Patronus could handle those low-ranked demons and protect Ginny without issues. But then, if those guys became frightened, they would try to escape by flying everywhere. This would put everyone standing in the immediate vicinity in danger, including his mother and sister. To prevent it, he had to create something that would contain the creatures in place. When he arrived at the top of the cloud, it was already starting to disperse, making it easier to see what was going on inside it. He noticed the small lights that represented the Dementors were starting to move away from the center in an attempt to escape from his Patronus. "Like I'm going to let you leave just like that." Most people in the wizardly world were terrified of Dementors because they lacked understanding of these creatures. They saw them as scary monsters that eat souls and were impossible to kill. And that statement was not entirely wrong, but there is a lot more to it. Harry knew their true nature as well as the place where they came from. To him, Dementors were nothing more than low-ranked demons with some basics on soul-type magic. They were slow, clumsy, and extremely vulnerable to any magic that was based on positive feelings, as well as magic based on the sacrum spectrum. All demons shared these weaknesses to different degrees. Because of this reason, these types of magic were the most researched ones back in his world. Many advances were made during the several decades the war with the demons lasted. Many new spells were developed, and even new sources of magic were discovered during this period of time. Expecto, Custodia, a large number of white chains seemed to appear out of nowhere and started surrounding the Dementors while preventing their escape. This had no negative effect on Ginny, so she was able to pass in between the chains with no issue and escape from the cloud. The white stag remained at her side, acting like a protector and dispelling the negative lingering effects of being exposed to the Dementors. The demons flew as fast as they could and tried to escape his containment, but as soon as they got too close to the chains, they would be pushed back while suffering serious damage. The chains acted like a Patronus. The positive energy emitted by them was like a potent poison for these creatures, but that alone was not going to be enough to destroy them. Harry pulled his metallic staff and lifted it above his head before closing his eyes. The type of magic was, without a doubt, the most difficult one for him to use because he had zero affinity with it. If it wasn't because he had practiced it for so long, he would never be able to use it at all. The staff changed forms until it became a long spear while maintaining its metallic material. The entire spear started to shine brightly until it appeared to be made completely out of light, a very intense white light that emanated a sense of warmth and safety to those close by. He opened his eyes. Instead of the usual bright green color, they had taken a very light blue one, making them almost seem completely white. This was an effect of channeling this type of energy through his body. Magic was used to pull it here and manipulate it to create spells, but the energy itself was not magical in nature. It was something not from this world. Sacrum Hasty, under his command, the spear started to shine brighter as it grew in size and power. Magic with positive feelings is capable of hurting and containing demons, but this one can obliterate their vessel and send them back to the netherworld while also inflicting grievous injuries on their very own souls, preventing their return for a long time. What is that? McGonagall yelled, pointing at the sky. I'm afraid that is a cloud formed by the concentration of many Dementors, the headmaster said with a grave tone. How can that be? Did the Ministry lose control of them? Snape asked with a hint of fear. It wasn't the Dementors that scared him, but the reason behind their arrival. It wasn't a secret that his former master had found a way to control those monsters. Dumbledore gave him a passing glance. He could tell what his potion professor was thinking by the look on his face. The headmaster knew better. There was no way for Dementors to just fly past the wards without his knowledge. These ones had appeared out of nowhere, and there was only one way for that to happen: a timeline convergence. Of course, he could not speak of this with the other professors, as they knew nothing about these matters. Albus, what do we do? Asked McGonagall. Dumbledore glanced at the field when he heard one of the Weasley twins scream as his broom disappeared from beneath him before it flew directly to Harry. Make sure everyone remains calm as they evacuate the premises, the headmaster told her. Harry, Lily had been looking at the Gryffindor stands where her son and daughter had been sitting. Then all of a sudden, she was able to recognize her son jumping out of the stands and onto a broom. Potter, what is he doing? Snape saw the figure of his less-liked student fly toward the dark cloud. Potter, get down from there, McGonagall shouted. She then looked down at Lee Jordan. As a Quidditch commentator, he had a magical microphone in front of him. Jordan, give me that thing. She pointed at the device. As soon as she got it in her hands, she prepared to make an announcement. Attention everyone, this is an emergency. I want you to expecto patronum. Harry's Patronus created a wave of light intense enough to temporarily blind everyone present. A Patronus? Snape caught a glimpse of the giant white stag through his squinted eyes. Lily, since when does your son know how to do that? Professor McGonagall asked. A corporeal Patronus, and it's massive. Professor Flitwick stared in awe once he recovered his sight. I believe he was taught by his Uncle Remus. Lily recalled Harry telling them that story about his third year and how he had to learn it because, that year, Dementors invaded the Quidditch pitch during a game with, what a coincidence. She knew there was something very strange about this. Lily gave the headmaster a sidelong glance. If there was something strange going on with Hogwarts, he would definitely know about it. It seems like the situation with the Dementors will soon be solved. But in any case, it's best if we evacuate the premises, he said while looking at McGonagall. And Severus, we may have to give the Ministry a call. Dumbledore didn't really want to do that, since he already knew this had nothing to do with the Dementors in Azkaban. But it would be strange if they said nothing, as they would certainly be hearing about this. Moments later, they saw the white chains appear and pierce through the clouds. What in Merlin's name is that? McGonagall felt like she was going to die from shock today. Is Potter doing that? Snape asked. Never seen a spell like that one, Dumbledore admitted, but he had a lot of interest in seeing what Harry was going to do next. That Patronus would have been enough to scare the Dementors away. Dumbledore glanced at Lily. Oh, I see. He understood why Harry was not allowing them to flee. His family and friends were here. He only knew Harry for less than a year, but could already tell he was very protective of those he cared about. It was one of the reasons he felt at ease with having someone who wielded so much power staying at the school. He was sure that Harry would never put the students in danger for no reason. They then saw the white stag emerge back from the clouds, and right next to it was Ginny flying on her broom. The Gryffindor players saw this and hurried to help her. Ginny, are you okay? George shouted. Where did that thing come from? Katie Bell asked. Is it dangerous? Alicia Spinnet asked. Don't you know it? That's a Patronus, Angelina Johnson told her. A Patronus? Alicia asked. She was in her 5th year and hadn't heard of that spell yet. She is right. We learned about it last year, said the captain, who was already in his 7th year of school. Of course, we only learned of its existence. Professor Flitwick didn't expect anyone to actually learn to perform it. Although it would give you extra points for the NEWTS. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a super hard spell. I heard it from a friend, Angelina said. Did Potter actually cast this one? It looks so real, Katie asked. Ginny went to pat the stag and it lowered its head to make it easier for her. Thank you, she told it with a beaming smile. With its job done, the stag started to become more transparent until it disappeared completely. Look, Angelina pointed up. The clouds started to dissipate, revealing hundreds of cloaked creatures floating in the sky. They were all surrounded by the white chains as Harry stood over them with his light spear in hand. Sacrum hasty, the moment it reached the center of the group, the spear of light exploded. This explosion released thousands upon thousands of light particles that traveled everywhere, faster than any bullet. They were completely harmless to most living beings, But for demons like these Dementors, it was the most deadly of all substances. Just being touched by a couple of those light bullets was enough to send them back to the netherworld. The Dementors screamed in agony as their existence in this world finally ended. The dark clouds dispersed, and the creatures disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The whole thing had only lasted 8 seconds, and then all that was left was Harry's staff, floating in the air. It had lost its spear shape and had now returned to its original form. Harry extended his hand, and the staff flew back to him. He then stored it back into his robes before glancing down again. Harry spotted Ginny, along with the other Gryffindor players, and she appeared to be uninjured. Most of the audience was looking towards him now. He wasn't sure how much they had seen, considering how far away he was and how dark the clouds from before were. It wasn't like he was trying to avoid standing up. He just didn't want to be bothered by the other students asking him questions or whispering as he passed. I kinda wish there was a way to pin this one on Neville, but that doesn't appear to be a possibility. Oh well. He tipped the broom forward and made it descend as fast as it could go. He stopped for a moment next to Ginny to make sure she was not suffering from any aftereffects, but it appeared that his patroness did a good job. She thanked him with a wide smile for saving her. Sure to remind your brother Fred of that. I'd rather not be pranked for taking his broom, Harry told her. Why would I do that? Asked Fred while floating around him. Oh, George then. Harry shrugged and went back to the ground level and noticed that the other twin was not there anymore. He was taken to the infirmary, Oliver told him. It wasn't serious. I think he just twisted an ankle, he added. Then give this back to him. Harry handed the broom and walked out of the stadium. He would rather not stay for the questions. I just need to ask you a few questions, Mr. Potter, the aura requested. Of course, Mr. Dawlish. Harry was sitting on a large couch. Next to him was his mother, and on the other side was Dumbledore. He had already been expecting to be called by an aura or someone from the ministry after what happened with the Dementors, but they didn't even wait until the next day. That same day in the late afternoon, he was asked to the headmaster's office where Aura Dawlish, the minister, and Lord Parkinson were waiting for him, along with the headmaster. McGonagall had wanted to attend as the head of his house, but after being denied, she informed Lily of the meeting, and since they could not deny his mother's presence, she was allowed to attend this meeting too. Aura Dawlish smiled at Harry. So you remember me? I wasn't sure you would. Looked at Lily, and his eyes flinched as an involuntary gesture after seeing her upset expression. Hello, Lily. It's good to see you again. You too, John. But I would like to know why my husband is not here. I'm sure he would have been interested in attending since the subject of this visit was Harry. Dawlish made a troubled face. He did, but that would not have been appropriate, considering the subject of this interrogation is, as you said, his son. Lord Parkinson interrupted the aura. Is that what this is? An interrogation? Lily raised her voice. No, of course not. The minister was quick to interject. Perseus, please control your manners. Lord Parkinson kept his frown but did not say anything else. The minister then turned to look at Harry with a warm smile on his face. Master Potter, I assure you as Minister of Magic that you are not in any kind of trouble. If anything, from what we have heard, you are nothing short of a hero. Now then. Dumbledore also joined the conversation. If we can make this brief, I'm sure Mr. Potter is very tired and he has classes tomorrow. Yes, aim. The minister gave the aura a sidelong glance. We just want to clarify the situation that occurred today. Aura Dawlish will be asking you a few questions. We will try to keep it short. Harry, you don't have to answer anything if you don't want to, okay? Lily said to her son. It's okay, Mom. Let's see what they have to ask first. If there is anything that can help the ministry, I'll do what I can. Harry could take a guess as to why the minister was so desperate for answers. The press was likely pressuring him for an explanation of how a group of Dementors, who are supposed to be kept under tight control by the ministry, ended up attacking a school. If he can't come up with anything good, he will not be able to keep his position for much longer. Lord Parkinson's face did not show any changes, but Harry could already imagine what he was thinking about. It seems like this event has given Parkinson a great opportunity. If things go his way, he may become the next Minister of Magic before the end of the school year. Now, Mr. Potter, W.H. Harry, you may call me by my name. After all, you are a close friend of my father. It would be weird for you to refer to me as Mr. Harry told him. Aura Dawlish smiled. You are right. Harry, then, can you tell me your version of the events? Let's begin with, what did you see? I saw a massive dark cloud being formed out of nowhere above the Quidditch field. Did you know what was in this cloud? Yes, Dementors, Harry answered. How could you possibly know that? The minister interjected. Harry threw him a side glance. Even my little sister could tell that the cloud was very abnormal. I just happened to have read about those creatures. Dark clouds and a descent of temperature are a clear sign of their presence. And even so, you flew towards it? Dawlish asked. Harry nodded. I saw a friend of my sister go in there. I knew she would be in serious trouble if I didn't do anything. So heroic. The press is going to love this. The minister grinned. He hoped this story would take attention away from him and the ministry. So, Gryffindor, Lord Parkinson said with barely hidden disgust. Dawlish coughed. Yes, so. Flew into the Dementor's cloud. What then? I used the Patronus charm to Dear Merlin. You can really use that spell at your age. The minister interrupted him and stood from his couch. Minister, calm down. We cannot possibly believe all the tales these children are spouting. Lord Parkinson was no idiot. He, of course, knew that Harry's skills in magic were nowhere near normal for a third-year student. But he did not wish for the minister to have anything to show at tomorrow's press conference. If things went his way, his will then be accomplished much earlier than he anticipated. Now it was going to be a good opportunity to make use of all the damning evidence about the minister's illegal activities that he had been collecting for months. The chances of Cornelius Fudge losing his position were almost guaranteed. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if the man ended up in Azkaban. He certainly did not have the magical prowess of his old master, so he had to be patient and cunning about this. It might take me longer compared to the Dark Lord, but I will get what I deserve in the end. Lord Parkinson, Dawlish's tone sounded stern. Before coming here, we took accounts of many witnesses, and many of them recalled seeing a boy with the Gryffindor uniform flying towards the dark cloud and using the Patronus charm. The members of the Gryffindor team even identified said boy as Harry Potter. I don't think it's fair to diminish everything as children spouting. Yes, and if you are going to be accusing my son of being a liar, then this conversation is over, Lily added. Parkinson, there is no need for so much distrust. The minister frowned. Lord Parkinson offered a fake smile in return. I meant no offense. I was merely pointing out to the minister that children tend to exaggerate in their stories, nothing more. Okay, let's get back on track, said the Aura. Can you tell us what happened next? Well, I knew the Patronus was going to scare the Dementors away, so I used something to prevent them from going closer to the people in the stadium, Harry answered. Yes, many had claimed to have seen white chains wrapping around the center of the clouds. I will admit that I am not familiar with that kind of magic. Can you tell us about it? Dawlish asked. The minister leaned forward, and even Lord Parkinson could not hide his interest in learning more about an unknown magic. I can't say much about that. It is Potter family magic, Harry revealed. The minister's expression immediately changed when he heard the words family magic, for he knew well enough that all magic belonging to a pureblood family was untouchable. He could not use his authority to demand the magical formula, for that would open a dangerous precedent where no secrets were safe among the more powerful families. The most the ministry could do is to declare a particular spell illegal to use if it appeared to be dark in nature, but he could not use that argument in this case. The minister moved his eyes to Lily, who had to do her best to hide her surprise. She was not familiar with that spell either, but she was sure it did not come from the Potter's grimoire, because they didn't have one. Lady Potter, perhaps we can discuss this. The minister knew he could not press the issue too much, so he was as polite as possible. I will speak with my husband about this. I can't make a decision by myself. I'm sure the minister understands, she said before giving her son a glance. I see, thank you, the minister sighed in defeat. Even if he can convince Lord Potter, it will likely be too late to solve his current situation. Harry had nothing else to add. It wasn't like he wanted to keep the Patronus chains as a secret. After all, he had no right to do so. This was a piece of magic that had been created by the combined efforts of several wizards and witches to help humanity. All he did was learn it. Had the minister been a more trustworthy man, or at least a competent one, he would have passed it on to him, the magical formula. Perhaps I could send it to Madame Bones. He had only met her once, but she appeared to be very similar to the one he knew. Moving on. Aura Dawlish knew there was no point in continuing to discuss that family magic. What about the flash of light that appeared afterward? The Dementors were nowhere to be seen once the light went out. What was that? Harry considered his answer for a moment. He could not tell them about the existence of the Sacrum Spectrum. Even if he wanted to, he didn't completely understand it himself. The Muggles were the ones who discovered its existence and also the ones who named it. Wizards then created a way to bring this energy into our realm by the use of a modified summoning charm so it could be employed to power spells instead of normal magic. Just another Patronus, he ended up saying. What? The minister could not help but exclaim. That could not have been just a Patronus, Mr. Potter. There had to be more to it, the minister insisted. Harry could feel the suspicious glances from everyone in the room, but he cared little for that right now. They will have to take whatever answer he gives them. The light, people have described it to us. It appears too strong for a simple Patronus, Dawlish commented. Lord Parkinson also wanted to know more, but Harry not giving the minister any satisfactory answer was going to be good for him in the end, so he remained silent. I never said it was a simple one. You can put a lot of extra magic when creating the Patronus. It's not just about positive emotions. You can also change its size and shape, Harry explained. That should not be possible. The Patronus shape is determined by. Harry's wand was ejected from its holster and appeared in his hand. Expecto Patronum, a flash of light was shot out of his wand, startling the three men in the process. Dawlish had also called his wand by pure instinct after the sudden spell being cast. Lord Parkinson's eyes had become a lot sharper, and his hand was already inside his robes. And the minister spilled all the tea after kicking the table during his moment of shock. Sorry about that. I thought that a demonstration would be quicker. Harry extended his left hand, and a small white bird landed on it. The witness claimed to have seen something resembling a deer or a stag. Dawlish observed the little bird with attention. As I said before, I can change the shape and size of my Patronus. Is that an eagle? The minister asked. It's an owl. Her name is Hedwig, Harry answered. She is beautiful. Lily got her face closer to see it better. She was, Harry said softly. Albus, the minister addressed the headmaster. How come we haven't heard anything about such a talented student before? We like to give our students their privacy. If fame is what they want, then it is up to them to search for it. Dumbledore glanced at Harry. Mr. Potter here, he values his privacy. Fudge frowned. And what about the boy who lived? How is he doing? I heard many rumors about him having some incredible dormant powers or something. How is that going? Maybe I can at least bring some positive news about that boy instead. The minister had to admit that he expected more from Longbottom. Had he been more brilliant, he could use him to further his career. Still dormant, I'm afraid, Dumbledore said. The minister clenched his teeth and cursed something to himself. Well, for my part, I have found Harry's answer satisfactory. Dawlish looked at his side. Minister? Yes, quite satisfactory, the minister said. He didn't truly believe that. So far, he had found nothing that could help him. Perhaps if he could trade something for that Potter family spell. But currently the minister had not much gold to offer. Since Malfoy's death, his pockets have been a lot emptier. He gets some donations from Parkinson and a few other lords, of course. But they are nowhere near as rich as Malfoy had been. If there is nothing else to discuss, shall we end it here? Lord Parkinson suggested. The minister threw him a nasty glare. How can he say that? They needed to get something. Oh, wait, there is a very important detail missing. Perhaps Mr. Potter can clarify it for us. What happened to the Dementors? They must have flown away. What other explanation is there? Dawlish concluded. After all, it is a known fact that Dementors are impossible to kill. No matter how potent Harry's Patronus had been, it would not have destroyed them. Yes, but where? They all claim to have seen those creatures disappear. Where did they go, Mr. Potter? The minister asked. At this point, his best chance was to at least find those Dementors. He had already checked with the guards stationed at Azkaban, so he was sure they did not come from the prison. But the ministry had claimed repeatedly to have full control over the Dementor population. The minister himself had very recently stood before several reporters and sworn to them that everything was under control, once some rumors about Dementors sneaking into nearby villages in order to feed on the Muggles. They are going to say it was my fault now, he cursed, then glanced at the young boy with expectant eyes. So, Mr. Potter, where did they go? I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you there, Minister. I only saw them ascending higher into the air. I did not see where they went after that, Harry told him. There was no way he could explain they were dead. And yes, he knew this was going to make the minister look bad, but for the most part, Minister Fudge was really good at doing that by himself. I see, he said with disappointment, but then he looked at Dumbledore. And where were you during all this commotion? I was making sure the rest of the students were able to evacuate the premises safely. The headmaster glanced at Harry. When I saw Mr. Potter's powerful Patronus, I knew that no further action was going to be required to force the Dementors away from the field. The old man's eyes became sharp as he moved them back to the minister. Are you looking for someone to take the blame, Cornelius? The minister became flushed. That was exactly what he was doing. I'm not doing such a thing. He then stood up. Let's go, this meeting is over. He gave Harry and his mother a polite nod. Mr. Potter, Lady Potter, it was a pleasure to meet you. Dawlish and Lord Parkinson also stood up. Lord Parkinson left right behind the minister without saying a word. The aura glanced at them. Well then, I'll take my leave. I'm sorry about the bother, Lily. You know how those things are. Ill informed James that everything went well. Is okay. Thank you, John, said Lily. Once the door closed, Lily spoke again. Was any of that true? She asked him. Some of it was, Harry said. The second spell, those chains gave out a similar feeling to Patronus, said Dumbledore. Did you create a variation? Expecto Custodia. It uses the same principle, different forming. I can write it down for you, Harry offered the headmaster. The headmaster chuckled. This old man has learned enough already, but I appreciate the offer. You should, however, remember to pass down your knowledge for future generations. It would be a shame if all of that wonderful magic got lost. After all, no one lives forever. I'll keep it in mind, Harry said. Hey, my son is still young. He is not going anywhere. He can pass everything down to my grandchildren. Isn't that right? Lily told him with a warm grin on her face. Of course, he hated lying to her. When they left the office, both Lily and Harry were surprised to find Lord Parkinson still there by himself, waiting close to the entrance. Lord Parkinson, is there anything you need? Lily asked, trying to hide her uneasiness. She did not want to admit that this man scared her a bit. She could never tell what he was thinking behind his cold eyes. I apologize for my rudeness, but I would like a few words with your son. Lord Parkinson's eyes were completely fixated on Harry as he spoke. It wasn't clear if this was because he only deemed Harry as a threat, or because he refused to completely acknowledge someone with a Muggle-born status. Now that the minister is not present, it seems like he is showing his true personality, Harry thought. You want to speak alone with my son? What could you possibly have to say that you cannot say in my presence? Lily asked. It's okay, Lord Parkinson. My mother is aware of all matters pertaining to our family and yours. My father would keep nothing from her, Harry informed the Lord. For once he saw a change in the man's face. He showed a hint of surprise. Is that so? Lord Parkinson said. Before giving the man time to react, Harry's wand was in his hand. With a smooth movement, he created a translucent screen around them. A privacy charm? Lord Parkinson asked. He had obviously been startled as his hand was already inside his robes, fetching his wand. I thought you might want one, Harry said. It is usually polite to give a warning before performing magic in front of someone else. You never know how they will react, Lord Parkinson said with a stern tone. As long as they react slower than me, it's all fine, said Harry while keeping his wand in hand. He was seriously considering if it would be a good idea to just kill this man right here and now. It may save him a headache later on. Aura Dawlish and the minister are waiting for me just around the corner, Lord Parkinson said as he had just been able to read his intentions. If it wasn't because he could feel their presence, Harry would never have believed that. But the man was not lying. If he killed him here, they would likely put the blame on his mother since she was right beside him. I could apparate him into the Chamber of Secrets. Good luck finding his body there. But apparition leaves a trace behind. Tusk, Harry. Is everything okay? You are making that face again. Lily was looking at him with a worried expression. Fine, let's hear what Lord Parkinson has to say. Harry will have to let this one go. He may have had 100 different ways to kill this man right now, but none of them would allow him to get away without consequences. Yes, I wanted to tell you this before it was too late, Mr. Potter. Lord Parkinson moved his eyes around to make sure no one was close by. There is still time to choose the right alliances. If you are half as clever as I believe you are, then you must have realized already that it is only a matter of time before I gain control of this country. Harry raised an eyebrow. You are seriously asking me to join your side in this? After everything that happened, leaving aside the matter of the Slytherin house, this man had already attempted to kill his father and kidnap his mother. That was not something he was going to forget anytime soon. Of course, your family will have to offer some compensation to the ones you have offended, especially the Montague and Derek families, but we can work something out. My daughter Pansy is very fond of you, as you may know. If you play your cards right, we could even arrange a marriage between the two of you. Lily was shocked after hearing Lord Parkinson's words. She never expected this man to say something like this. Did you actually expect me to say yes to that? Perhaps this man was not that clever after all. Lord Parkinson frowned. Mr. Potter, you are young and talented. You may think yourself invincible, but you don't know what you are dealing with here. This is the only time I will make this offer, then it will be too late. It would be a shame if someone with such a bright future. He let the last words hang in a threatening tone. Of course, to Harry, his words sounded ridiculous and kinda ironic. You are threatening my son? Lily clenched her fist. Harry held her back and got closer to Lord Parkinson. Harry, Lily wondered what her son wanted to do. The man took a step back by instinct. He then realized what he was doing and stopped. You claim that I don't know what I am dealing with, but it is you who should heed those words. You are playing a very dangerous game that you have no way of winning. Harry said the words in a cold tone. What are you talking about? Parkinson wasn't sure if this boy had lost his senses after feeling threatened. All your political skills, your money, your connections, your blackmail material, it will all be worthless when he returns, and he will kill you in the most painful way available to him for your offense. You are talking nonsense. Parkinson raised his voice. When Harry mentioned a he, a face and name came immediately to his mind. But that was impossible. He was certainly dead. What could this child possibly know that none of his contacts could find out? Your wife and daughter appear to be decent people, at least compared to you and the rest of your associates. So, for them, I will give you one chance. Take your family and leave the country. Go as far as you can and hide in some hole for the next few years at least. That is your only path to survive right now. Lord Parkinson stared at Harry in disbelief for almost 10 seconds. It appears that I have wasted my time with you, the Lord huffed in annoyance. He could not possibly take the words of a child seriously, no matter how much talent he had for magic. As far as Lord Parkinson was concerned, Harry was one of those geniuses who got arrogant when they gained some fame and started to talk about things they didn't understand. But no matter what, the Potters will certainly become a problem in my future, and something I will need to address one way or another. The next day, most eyes were on him. Rumors moved quickly inside Hogwarts, and even those who were not in the game or did not see him directly knew what happened already. The only spell used by Harry that the students were able to recognize was the Patronus he used at the beginning, so that is what they talked about the most. At least all they do is look at me. He was used to the stares. As long as people didn't approach him and started to annoy him, he would not mind it that much. But before he could arrive at his table for breakfast, a small boy stood in his way. I'm Colin Creevey. The young blonde boy raised an old-school camera and pointed it at him. Can I take a picture? The flash of light that followed indicated he already did. Fine, you have your picture, now let me eat in peace, Harry told the boy. Wait, I'm a member of Hogwarts newspaper. Can I do an interview with you? Creevey followed him. We have a newspaper? Parvati asked. Yeah, why haven't I heard about that? I usually hear about everything that happens here, Lavender inquired. Hermione made a face of displeasure. She obviously hadn't heard about it either but didn't want to admit it. Well, actually, it has been reinstated this year. Creevey admitted. Wait, don't tell me, it's just you, Lavender said. The boy nodded bashfully. For the moment, but my brother said he will join. His eyes moved back to Harry. I just want to ask you a few questions. People want to know more about Hogwarts' mysterious genius. Harry raised an eyebrow at the name. What did you say? Creevey became more nervous. That's what people have been calling you since last year. It is kinda your fault, Harry. Lyra leaned closer to him. You are not very approachable, to be honest. A lot of people ask me questions about you because they don't dare to speak with you in person. Yes, many students find you very scary, Hermione added. You didn't know that? Harry glanced over the Great Hall. Hermione was not wrong. He could recognize the mixture of fear and curiosity in their eyes. It's better that way, I guess. Since Harry didn't answer the boy, Ron took it upon himself to deal with him. Just let him eat alone, Creevey. Harry doesn't want your stupid interview, the redhead shouted at the timid boy. Yes, sorry. Colin Creevey ran away from the Great Hall. Ron, that was totally uncalled for. Colin didn't deserve that. Ginny smacked her brother on the shoulder. But he is so annoying. Someone had to do something. Ron stood his ground. Harry, one of the Weasley twins, called for him. We just wanted to say thank you for helping our little sister, the other one added. No problem. So how is your ankle? Harry asked. Madame Pomfrey fixed it in like 2 seconds. No need to worry, Abu. George was interrupted when a commotion erupted in the Great Hall. A group of black birds had entered the room and were circling around. Are those black owls? There are 4 of them. Lyra watched with interest, wondering what kind of message they were bringing. They look very small to be owls, Ginny pointed out. Those are not owls. Hermione was the first one to notice. They are ravens. The previous night, Parkinson's second manor, Lord Parkinson, arrived late to his meeting. Minister Fudge had insisted he stayed in his office to help fine-tune his speech for the next day. "How did it go?" Lord Flint asked. Lord Parkinson did not answer immediately. Instead, he continued to walk until he reached his usual seat at the head of the table. He sat down and observed the faces of the 15 people sitting in his dining hall. He had more allies, but these 15 were his most trustworthy ones, his inner circle. Well, Corbin Yaxley was a man of little patience, and even less so after spending a decade in Azkaban. "I believe," Lord Parkinson started, "that the poor Minister Fudge will not be able to keep his position for long. Very soon, we will be the ones in control of this country. It would have been faster if we just killed that pudgy bastard, like I suggested." Augustus Rookwood chuckled. "Yes, we heard that fantastic suggestion of yours. But killing the Minister of Magic would have created a lot of extra problems for us," Lord Montague said. "And it was just a matter of time before that incompetent man got himself into trouble," Lord Derek said. "Well, I can't wait, like we talked about it before. We want to be in charge of Hogwarts," Amicus Carrow said with a cruel grin. "We are going to put all those mudbloods where they belong," his sister added. Lord Parkinson had to put some effort into avoiding a reaction. Those two always creeped him out. He already had a good idea of what they wanted to do with those mudblood children. "Speaking of Hogwarts, what about Dumbledore?" Avery Jr. asked. "Yes, it's not like Fudge was ever much of a problem, but even the Dark Lord was wary of that old man," Lord Selwyn reminded them. "The headmaster won't be a problem for long." Lord Parkinson's eyes went to a burly man sitting close by. "Isn't that right, Dolohov, about that?" The man made a troubled face. "Greyback is asking for an extra 50%. What? Outrageous. Who does he think he is, that beast? Pay him." Parkinson did not hesitate. Before the other lords could begin complaining, he raised his hand in a placating manner. "Once we have complete control over magical Britain, we will strip all those blood traitor families of their assets. Money will not be an issue as long as we win. So pay that man what he asks. His role is a crucial one." Speaking of blood traitors, Montague glanced at the other lords next to him. "We decided to send the Ravens to Potter in the morrow," Lord Derek added. "Unless you have any objections." Lord Parkinson considered telling them about his private talk with Harry Potter, but he decided against it. Nothing good would come out of that, and Potter had rejected it anyway, before telling him all that nonsense. "Go ahead," Lord Parkinson said. "With Harry Potter's death, there will be one less headache for the future. I hope Pansy doesn't take it too badly." The four crows continued to fly over the Great Hall for another minute, while all the students and teachers stared at them with interest. The birds began to descend and move towards one particular table. Both McGonagall and Lily Potter saw with horror in their eyes as the crows landed right in front of Harry. He moved his plate aside, and the four crows got closer. Harry noticed that all of them carried small black letters in their beaks. One by one, the crows deposited the letters in front of him, under the watchful eyes of the students. "Black letters? What is that about?" Lyra asked, but could already imagine it was not good news. "A blood feud," Hermione said with excitement. "Ah, sorry, I just remembered reading something about black letters being delivered by crows in a book about old wizard traditions." "A blood feud? Is it from those Slytherin families?" Ginny asked with worry. Harry's conflict with the Slytherins was not much of a secret at this point. Without saying a word, he picked up the first letter and was about to open it when Professor McGonagall and his mother ran to his side. "Mr. Potter, no. Harry, wait, don't open that," Lily warned. "Is there a problem, Professor?" Harry asked. "Those letters are declarations of blood feuds," the professor cried. "Yes, I already knew that." He opened the first letter. "Harry." Lily exclaimed. "Blood feud?" Lyra was surprised. "Isn't that like declaring war on our family?" "That is exactly what that is, Miss Potter. These things are rarely used nowadays, but the Ministry never removed them," Professor McGonagall said. "It's not really against our family." Harry was reading the first letter. "Their feud is only with me. There is no mention of the remaining Potter family." "Let me see it." Lily took the paper and started reading. Expression became more upset the more she read. "How dare they? They are declaring the feud against Harry and challenging him to a duel for this supposed attack against their heirs. Can they do that? My brother is just in his 3rd year. How can a bunch of adults challenge him like that?" Lyra said. "I'm afraid they can," said McGonagall. "Those laws are completely archaic. Does someone have a quill? I need to sign at the end to accept the duel." Harry looked around. "Harry, are you sure about this?" Lily stared at her son with a serious expression. Refusing this would not put an end to the blood feud. If I don't accept the duel, they could then go after our family in other ways. The duel is a much more direct and preferable option, Harry said. Perhaps we could discuss this with the headmaster. He may have a better alternative, or we can go to the minister. Lily, McGonagall yelled when she saw Lily handing Harry a quill. I trust my son, if he says he can handle this. Lily knew that McGonagall was not going to understand it, because she didn't know what her son was capable of. Harry signed the 4 letters and gave them back to the crows, who took them and flew away. The 4 blood feuds had been issued by the Montague, Derek, Flint, and Pusey families. The duels would take place in 1 month in the Ministry dueling arena, located in the basement. On that same day, in the late afternoon, Harry entered his workshop at the Castle Foundation. The matter about the blood feuds and the duel was only of little significance to him. Instead, he had something much more important to worry about. His batch of magicite was finally ready. It was time to craft a few artifacts. Let's see. He stared at the cauldron filled with molten metal. This one was much bigger than the previous one. He was planning on creating some protective artifacts for his parents, Ginny, Luna, and Daphne. The design was the same one that he used for Lyra's, but the materials this time were of much higher quality. Lord Greengrass had provided him with the best of the best. The least he could do was give his daughter some protection. Once those were ready, it was time for the main event. He was going to create another set of the 7 Arkstone Array artifact like the one he lost the previous year. Except that given his recent physical improvements, he figured he was going to take things 1 step further. The design for the 9 Arkstone Array version was already in his memory. It was originally designed by the combined effort of Luna and Hermione, but neither of them thought that his body would have been able to take such a massive input of magic, so it was never created. His current body has far surpassed his old one, and now he was sure that this time he would be able to use it. Even with only 2 extra pieces, the amount of power generated by these artifacts should be exponentially higher. Each Arkstone was able to hold the same amount of magic as an average wizard, but when all 7 pieces are activated together, the output is more than double that. For a brief moment, Harry was wielding the power of around 14 wizards, plus his own. If their calculations were correct, the 9-piece array should give him the power of 30 wizards added to his own magic. I could destroy an entire city block with a bombarder. His body shook with anticipation and a smile crept onto his face. Let's do this. February 12, Ministry of Magic. Ah, the Potters, we were waiting for you. Dolores Umbridge offered them a fake smile before turning to the other person next to them. Headmaster Dumbledore, I'll admit we were not expecting you to attend. Harry Potter is one of my students. I thought that, at the very least, I should be here as a witness. I hope that won't be an inconvenience, Dumbledore told her. Of course, follow me. She turned around and started walking at a brisk pace. Harry observed his surroundings as they walked and paid close attention to the people working at the ministry. There was a clear tension in the air. It had been like that since Minister Fudge was relieved from his position with the most dishonor. It only took 2 weeks for this to happen since the disastrous interview where he attempted to explain the presence of Dementors at Hogwarts. Not long after that, documents depicting many illegal deals he had made with Lucius Malfoy, among other lords, ended up in the hands of Amelia Bones, as well as the press. Former Minister Fudge was very lucky to avoid ending up in prison, but ultimately was forced to leave the country in order to escape the public's outrage. The Wisengamot is due to get together and decide the next minister in just a few days, but everyone knows it is merely a formality. Lord Parkinson had the majority support in that chamber. This means that everyone who is not part of his conservative faction is due to have a bad time working here. Here we are. Umbridge pointed her wand at an old-looking stone door, and this one opened up. Once inside, they found themselves in a large circular room. There were seats all around it and a stone arena in the middle. There were barely any decorations at all. It was all very rustic-looking. This place hasn't changed. Dumbledore commented. You've been here before? Lily asked. It's been a few decades. This chamber was used often in the past. When a disagreement between 2 lords could no longer be discussed with words, they would come here to solve it with their wands. And that is exactly what we are doing today. Lord Parkinson approached them. I was not expecting you to be here, Lord Parkinson, Dumbledore said. He walked from the other side of the circular room. Behind him one could see the 4 lords, Flint, Montague, Derek, and Pusey, as well as their sons, the ones who Harry attacked that day. Graham Montague was still missing his arm. As for Peregrine Derek, his wound was not visible, but by the deadly look he was giving Harry, It was still there. These lords are good friends of mine. I could not miss this. Like you, Albus, I am here to be a witness to this duel. Let us hope that after today, we can put behind this ugly business between us. Lord Parkinson said, "Is that what you call this? An ugly business? Those lords challenged my 13-year-old son to a death duel," James shouted, "and your son agreed to it." Lord Parkinson reminded him, "Mr. Potter, be more mindful of how you address Lord Parkinson. You better learn to be more respectful if you want to keep that little job of yours." Umbridge's tone of voice became more acute, almost like a shriek. Lily appeared ready to rip the toad-like woman a new one, so Harry decided to step in. "Let us get this ugly business going, shall we? Who am I dueling exactly?" Harry walked through the sitting area, getting closer to the others. The guy with no arm, the one with no dick, the other two losers, or perhaps their parents, those great respectable lords who would gladly lower themselves to fight a child. How shameful! He shook his head. "Potter, you bastard!" Peregrine Derek screamed at him. "I'm going to kill you myself." He was about to move to the arena when his father stopped him. "Control yourself, Peregrine. Don't fall for his provocations." "Ahem, ahem." Umbridge cleared her throat. "Before we get to that, boy," she glared at Harry, "we need to make the rules clear, as is customary." She walked to the arena but stopped before it. "Only those who are willing to fight to the death shall step on this arena. Killing will only be allowed in this particular space and only for the duration of this duel. There will be no restriction on spells. Everything is allowed. They are even allowing the 3 unforgivables," Lily gasped. There is something off in the way she worded those rules." Dumbledore noticed. "Silence, I was not done," Umbridge huffed. "Now where was I? Right, there will be no res Potter," she yelled at Harry when she saw him stepping into the arena. "What? You were taking too long." "So everything is allowed, got it." He looked at the 4 pureblood families. "I assume you were thinking of stepping in all at the same time, right? Well, come on then, get in here." He pointed at the arena. "What, is that true?" Lily asked. "Of course. They didn't dare to fight him in an individual duel." James glanced at his son. He made them promise that no matter what happens, they will not intervene. He had no reason to doubt his son's abilities, but this still felt wrong. "That confidence is going to kill you, Potter," Graham Montague shouted. He and his other 3 housemates approached the stone arena. "Since this is an issue between our boys, we are going to let them solve it," Lord Derek said, although in reality, none of the lords had the intention to sit there and do nothing if their heirs were in danger. If they saw that Potter had a chance of winning, they had planned to step into the arena and kill the boy together. The rules were left vague to allow this. Everyone who steps into the arena will have to fight to the death, but there is no restriction on who can step in. Marcus Flint, Adrian Pusey, Graham Montague, and Peregrine Derek got ready to enter the arena. The 4 lords stood waiting right outside, while Lord Parkinson was seated a short distance behind. James, Lily, and Dumbledore were on the other side of the arena, behind Harry. The 4 boys stared at Harry, eager to jump into the arena and end his life once and for all. Montague's eyes went to the strange pieces of jewelry on Harry's body. He had never seen him wear anything like that before. "Nice earrings, Potter," he said in a mocking voice. "Thanks, I made them myself," Harry answered with indifference. The smile vanished from Montague's face. That's not what I meant. Graham, that's enough, don't bother talking to him." Marcus Flint took charge as usual, "and soon enough it won't matter. Soon, Potter will be dead, he was sure of that." "What are you doing?" Peregrine Derek exclaimed while pointing at Harry, who was now sitting on the arena floor with his legs crossed. "Potter, I hope you're not considering giving up, because I'm afraid it's too late for that already," Dolores Umbridge said in a condescending way. James and Lily also wondered what their son was planning. "Who said anything about giving up? I just felt like sitting. It's not like those 4 idiots have a chance. Might as well give them a bit of a handicap," Harry said. "How dare you? We don't need a handicap." His words enraged the boys, who then proceeded to yell at him. "Do not fall for his cheap provocations," Lord Flint told them calmly, "for they do nothing more than to show his own insecurities. Focus on what you have learned and you will be fine." The boys calmed down after hearing this. With their confidence back, they remembered their original plan. Since their encounter with Harry, they had been practicing hard on learning a single spell. A spell they were going to use in order to destroy him today, right in front of his parents. They looked at each other and recovered their confident smiles. They were ready now. Umbridge glanced at Lord Parkinson, and this one nodded, giving his approval to begin. "Very well. Today we are in this ancient chamber to carry out the blood feud between the Potter family with the following wizard families: Flint, Derek, Montague, and Pusey. This will be done by a duel to the death in this arena. Everyone who steps on it will be considered a participant, and thus will be allowed to kill or be killed without any legal consequences on the ministry's part. All magic is allowed, nothing is forbidden in this place. After finishing her announcement, she got closer to the four boys and spoke in a lower voice. The moment you set foot on the arena, the duel shall begin. Umbridge reminded them, so they knew to cast their spells immediately, not giving Harry time to react. With their wands in hand, the four of them jumped onto the stone arena and immediately pointed their wands at Harry. There was no way for Harry to deal with four spells such as these at the same time. That's what they thought at least. The four boys chanted in unison. Avid 4 letters. That was as far as they got in their incantation. It all happened in an instant. Everything looked normal and then, without any warning, dozens of spikes formed from the stone surface of the arena. The spikes shot upwards almost as fast as bullets, not giving the four boys time to process what was happening before they found themselves impaled in various spots of their bodies and lifted in the air like pieces of dead meat. It took a few seconds for the ones watching to understand exactly what had transpired, since it was all too brief. The four lords screamed the names of their sons. It was in vain. The four boys were already dead. The spikes had pierced their vital organs, killing them almost instantly. None of the lords could have predicted for this duel, if it could still be called that, to end in such a way. Harry lifted his wand a little bit. As the contact with the stone surface broke, the spikes sank back into the ground where they came from. The spectators then realized that Harry had not sat down in an attempt to provoke them or give them any form of advantage, but he did it simply to be closer to the stone surface so he could perform his transfiguration much faster. That was both impressive and brutal, James commented. He did not hesitate for a second. I'm glad he didn't, Lily huffed. Those boys were going to kill him. I know, Lily, I know. I'm not judging him. Have been on that side many times too. I know how it feels, James said in a placating manner. It was more than impressive, that is for sure. Dumbledore interjected. What Harry just did was not technically a spell. He performed a very complex free transfiguration, commanding his magic to morph the surface of the arena and bend it to his will, and he did incredibly fast. Preposterous, Umbridge shouted. How can that blood traitor kill the four heirs like that? He must have cheated. Lord Parkinson stared at Harry with an increasing feeling of worry. He had hoped for this matter to be over quickly, but not like this. Now it was up to the four lords to take action. Wait, don't step in yet. Lord Flint's tone was cold but firm. Don't try to stop me, I'm ripping that boy apart, Lord Derek screamed. Do you want to suffer the same fate as our sons? Use your head, Lord Montague said. They are right. That boy's transfiguration is too fast. Going in there without a plan would be suicide. Lord Pusey tried to maintain his calm despite the situation. We have already underestimated that boy too much. He cannot make any more mistakes today. That is why I said to wait. I have a plan. Lord Flint got closer to the platform and tapped it with his wand while chanting several sentences in Latin. Is that a protection charm? One of the other lords recognized part of the chant. Correct. Lord Flint finished his chanting. This will prevent the boy from using transfiguration on the arena. You know, Harry stood up. I feel offended that you thought I was going to pull the same thing against you. Ignore his petty taunts, Lord Flint said coldly. Harry walked to the edge of the arena and stopped there before turning around and waiting for them. He is going to be okay, right? Lily said softly. I think so. James could not help but worry too. He knew his son was incredibly capable, but there aren't many wizards out there who could take on 4 experienced opponents, and Lord Flint had sealed his strongest weapon. Be at ease, Dumbledore said. I believe that Harry had only shown us but a tiny fraction of what he is truly capable of. He could feel the magic stirring around Harry's body. He was clearly doing something while standing there, but even with all his years of experience, he could not begin to guess what this boy was planning on doing. The lords started discussing among themselves in a low voice, trying to come up with some plan while Harry waited patiently in the arena. What the 4 lords didn't realize was that giving him all this time to prepare was going to be a fatal mistake on their part, one they will pay dearly for. 5 of his 9 pieces of magicite jewels became alight. For this next magic, he was going to need a small boost. The lords finished their secret talk, and without saying one more word, they separated and walked to 4 different spots surrounding Harry. Their logic was obvious. As long as they are not close to each other, it would be impossible for Harry to attack them all at the same time, and while he focuses on one opponent, the other will be free to shoot at him. Without further warning, they stepped into the arena. What is this? Dumbledore's eyes opened wide. He had always been very sensitive when it came to magic. This sensitivity was one of the main things that allowed him to become the wizard he is today. But what Harry was doing, he had never seen that before. Albus, Lily gave the headmaster a side glance. By the time the last lord put his feet on the stony surface of the circular arena, they began casting their most deadly curses at him. But Harry's spell was already complete. All it needed was a swift flicker of his wand. The 5 arkstones shone in an eerie blue light as their magic was put to use. The air let out a cracking noise as if his magic was breaking it apart. No words came out of Harry's mouth. Like the one from before, this was a type of free transfiguration. The 4 lords stopped their chants midway. They all felt there was something very wrong with their bodies. The next second, a short, blood-curdling scream came out of their mouths before they turned into dust and disappeared. "Whoa, what was that?" James shouted. "Where did they go?" Umbridge moved her head frantically around the room. "What happened?" Lily could not understand it either. "Those men are dead," Dumbledore said with a somber tone. "Dead? But what kind of dark magic was that?" Umbridge pointed at Harry. "What did you do?" "Those were lords of ancient magical families, valuable members of magical society." Harry turned to her. "I did the same thing they intended to do to me. As for what magic I used, it is irrelevant." "All magic is allowed. Those were your words, weren't they, Lord Parkinson?" Dumbledore decided to speak before that woman started to run her mouth. "I believe this matter can be considered settled." Parkinson moved his eyes away from Harry, trying his best to hide his worry. "Why, yes, I think so too. Come on, Madam Umbridge, we have much to do. His inner circle must be informed about what happened today as soon as possible. They will need to discuss further on a way to deal with Harry Potter." Up until now, he had only considered Dumbledore as a real threat to his plans, while Harry had been nothing more than an annoyance and potential future problem. But today's demonstration had completely changed his view. The boy was a monster, perhaps as much as his old master, and will need to be approached with the utmost care. He left the room with brisk steps, while the toad-looking woman followed behind. "Harry." Lily came running to him and gave him a tight hug as soon as he came down from the stone platform. "I hope that didn't change your opinion of me," Harry said softly. Lily's answer was to hug him tighter. "Never. You did what you had to do, son." James patted his shoulder and gave him an encouraging nod. "Harry," Dumbledore approached too. His face looked slightly paler. "That surprised, huh?" Harry told him. He knew that the old headmaster was the only one in the room who truly understood what he did. "How?" Dumbledore asked. "You broke the laws of transfiguration, Harry. How did you do that?" "The law of transfiguration?" Lily asked. "That was a transfiguration?" James looked at Harry in disbelief. "I see now." Harry didn't touch any of them. "That's right. Transfiguration requires physical contact, but Harry used it from the other side of the arena," Lily said. "There is always a way to bend the rules, you know this well, Professor," Harry commented. "But this is hardly the best place to have this discussion. We should leave before that toad snaps and tries to get me arrested." "Toad?" Lily asked. "I assume he is referring to Madam Umbridge," James answered. Lily appeared to be thinking for a moment before she started to chuckle. "She does look like a toad." "Yes, but don't let her hear you say that. That woman has a nasty personality." Harry would later on explain to Dumbledore how to accomplish his little trick. It wasn't too complicated. One just needed perfect control over one's magic, as well as a large amount of it. He then concentrated strands of magic until they became a pseudo-physical and tangible material, like very thin strands of fishing wire. They are almost impossible to see unless you know what to look for. They could, however, be detected by the most skilled wizards. Once these strands touched his target, Harry could use transfiguration on them with no issues. Now, this was hardly an efficient way of killing by any means. Besides the high magical consumption, it is also unlikely to work on any powerful wizard. The strands of magic can be detected and destroyed by the most skilled individuals, and human transfiguration can be resisted by the target. The same way that the Imperio curse can be thrown off by people with strong minds, human transfiguration can suffer the same fate against those who are exceptionally powerful. It was still useful if you chose the right targets. Harry knew those 4 lords would have no chance to defend themselves against it, making this a very efficient and decisive way to end this duel. The news about his duel did not take long to reach the ears of the school. The next newspaper arrived with a very detailed and very unflattering article written by Rita Skeeter. The whispers quieted down as the students saw Harry making his way to classes. They would even move out of the way to let him pass. If the students had been slightly afraid of him before, They were now completely terrified. Perhaps calling the article unflattering was an understatement, considering that the only source of information was no other than Dolar's umbrage. It was an extremely one-sided story that tried to portray Harry, his family, and the headmaster in the worst light possible. Despite this having been a duel to the death that four lords pushed on a 13-year-old boy, Rita would still find ways to make Harry appear as the bad guy of the story and a ruthless murderer. She even ended the article with a "Is this the potential beginning of a new Dark Lord? Should the Ministry do something about it before it's too late?" His family was understandably outraged by the article. His mother had even sent several howlers to the Prophet, and his father sent a formal request to rectify the article. Harry knew it wasn't going to work. Not only is Rita Skeeter an incredibly stubborn woman, but at this point, Lord Parkinson should have a very strong grip on that newspaper. They won't retract something that benefits him. The man wants to control the country using politics. So controlling the most popular newspaper would be crucial for that. Most people will believe anything that was written in these, so he can decide what stories he wants them to believe. He didn't really care that much about all of this. At the end of the day, Lord Parkinson's political plays were not going to save him. 2 weeks later, and to the surprise of almost no one, another paper with big news appeared. Perseus Parkinson had been selected as the new Minister of Magic after a long Wisengamot session. March 19, "Are you sure you want people to see us together?" Harry asked. Daphne shrugged. "It matters little anymore, and my house is terrified of you. They won't even look my way after they saw us speak the other day. It's not the students who worry me. The current minister and I aren't exactly on friendly terms, as you can imagine, if he thinks he can get to me by attacking you. Always careful, and it's not like everyone in my house is a fan of the minister, but let's not talk about that." She clasped her hands together. "Today you invited me here because it's my 14th birthday, remember?" "Ah, yes. It was she who insisted that he had to bring her to Hogsmeade today. Wait, I didn't know it was your birthday, and you want to celebrate it? Here." Harry looked around at the tacky decorations of the coffee shop. Everything but the floor was some tone of pink. "Well, heard the tea was really good here. Welcome to Madame Puddifoot's." A very cheerful waitress with a frilly pink dress approached them. "What would you like to drink? Perhaps an Earl Grey tea, a strawberry rose tea infused with hibiscus, or perhaps you would be more interested in our best-selling item, the couple's special." She gave them a playful wink. Both Harry and Daphne groaned at the same time. "I'll take some Earl Grey tea, please, and some pastries," said Daphne. "I'll take the same," Harry added. Noticing that her teasing was not having the intended effect, the waitress finished their order and left. "Sorry for bringing you here. I thought it would be too embarrassing to come alone with Tracy. Also, she has started dating Nott, so she wouldn't have time anyway. It's no problem, but I would prefer a different place next time," said Harry. A small smile appeared on Daphne's face. "Next time? But I hope you're not expecting a grand gift from me. I didn't even know it was your birthday." "You could have asked, and I already gave you that thing." He pointed at the magicite ring on her left index finger. It was a shield ring like the one he made for Lyra. This one came out more potent due to the higher quality materials. Daphne clutched her ring. "No, I don't need any more gifts. I just wanted to talk with you for a bit, that's all." "Okay, and was there anything specific you wanted to talk about?" Harry asked her. "Actually, yes." She pulled something small from a hidden pocket. She then gave it to Harry so he could take a better look. He recognized this piece of cardboard. "This is what Morgana gave you so you could find her shop." The front displayed the shop information. "Turn it around." Harry did that and discovered that some letters had appeared on the previously empty space. "Give me a visit on Easter break, okay? Don't disappoint me." What do you think she wants?" Daphne asked with concern. She had done nothing that could have offended her. "I thought she was going to wait a few more years before inviting you. She must be worried about something. You know why she is telling me to visit her? Likely, she wants to offer you an apprenticeship, or at least test you to see your affinity with her branch of magic." "Apprenticeship? Lady Yafel wants to teach me?" Daphne could not believe it. If this woman was who Harry suggested, she would be taught by someone who could almost be considered the female counterpart of the great Merlin. That's not an opportunity given to many. You could learn a lot from her. That woman is one of the most ancient beings in this world, and one of the most dangerous ones. Daphne looked more nervous now. Then, "Here is your tea." Daphne almost jumped from the chair by the shock. She was so focused on the conversation that she didn't even notice the waitress approaching with their order. "My, you look very nervous, dear. Is this your first date?" the waitress asked casually while placing their drinks on the table. "And no, I mean yes." No, I mean it's not a date. Daphne's cheeks started to turn pink. Oh, I see. It always starts like that. Don't worry, dear. Everything will turn out okay. The waitress gave her a grin and a wink before leaving again. Technically, it's our second date. Remember that day I took you to the chamber? Harry asked. How can I forget that? And that was not a date. Daphne wanted to smack his head but didn't want to make a scene in a place this full. She still had an image to maintain. I see. So what were you going to say before? I was going to ask if you could accompany me to the shop. I can take you to the entrance, but this is something you need to do on your own. Prove to that old hag that you are someone capable and worth teaching. Daphne realized that Harry was right. Acting like a scared girl was not going to earn her any favors with that witch. Any advice? Sure, don't mention Merlin, like ever, under no circumstances. It's actually better if you don't mention anyone from old Camelot. She doesn't have fond memories from back then, I believe. Do you know what happened to her? She asked with interest while leaning forward. I don't know much. Just that at some point, the old wizard managed to tie her to the lands surrounding Diagon Alley. She can never go too far before being pulled back again. I wonder what happened, Daphne said. Harry shrugged. She never gave me the details. Perhaps you can earn her trust more than I did. Harry reminisced about the past. The Morgana he knew died the day that London was obliterated by a high-ranked demon attack. She only survived long enough to tell him a few things. Had she been able to move around freely, she would have had no problem surviving that attack, and with her help, they may have been able to end the war a decade earlier at least. Harry? Yes, you mentioned before that she was a blood witch, right? Isn't that magic? Incredibly dark. Is that what she would want me to learn? That is her specialty, but hardly the only thing she knows. However, you would be wrong to dismiss an entire branch of magic as evil, just because the ministry says so, or because many wizards and witches have used it for nefarious purposes. At the end of the day, magic has no will of its own. It's just a tool that you can use to accomplish your goals. I understand. She felt a bit better hearing Harry say that. Then, I've made up my mind. I will go visit her on Easter break. April 13, the entire school was in the Great Hall celebrating the beginning of the last trimester. Harry had returned home for the break since he didn't have any urgent business to complete on the outside at the moment. He spent most of his free time keeping company with his little sister while his mother worked on preparing for the end of the school year. She had a lot of work for the senior students. He spoke several times with his father, James. Things at the ministry had become even worse. Parkinson and his followers were trying their best to remove anyone who disagreed with their political views or refused to follow orders blindly. Those close to him continued to receive promotions, while others, like his father, found themselves either being demoted or fired. It was only thanks to Amelia Bones, who still had a lot of influence in the ministry, that he was able to keep his job at all. But he was still delegated to a desk job with little to no authority. It wasn't like James needed the money. He could quit at any point if he wanted to, but if the few people willing to oppose the minister were to quit, things could spiral out of control very quickly. This was the main reason for people like James, Dawlish, or Alastair Moody to remain there. But Minister Parkinson still has one big hurdle to overcome if he wants to have complete control over the country. He needs to rid himself of Albus Dumbledore. Not only is he the headmaster of Hogwarts, but also the chief warlock in the Wizengamot and the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. His influence could even surpass that of the minister in certain matters. For as long as Albus Dumbledore is allowed to remain, Parkinson will never have complete authority, and he is very much aware of this fact. Harry thought for a while, but could not think of anything that Parkinson could do to get the old man removed from his several positions of power. Unless something major were to occur in the castle, something that the minister could put the full blame on the headmaster, like a very serious crime or some incident that caused the deaths of several students. Attention, everyone, I need a minute of your time. While Harry was lost in his thoughts, the headmaster walked to the podium in order to make an announcement. Who is that ugly woman next to the headmaster? Ron asked while pointing at a short woman wearing a ridiculously pink dress and a wide smile that didn't reach her eyes. Ron, that is so rude, Hermione complained. Well, she is very unpleasant to look at. That smile gives me the creeps, Lavender said with a deep frown on her face. Does anyone know who she is? I doubt they would be introducing a new professor this late. Parvati stared at the woman with interest. That is Dolor's Umbridge. A bootlicker from the ministry with too much authority, Harry said. Oh, I've heard that name before, Fred exclaimed. That's the one who keeps trying to get our dad fired from the ministry, added George. I heard Mum speak about her, Ginny mumbled, said that she is the nastiest woman she had ever met. Attention, please, Dumbledore spoke again. Tonight, we have a representative from the ministry with an important announcement to make. Aim. The woman pretended to cough before lightly pushing the old headmaster away from the podium. I can take it from here, headmaster. Dumbledore found her rude attempts very amusing. Of course, Madam Umbridge, go ahead. He moved aside. I am Madam Umbridge, she exclaimed a lot louder than necessary. I represent the Grand Minister Parkinson himself. This means that my words shall be taken with the same level of authority and respect as you would give the minister himself. She glanced down at a paper she was holding and gave it a quick read before continuing. This school has recently been involved in an unfortunate incident involving some Dementors. The current minister, in his infinite kindness, has decided to compensate the students for that terrible experience. Murmurs in the hall grew louder. Does she mean those clouds that appeared during the Quidditch game? Compensation? What is she talking about? What is the ministry going to give us? You think it's money. Ron, they are not going to give us money, Neville sighed. Silence, Umbridge screamed before slamming her hand on the podium. Once the students calmed down a bit, she continued. Do not interrupt me like that again. Now, where was I? Ah yes, compensation. She glanced at the paper again. On June 1, the ministry will be hosting a wonderful party here at Hogwarts. There will be luxurious meals and a music band for the dance. You will receive more details by Owl in the next few days. Party, Lavender said with excitement. A dance, Parvati added. Oh, that sounds fun, Lyra said. So no money then, Ron said with disappointment. What kind of party will it be? Neville asked. Food and stuff, Seamus shrugged. Everyone around him appeared to be excited about the prospect of a party by the end of the year. Harry was the only one who didn't seem delighted in the slightest. So this is it then, a great chance to give free access to the castle to anyone the minister wants. Party hosted by the ministry would mean that guests from said ministry will be expected, as well as personnel bringing things like food and decorations. Because of this, it would not be weird for the minister to request Hogwarts wards to be temporarily disabled. Or at least, that's what Harry thought at that moment. Expelliarmus, the flash of light left Ginny's wand. Harry gave his own wand a flick. This made the light return to where it came from, hitting Ginny's wand and sending it flying away. Try not to make it so obvious. You need to chain several spells together so your opponent can't just deflect your disarms or stunners that easily, Harry explained. Sorry, Ginny lowered her head in shame. It's fine, Harry brushed it off. You are still doing great for second year, much better than my sister. Hey, I can hear you. Lyra was a short distance away, fighting against a dummy. I can't believe you're making us practice on a Friday afternoon. I don't mind. Ginny said softly. Dismember. Luna's spell hit the dummy, and it was immediately ripped apart. Luna started to laugh maniacally. Did you see that, Torre? Astoria glanced at the remains of the training dummy as it tried to put itself together. Scary. Harry, why would you teach Luna something like that? Lyra exclaimed. Luna, remember what you promised me? Harry asked her. I will only use it on the bad guys, Luna said with excitement while waving her hand around. See. No problem, he told his sister. I see a huge problem, Lyra replied. Harry, Daphne walked past Lyra and stood in front of Harry with her wand in hand. Want to practice? He asked, and Daphne nodded. Harry moved to the middle of the room and stood there. You can begin. He hadn't seen much of Daphne since she came back from her training with Morgana, but he could tell that she had improved a lot in such a short amount of time. Daphne moved her wand in a quick, immersive motion. Incarcerus, a dozen ropes shot towards him at great speed, but she was not done yet. Aguamenti, a cascade of water came from above. Glacius, the water transformed into spikes made of ice. Protego, a shield appeared around Harry, blocking both the ropes and spikes from reaching him. Lapis, Daphne kneeled down and touched the stone floor. Transfiguration, Harry was surprised to see this. He had not taught her any elemental transfiguration. Spiker. Harry jumped backward before a spike made of stone managed to pierce his body. Not bad, Harry remarked. I'm not done. Daphne moved forward and aimed her wand at the stone spike itself. Depulso, a concentrated gust of air broke the spike into small pieces and shot them at Harry like bullets. He conjured a shield in front of him to block the shrapnel while starting his counter-attack. Aves, a dozen birds made of paper, made their way to Daphne. While she considered how to deal with them, Harry had already cast 2 more spells. A group of spiders had been summoned and were moving at fast speed towards her. When Daphne attempted to move back, she noticed the floor was extremely slippery. Evan, She attempted to vanish the creatures around her before it was too late. Silencio, but found herself unable to speak. Tripping Jinx sent her tumbling down on the ground while birds landed on top of her head and the spiders started to climb across her legs. Do you yield? Harry pointed his wand at her. Daphne nodded vigorously, so Harry dispelled the summoned creatures and removed the silencing charm on her. Ah, I hate spiders, Daphne exclaimed. Daphne, that was amazing, Lyra approached. Yes, where did you learn to do all of that? Did Harry teach you? Ginny could not hide her jealousy at this point. Daphne. Great, Astoria tapped her shoulder. Well, I have been doing some extra practice during the break, Daphne said. She could not mention where she had been. Only her parents had a vague idea of what was going on. How was it? Daphne stood up from the floor and got closer to Harry. Good, but you got easily distracted with those summons and stopped paying attention to what I was doing. You should have been able to avoid that silencing charm with ease, Harry explained. Why did you have to summon spiders? Even a snake would have been fine. Daphne wanted to complain, but she knew she should have done better. Let me try again. Take it easy. Why don't you practice a bit with Ginny and Lyra? I have to go check on Luna and your sister, Harry suggested, but seeing her face of disappointment, he decided to add, fine, just give me 20 minutes. Then we can do it again. He then approached Luna and Astoria. How did I do? Luna pointed at the targeted dummy with missing arms. Great, but remember that against a real person, you will have put a lot of power into that spell. Real bodies are a lot more resistant than you imagine. Luna nodded vigorously. I see. It needs more power, Harry. Astoria looked at him. He glanced at the girl. She was still not talking much. I guess it's hard to break old habits. Teach me, Astoria demanded while making an expression that was probably the closest she could get to a pout. Harry found it amusing that she was probably being jealous of her sister Daphne. The only problem is that I still don't know if there is any type of magic that she stands out on. She seems to be decent at everything. Is there anything in particular you want to learn? He decided to ask. Astoria shrugged. Well, is a bit early, but if I teach you the basics of silent casting. She seems to dislike speaking, so learning to use spells without having to say anything will probably benefit her more than most. Astoria smiled. Apparently, she loved the idea. 1 week before the party, Minister Parkinson had called his inner circle for one last meeting before the day to make sure everything was ready. While looking at the faces around the table, he couldn't help but miss Montage, Flint, Derek, and Pusey. They were 4 of his most trustworthy men and had known them for years. Minister could not help but feel guilty for what happened to those men. If only he had put more effort into investigating Potter's abilities. Now the table looked so empty without them. Wait, he just noticed there were 5 empty seats and not 4. Where is Yaxley? Parkinson demanded to know. This was an extremely important meeting. This may decide whether they succeed or fail in driving Dumbledore away and eliminating Harry Potter. The men glanced at the empty seat belonging to Yaxley. I haven't seen him since 2 weeks ago, Augustus Rookwood said. Parkinson frowned. He now recalled an argument they had back then. Yaxley had disagreed with his plans and had wanted to take a more subterfuge approach. Did he betray me? Parkinson could not help but think. No one has seen him, he asked. The men shook their heads or chose to remain silent. If they think they can betray me when things go wrong and suffer no consequences, would set a dangerous precedent for his rule as Dark Lord. Goyle, Crabbe, and Avery, find Yaxley and bring him to me. If he has betrayed us, we will have to show him what we do with traitors. The men at least appeared to accept his order. He had chosen Crabbe and Goyle because they always followed orders, and Avery because he was a sadist who enjoyed hunting people down. Now, let's get to the main topic of this meeting, said Lord Parkinson. Greyback is bringing almost his entire pack. 28 werewolves plus himself, Antonin Dolohov said. That is more than overkill already. Do we even need the trolls? Jugson asked. 5 trolls and 15 of the Outer Circle recruits. All ready for action, Walden McNair said. Excellent, Lord Parkinson smiled. His eyes then moved to Mr. Jugson. I know you all think that bringing such a force to deal with one boy is ridiculous, but must I remind you that this is the boy who killed 4 adult wizards with a single spell? Parkinson slammed his hand on the table. He knew that his story about what happened that day at the arena was going to be hard to believe. That's why he went as far as to let these men review his memories of the event using a pensieve, but he was afraid that even with that, it may not have been enough. No matter, we cannot be too cautious with this. This plan cannot fail. There is too much at stake, Lord Parkinson said. He is right, Lord Selwyn agreed. In a week we will get rid of that Potter boy, as well as the boy who lived. and Albus Dumbledore will take the blame for the attack. Indeed, the documents are all ready, the new minister assured them. As soon as the press is informed about what happened in Hogwarts, they will find many documents implicating the headmaster as the main culprit of the werewolf attack on the school. The deaths of Harry Potter, as well as the boy who lived, will be pinned on him. Like the previous minister, Dumbledore will be forced to leave the country. Just one more week, Parkinson said in a soft tone. 1 week later, you look so handsome. Lily clung to his arm. Harry was wearing some elegant dress robes made of black acromantula silk. Mom, that's enough, Harry grumbled. Did you at least leave Holly at home? Yes, but I still think you and your father are being too paranoid, Lily huffed. Don't forget whose idea this party was, Harry said. I know, but even that man won't be that bold to try anything here. The headmaster will be at the party, as well as important people from the ministry and a dozen auras, Lily pointed out. I wouldn't trust any of those auras, said Harry. His father, Moody Dawlish, as well as any decent aura, had either been fired or put at some desk position, far away from the action. The auras today at Hogwarts were all new recruits and were definitely part of Parkinson's outer circle of minions. Make sure to keep an eye on Lyra until I find out what that man is planning to bring here, Harry said. The castle wards had been opened in order to allow all the guests to enter Hogwarts, but even with the defenses disabled, Harry would be able to use the elves and the living paintings to act as his eyes and ears so he would know who comes in and out of the wards. Someone knocked at the door of Lily's office. Mom, we are ready. Lyra's voice could be heard on the other side. Come in. Let me see you, Lily answered. The door opened and Lyra entered the room along with Ginny. Luna and Tori are waiting for us around the corner. We can't take long. The two girls were wearing dress robes with their house colors. Harry, you look so handsome, Ginny commented. She was feeling braver than usual today. You look great too, Ginny, Harry answered. What about me? Lyra exclaimed. Don't I look pretty? She said in a teasing tone. Harry got closer and placed a hand under her chin. You, my beloved sister, are the most beautiful of them all. Please save a dance for me tonight. Lyra's face became red as a tomato. WW what? Lily started laughing. Harry, stop embarrassing your poor sister. Harry leaned closer to Lyra. You are 1,000 years too early to tease me. He gave her a playful wink before letting her go. He glanced at Lily. I'm going ahead. Remember what we spoke about. Lyra finally reacted. Wait, come back here. Harry moved through the corridors at a brisk pace. Once in a while, he would come across some excited group of students making their way toward the Great Hall, where the party was going to take place. His eyes moved to the paintings on the walls. Most of them were empty of the usual individuals depicted on them. This was because they were busy watching the most important areas of the castle since he had put the entire school on high alert. The ghosts, the paintings, and the house elves were all acting as his eyes and ears. After checking that one was around, he stopped in front of a set of armor. May as well activate them now and leave them on standby for later use. Pirtatum locomotor. The 4 suits of armor in the hallway attempted to move at the same time, but were unable to distance themselves from the wall, and instead, they just thrashed around. What is going on? Who put sticking charms on the armors? For a moment, he thought this might be some sort of prank, but then, Harry recalled something. Last year, the school had many incidents involving objects falling onto students during the tremors caused by the giant basilisk. Until one day, the headmaster announced that he took preventive action and placed sticking charms on all the heavy objects in the castle that could potentially fall. This included every statue and set of armor. They must have forgotten to remove them. Or they didn't think it was too important. Like this, they had sealed a large part of Hogwarts' defenses. It would take me all night to go around and remove every single sticking charm from them. No, that won't work. But perhaps there is an alternative to these ones. Harry's eyes moved to the dark end of the corridor. This castle contained one more set of golems that could be activated as a defense mechanism. I'll have to move those guys, if anyone actually dares to attack this castle tonight. They're going to be in for a nasty surprise. You are late, where were you? Lyra exclaimed as she saw her brother sitting down next to her. I had some minor business to take care of, Harry answered. Minor business? Lyra raised an eyebrow. Toilet, huh? Ron nodded in understanding. I also made sure to make room for this. He took a large steak with his bare hands and placed it on his plate. Have you seen the size of this meat? Ron, please, at least use the knife to cut it, Neville begged. Does someone want to change seats? Hermione was 4 seats away from the redhead boy but still felt the need to ask. I'll trade with you, Lyra offered. She was just 2 seats away after all. No, you know what, my seat is fine, Hermione said. Ron, no one is going to want to dance with you if you keep eating like that, Seamus warned his friend. No one is going to dance with you either, no matter how you eat, Seamus, Ron snapped. And who cares about the dance? That's for the seniors. I only care about the food. Ron then added. Harry ignored this and looked around the great hall while his classmates engaged in another loud argument. The size of the hall had been enhanced further to fit an extra-large table where several important guests from the ministry were seated, including Minister Parkinson and his right-hand secretary, Madam Umbridge. The tables had also been placed in a circular manner around the room, leaving a large opening in the middle to act as a dance floor. The decorations had been changed to make it seem more elegant and luxurious than usual. They even created an extra garden right outside the Great Hall so people could have a relaxing walk after dinner. Looks beautiful, doesn't it? Hermione leaned closer to Harry and asked. It's like a fairy tale. Yes, magic can do some impressive things sometimes, said Harry. Hey Harry, Lavender called. What's with the earrings you are always wearing now? What about them? He asked. What are those stones? They don't look like diamonds, Hermione said. They are a special type of stone that can store magic, Harry explained. I should have guessed. You're not wearing them as a fashion statement or anything. Lavender looked disappointed. A fashion statement? Why would I wear something that has no practical use? Harry wondered out loud. So they are like magical artifacts. That's fascinating. I have read a lot about practical jewelry in the magical world, Hermione said. You don't see them often here, but they are very common in my country, Parvati commented. My father always has every finger fitted with a magical ring of some sort. And what do these do? Hermione pointed at the earrings. I already told you, they store magic for later use, Harry answered. That's it, but wait. What do you need so much magic for? Hermione didn't understand it. What do you do, Harry? Ginny now called for him and interrupted Hermione. Yes, what is it, Ginny? Harry turned to look at the redhead. She seemed a bit hesitant, but finally decided to ask. Say, Harry, are you going to dance after dinner? Hold your horses, redhead. I was going to ask Harry for a dance first. Katie Bell stood from her seat to get closer. What, Katie? You can go with one of the seniors, Ginny told her. Why should I? I'm only a year older than Harry. Isn't that right, Harry? Katie asked him. Why did they have to make this a dance? Harry lamented. Oh, Lyra, Neville called for his sister with a nervous voice. Yes, she turned to look at the boy. Aim this, could you? He pointed with his finger. What is this? Harry raised his voice. What are you going to ask my little sister? Neville's eyes opened widely and he got even more nervous. Harry, stop, don't scare poor Neville. Lyra glared at him with a deep frown. No, I. Neville tried to point again. His eyes moved to the potato salad in front of Lyra. She is just in her second year, Harry huffed. If Neville thinks he can take advantage of my family, even if it's him, so what? If he wants to ask me to the dance, he is free to do so, Lyra snapped. You were going to dance with Ginny, weren't you? No one is dancing with Ginny, Ron exclaimed. Shut up, Ron. Ginny smacked his head hard enough to almost dunk his face on his plate. You know what? Lyra turned to Neville. I would love to dance with you, Neville. Thank you for asking me. Yes. The boy sat back down and kept his head lowered. Neville, Seamus shook his shoulder. Did you get the potatoes? Shut up, Seamus, Neville snapped at him. What did I do? Seamus looked baffled. Once dinner was concluded, a music band appeared on the newly made platform and started playing music. Students, professors, and other guests made their way to the center. Sorry, I know you don't like dancing that much, Ginny said. I don't mind if it's just this much, I'm just really bad at it, Harry told her. You are not that bad, she hurried to say. His green eyes went to a couple dancing close by. Ginny saw this and grinned. You are very protective of Lyra. I don't want anyone to hurt my family, Harry confessed. You think I am exaggerating? He asked her. Ginny shrugged. My brothers are the same. But I don't think you have to worry about anyone hurting your sister, especially Neville. He is terrified of you. Yes, I was surprised he even asked her to dance, said Harry. That was weirdly brave of him. Ginny chuckled. You know, not long ago you were obsessed with his books. What happened to that, Ginny? She lifted her amber eyes to meet his. Reality hit her in the face. You didn't have the best Hogwarts experience, huh? Said Harry. In her first 2 years of school, this girl had already been attacked by some of the most deadly creatures. The headmaster likes to say it's the safest place in the country. I don't know about that, Ginny chuckled, but I was always saved in the end, so it's fine. The song ended. I think I'm going to go sit with Luna for a bit, said Ginny. The other girls are going to lynch me if I try to keep you for longer. The other girls? Harry raised an eyebrow. A group of girls were sitting nearby and staring at him. I thought most of the school was scared of me, Harry said. Ginny smiled. The boys, yes. The girls, who knows, but I got the first dance. She gave him a playful wink before walking away. Tell Lyra to stay in the hall, Harry reminded her. It's my turn now. He saw Angelina Johnson approaching with a seductive grin. Potter. When Pansy finally let him go, he felt a strong pull on his arm. When he turned around, he found himself face to face with Daphne. She is mad. Daphne always ends up calling him Potter when she is angry. What did I do? He asked. If you are done having fun with half the girls in the hall, I think there is something you should hear, Daphne said in a cold tone. That was hardly half the girls in the hall, and it would have been impolite to refuse, said Harry. What happened? The music started again. Harry realized they couldn't just stand there and talk, so he grabbed her arms and put them around his neck. Daphne raised an eyebrow but did not complain and soon started dancing with him. The minister has been whispering something to a few young men before they left the hall. Also, most of the seniors in my house are acting very suspicious. All of them are sitting down and looking around the room like they are waiting for something to happen. Not bad. Harry also noticed those things, but the difference was that he already knew that something was going to happen. You knew, Daphne stated. It's okay, I already know who the targets are, just make sure that. Harry stopped mid-sentence when he noticed someone was missing. She was here a moment ago. Where is she? Who? Daphne asked. My sister Lyra, she is gone. She must be with. Daphne's eyes narrowed. I can't find my sister either. We have a problem, Harry whispered in his mother's ear. Lily was sitting at the adults' table along with the other teachers and ministry guests. What is it? She knew her son would not call her unless something important had happened. Can't find Lyra. Her friends are missing too, Harry said. They must be outside in the gardens. Harry, it must be. Lily was about to say it was nothing to worry about, but stopped herself when she saw his serious expression. I'll help you look. Lily, is something amiss? Professor McGonagall asked when she saw Lily standing up for the first time during the party. I just need to speak with my daughter about something, don't worry. Lily didn't want to cause panic yet. Harry, he turned around and saw Daphne. I spoke with some Gryffindor girls. They saw Lyra going outside with Longbottom. See, they must have gone to the garden. Lily felt a bit more relieved to hear this. Let's go, said Harry before he started walking away. Daphne and Lily shared a look before following his steps. As soon as Harry stepped outside, he realized that this was going to be harder than he thought. The garden was completely filled with students walking all over the place. Even with his enhanced senses, it would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Lily and Daphne also went outside and started to look. Lily had been expecting to spot her daughter after a couple of minutes of looking around. But 10 minutes later, she still had no clue where her daughter was, and now she was getting worried. Harry, where is she? Lily found Harry near the dirt path that led back to the castle from the gardens. Did you see anything? Asked Daphne. Harry knelt down and picked up something from the floor. It was an earring in the shape of a carrot. He only knew one girl who would wear something like this. This must be Luna's. An elf appeared next to Harry. His little face was twisted with panic. Sir, we have spotted intruders in several parts of the castle. What kind of intruders? Harry asked. Humans wearing black robes, sir, and trolls, sir, the elf exclaimed. Black robes? Lily cried. Trolls? Daphne's blue eyes were wide. Harry kept his calm and glanced at the elf. Okay, tell me where and try to be specific. Professor Potter, some panicked students came running to them. You have to come quick. There's been a fire at the hedge maze. 15 minutes earlier, come on. Heard there is even a hedge maze, Lyra said with excitement. It's cold outside, Luna complained. Lots of people, Astoria complained, but then she looked around. There were a lot of people inside too, perhaps even more. Outside then? See, Astoria is on my side, Lyra grinned. But Harry said to stay here, Ginny told her. My brother can't tell me what to do. Come on, Neville, let's go see the garden. She grabbed Neville's hand and pulled him away from the seats. But I should go back with Ron, the boy said. My brother is still eating. You're not missing anything there. And last time I saw him, Seamus was half asleep leaning against the table, said Ginny. It's decided then, let's go explore the garden. She pulled Neville along the way. I want to go see the maze first, she exclaimed as they went outside. Ginny sighed. We should go too. It's cold. Luna complained again. Luna, we are in June already. It's not cold at all, Ginny told her weird friend. Luna frowned while glancing outside. There is something cold out there. Do we really have to go in there? Neville saw the massive hedge maze and became worried. What if we get lost in there? He was mostly worried about Harry finding him alone with his sister and getting the wrong idea. There is no way we get lost, come on. Lyra laughed and they both entered the maze. At first, they came across several other groups of students, but after the 5th or 6th turn, they were alone. A few more turns and they could not even hear the voices of the other kids. The noise of the party had completely disappeared and was instead replaced by an eerie silence. Lyra, Neville looked around. Everything seemed the same. When glancing upwards, he could only see the edges of the plants and the dark sky. Are you sure we are not lost? Lost? Don't be ridiculous. This is a maze for kids. Hee. Lyra tried to brush off Neville's concerns, but she was starting to get worried too. He took a few more turns, with Neville following close behind her, but they didn't seem to be getting closer to the center of the maze. Lyra, gray smoke appeared out of nowhere and started to fill the narrow passages. Okay, there is something wrong, she had no choice but to admit. Let's turn around and try to. They were both startled by the sound of footsteps right behind them. You want to leave now, little one? A mocking voice was heard. It sounded playful, but there was a clear threat in it. Neville froze when he saw a black-robed person walk out and stand behind them. The man was wearing a pearl-white mask. The fun has just begun. That's a... Neville pointed at the masked man with terror in his eyes. Expelliarmus. A flash of light came out of Lyra's wand and blasted the wand away from the masked individual's hand. Bloody hell, that hurt. He let out a shout of complaint. Two more masked persons came out of their hidden spots. You idiot, pay more attention. One of them said, Neville, come on, run. Lyra took Neville by the cuff of his robes and pulled him along. The three masked men were blocking the only way out, so they had no choice but to venture further into the maze. Hurry, you idiots, we can't let the boy who lived escape. Yes, the Dark Lord will kill us if we fail. Neville huffed and puffed as they ran. Those are Death Eaters, he finally said. I know. Lyra looked around. Everything looked the same, so she had no idea where to go from here. You disarmed one of them. That was incredible, Neville said in between breaths. That was nothing. Daphne would have thrown like 3 more spells and completely disabled him. As much as she would like to brag, she knew her brother would tell her that she could have done better. Lyra, where are we going? Neville decided to ask as they were just going further and further into the maze. To the center. Maybe there is another way out from there, Lyra hoped. As the two of them took the next turn, they finally arrived at the center of the maze. Yes, we found it, Lyra exclaimed. And if there isn't? Neville asked after seeing that the center of the maze only contained a small statue with some congratulatory message. There was no other way out. You think they made it fireproof? Lyra asked. What, you don't mean Incendio? Lyra pointed her wand at the back wall. The leaves and branches immediately burst into flames. What are you doing? We are going to die in a fire now, Neville exclaimed. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm making a new path, Lyra pointed. The fire consumed the shrubbery, and soon enough there was a hole big enough for them to pass. Incendio. Lyra continued to burn her way through the maze. After the 4th time, she could tell they were getting closer to the exit. Just 1 or 2 more. Lyra's breathing was starting to become more irregular. Are you okay? Neville looked at her with concern. He now appeared to be a lot more tired than he was. Fine, just a bit more. Those fire spells were taking a toll on her. Incendio. There. Neville turned around to find the source of the voice. Lyra, they found us. The downside of Lyra's strategy became evident. It was very easy to follow them since they were leaving a trail of burned plants. Let's go. Lyra crossed through another burned hole, hoping to find the exit, but she only found herself surrounded by more walls. There is no other choice. I have to fight them. She turned around, prepared to put up a struggle, but her wand was immediately pulled away from her. She was then hit by another spell that pushed her back with a lot of force, making her fall against the wall of branches. Lyra, Neville exclaimed. He hurried to get in front of her in a protective manner and pointed his wand at the 3 masked men. Leave her alone. I will fight the 3 of you. The trio of Death Eaters started laughing. Go ahead, do your worst. One of them got in front of the group and taunted Neville. The boy trembled. He wasn't even sure what spell he could use in this situation. Neville, just run away, you can't beat them, Lyra told him. No, Neville pointed his wand at the masked man. There was one spell that Professor Potter had taught them during this last trimester, but he had been unable to use it successfully so far. Stupefy. A bright red light came out of Neville's wand and flew directly at the Death Eater. Neville's eyes widened, both shocked and happy at his accomplishment. This sensation went away quickly when he saw the masked man flick his stunner away like it was some sort of insect. What a disappointment. I was expecting something better than a stunner from the boy who lived, the Death Eater said. Just kill him already. There is no need to waste time. What about the girl? She is not one of the targets. We kill her too, I guess. I doubt the Dark Lord will care. I suppose. We better do this thoroughly. Lyra and Neville were horrified to hear their conversation as they casually decided to kill them. She opted to do the one thing she could do at this moment. She screamed as loud as she could. "Shut her up! Silencio!" One of them cast a silencing charm at her. "Just kill them already, we have to leave before." "Found them." The voice of Astoria could be heard on the other side of the maze wall. "Over here," Ginny shouted. "See. I told you that if we follow the Raxperts we will find them. Lyra is always surrounded by them," Luna explained. Lyra tried to call for them but was unable to make a sound. "Ginny, be careful, there are 3 Death Eaters here," Neville screamed. "There, Defindo." Ginny cut open a hole in the shrubbery wall. "Wait, what did he say?" The 3 girls were now able to see Lyra lying on the ground and Neville staring at them. Behind them were 3 creepy individuals with black robes and white masks. "I think he said Death Eaters," Luna commented casually. "Dangerous." Astoria narrowed her eyebrows. "Now what?" the first Death Eater asked. "Let's just kill the boy at least," another one said. "Let's kill them all." The third one pointed his wand at the 3 girls. "Avada Kedavra," Ginny yelped in surprise and moved out of the way of the green curse. If it wasn't for all the dodging practice they did during Harry's lessons, she might not have reacted in time. Dismembra. Luna was the first one to react, and she used the most potent spell she knew, the one that Harry had recently taught her. The Death Eater who shot the killing curse was hit on his right arm by a yellow light and immediately felt the effects of Luna's curse. "What is happening to him?" Neville exclaimed while staring at the masked man as he began to scream. "What curse was that?" one of his companions asked. "Bloody hell, his arm." The other one shouted as he saw his friend's arm coming off its place and falling onto the ground, followed by a stream of blood. Lyra and Neville had front row seats to the macabre spectacle, but the girl was able to recover quickly from the shock. She took Neville and dragged him along. "Hurry," shouted Ginny. Lyra and Neville passed through the opening left by Ginny's spell, and they were finally out of the labyrinth. "Blood, lots of blood," Astoria said while looking at the wounded Death Eater. "That was a bit more graphic than I expected," Luna said. "What in Merlin's name did you expect was going to happen?" Ginny shouted. "Like, you know, his arm coming off, but without the blood," Luna admitted. "That's not how real bodies work." Ginny looked back as they ran. The 2 other Death Eaters had stopped chasing them in order to assist their companion, but she knew they would soon come after them again. "We need to go find some help," she suggested. They had come out from the back of the hedge maze, and there was nothing or no one around here. "If we make a turn to the left, we can go back to the Great Hall," said Neville. "Yes, let's do tea. Careful," Astoria shouted in a very out-of-character manner before shoving Luna away from her. A nasty-looking curse passed between them and hit the dirt ground. As the curse made contact with the surface, it started to dissolve. The group turned around and saw that the remaining 2 Death Eaters were already catching up to them. They now had no choice but to run in the opposite direction to get away from those 2. "Wait, if we follow that dirt path, we can get to the front of the castle," Ginny pointed ahead. "We can lose them inside the castle," suggested Neville. "I think I lost my earring," said Luna. "Luna, who cares about that now?" Lyra shouted. "Oh, I can speak again," she realized. "But I will look weird with only one." Luna pouted. "Your priorities are so messed up." Ginny gave her a black stare. "Pyros." One of the masked men threw a ball of fire that hit a nearby wall and splashed fire over them. "Ah!" Ginny clutched at her shoulder when some flames fell on her. "Ginny," Lyra exclaimed with worry. "I'm fine." She did her best to ignore the pain on her left shoulder and pointed her wand back. Some green goo appeared in the air before splashing all over the floor, right behind them. "What was that?" Neville asked. "Slippery charm. My brother Fred taught me that one," Ginny said. As soon as the 2 men stepped over the goo, they tripped over and fell down while screaming curses. "Nice," Astoria said. "Awesome, Ginny," Lyra added. "There, I can see the front entrance," Neville said with excitement. The group did not slow down as they could still hear their pursuers right behind them. "Hurry, inside." Lyra opened the door and ushered everyone to enter. She waited until the last person had passed before entering herself, but when she was about to close the door behind her, she heard one of the men. "Bombarda." She was still clutching at the door handle as it exploded. With a quick reaction, Lyra used her ring shield, the one her brother had made for her. This time, she knew how to use it and managed to create a powerful shield around herself to act as protection from the explosion. However, the shield was only able to cover her upper body, and her legs still received some cuts from the flying pieces of broken wood that came from the door. Lyra fell to the ground and continued to roll as more flying debris passed by. "We got you." One of the Death Eaters immediately appeared on the other side of the entrance. The group was not able to see their faces, but by their voices alone, It was easy to tell how enraged those two were. The jovial and mocking tone from before was now gone and was replaced by pure bloodlust. This game is over, no more running. The Death Eater pointed his wand at the defenseless Lyra, who was lying on the stone floor of the castle entrance. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra, the green spark of light manifested from the wand of the Death Eater and flew directly to Lyra. No one was able to react in time to save her, and they watched the green specks dissipate after the impact, right in front of them. "No!" screamed Ginny. Lyra, Luna and Astoria exclaimed together. "Oh no!" Neville covered his mouth in horror. "Huh, what is that?" Lyra stared in awe at the stone hand that had appeared in front of her, just in time to block the spell. The hand had come out from the ground and was made of some sort of pearl-white stone. The two Death Eaters didn't understand the situation any better. They had both assumed the girl was dead and were ready to move on to the other children, but then they saw that thing appear out of nowhere. They then saw the stone hand rise further and further into the air. An entire figure was now coming out of the ground, but it wasn't breaking the floor tiles. It was more like the stone was changing shape and moving around to let this white figure out. Ginny hurried to grab Lyra and move her back. She did not want her friend close to whatever that thing was, even though it had just saved her life. "That's a golem." Neville was the first one to recognize the creature that appeared in front of them. The golem was now completely in the open, and it stood between the children and the two Death Eaters. The construct was humanoid in shape, almost 3 meters tall, and had very simplistic features, with something resembling a basic face and some lines across its body to represent muscles. "Looks a bit like Goalie," Lyra said. The golem in front of her reminded her of the small toy that Harry had made for their sister, except this one was made of stone and was much, much bigger. "Where did this thing come from?" one of the masked men asked. "I heard some rumors that Hogwarts statues and suits of armor were able to move and fight during emergencies, but I have never seen this one before," the other one added. "What do we do?" Neville asked. "It looks like he is on our side." "I wouldn't worry too much," Luna said. "Let's hope so. We don't need more enemies," said Ginny while clutching onto Lyra. "This thing is creeping me out." "Blow it out," said one of the masked men. "Tusk, it's always me." "Bombarda." The other one pointed his wand at the golem and gave it a flick. A soft crack could be heard before a tiny piece of white marble fell from the golem's chest. "What the? How is it still standing?" the man who had just shot the spell asked. "What about this then?" "Bombarda Maxima." He put a lot more magic into the spell now. This would be enough to bring down a magically reinforced wall. Once again they heard a soft crack, and a slightly bigger piece, around the size of a pinky nail, fell onto the ground. The golem stood as if nothing had happened. The cracks on its surface had already started to be magically repaired. "It's heavily reinforced. This must be a creation from the headmaster," one of the men concluded. "Then, what do we do?" Golem started moving towards them, and the two men became more anxious. "Let's go find the others, then we can bring some trolls to break this thing." "But the boy," the Death Eater glanced at Neville. "The rest were not important, but if they left without killing the boy who lived after being so close, they would definitely be punished. We have no choice. We can't destroy that thing, but at least golems are always slow, so we can." Both Death Eaters heard a strange sound, and when they looked over, the golem, who had been standing some good 16 feet away 5 meters, had disappeared from its previous position and was nowhere to be seen. "What the?" They then noticed that all the children were looking upwards, so by mere instinct, they followed their eyes, and just for a fraction of a second, they were able to spot the golem, descending from the air and landing right on top of one of the two masked men. The Death Eater had his body crushed under the weight of the massive construct, while his companion watched in horror. What is T?" The masked man muttered the words as he tried to stand back and get away from the golem. The golem twisted its body at lightning speed, and before the man had time to process what was happening, one of the golem's hands got a strong grip on his head. "No!" the masked man screamed. He had never felt this afraid before. Because he was aware of the futility of the situation. This golem was going to kill him, and there was nothing he could say to change its mind. The magical construct had no feelings or empathy. It just followed its last given command. But the masked man had to try. "Please, let me G." That was as far as he got before the golem used its powerful grip to crush his skull, as easily as breaking a raw chicken egg. The golem's eyes were made of some type of crystal, and at that moment they started to shine with an eerie blue light. "Kill the intruders." The golem didn't open its mouth to speak, but sound came out of it, a command that had been given with a familiar voice. "Harry, Lyra could have recognized her brother's voice a mile away. Harry, what d? Go check on that fire. I will track down these intruders the elf mentioned. Harry told his mother. Lily was a bit hesitant for a moment, but then she knew her son could handle this by himself. Her priority should be to find her daughter. Okay, but be very careful, Harry. I'm going with you, Professor, Daphne said. She knew that if she went with Harry, she would only be a bother and get in the way. Lily and Daphne were guided to the backside of the hedge maze by a few senior students. Someone has burned their way out of the maze, Lily pointed out while looking at the hole in the shrubbery wall. Yes. Thought at first it was some student trying to be clever, but then we saw a large fire on that dirt path that goes around the castle. That looked like dark magic, Professor, a worried student said. Yes, and I noticed some guys with black cloaks running that way right before the fire. Those were definitely not students, another one added. Okay, you, Lily pointed at one of the students. I want you to go inside and tell the headmaster everything that you saw. She then looked at the others. And the rest of you, I want you to gather the students here at the garden and bring them back inside the hall. Make sure no one leaves. The senior students went on their way, leaving Lily alone with Daphne. You should go back inside too. No way, Professor. My sister is also missing. I'm not going anywhere without her. It may be dangerous. These black-robed individuals they mentioned. Lily already had a good idea of who they could be, given the current situation and Harry's worries about who could be behind this. I'm not as defenseless as you think, Professor. I know what I am doing. A quick glance at her determined blue eyes was enough for Lily to realize that the girl was not going to back down. Very well, but stay close to me and do what I say. After Daphne gave her a nod of consent, the two of them hurried towards the dirt path where the students had seen the fire. There is something over there, Lily warned. Daphne, wand ready? Yes, Professor. There was a dark bundle at one side of the path. It was hard to tell what it was at first because the moon was not offering much light on that night. But when they got a bit closer and heard it moan in pain, they knew it was a person wearing a black cloak and lying on the ground. He appeared to be severely injured. Lily spotted several stains on the dirt that were probably blood. Hey, turn around, slowly. Lily had her wand pointed at the man, ready to fire. Ugh, the man managed to turn himself on his back. Lily spotted a wand in his hand and immediately fired a disarming charm at it. They both were now able to see the man's face, or more like they couldn't because he was wearing a mask, a very familiar white mask. Lily had seen a few like this one before. A Death Eater in Hogwarts. Her son's worries appeared to have been warranted after all. Daphne noticed that the wand from the Death Eater had fallen close to her feet, so she knelt down and picked it up. She gasped loudly when she saw the wand. She recognized it. This was certainly not the Death Eater's wand. Her eyes moved quickly to the man lying on the ground and managed to catch the moment when another wand appeared in his hand, likely from a hidden holster. Without hesitation, she made a fast wand motion. Expelliarmus, arg. The man yelped in pain when the wand was ripped from his hand, breaking a couple of his fingers in the process. Lily glanced back at Daphne for a moment and nodded. Good one. Professor, look. Daphne showed Lily the wand she had picked up. Lily's face went a shade paler. She grabbed the wand from Daphne's hand to take a closer look. Her face contorted with rage as she turned to face the injured Death Eater. Where is she? What did you do to my daughter? This is her wand. Lily sent a pulse of wind that lifted the man in the air and pushed him against the rocky wall. He grunted in agony and fell back on the ground but refused to utter a single word. Akio mask. Lily took the mask off his face, revealing a young man with blonde hair and very pale skin. I know him. That's Tobias Smith, Daphne exclaimed. He was in my house. Graduated last year. Lily stared at him. A new recruit. They send children to do the dirty work now. She would normally show more compassion, but if this boy had hurt her daughter, there would be no mercy. Harry was not the only ruthless one in the family. The youngster opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at her. Lily noticed the large stain of blood on his side now and the fact that he was missing an arm. He is not going to last long. He lost too much blood already, Daphne pointed out. Lily's eyes were cold as she spoke. Then you better answer quickly, boy, if you want to live. Where are the girls? A cruel grin appeared on the boy's face. Death, and my comrades must have, ye got them be by, now. Lily's face went through many changes at that moment but eventually went back to anger. I don't think so, Daphne said with conviction. Harry is here, he will. His eyes moved to Daphne and his smile disappeared. Why you, traitor, W will die too, T the Dark Lord, W will, oh. He tried his best to keep his eyes open a bit longer but was unable to continue. His body gave up. He's dead, Daphne realized. She had mixed feelings about this. She may not have liked this guy, but this was the first time someone died in front of her. Although Harry had been very close. Let's go. We can't waste time here. Lily gave the boy a look of disgust. She felt no pity for him at this moment. Even if his family influenced him, he still had to make many bad choices to get to this point. After all, her old friend Sirius had been not much different, growing up in the Black House, but he chose to not become like them and leave that family behind to become a better person. There is always a choice. After giving the dead young man a last glance, she turned around. We need to find those girls. She did not believe his words even for a moment. Lily was sure her daughter was alive. It's looking at us. Neville pointed at the golem with his shaking finger. He is not going to attack us, right? Ginny asked. No, it just spoke with Harry's voice. I think my brother sent it here to save us, Lyra said. The golem turned to them and advanced a few steps. Its eyes seemed to move to Lyra and then to her wounded legs. Protect the students. A voice came out of the construct again, but it was also Harry's voice. See, he is here to protect us, Lyra said. All of a sudden, they heard a loud pop sound that startled them. Mrs. A house elf was now in front of them. Dobby, Lyra recognized the little creature. Mrs. is hurt. Dobby failed. Dobby is a bad elf. Tonight, he had been tasked to protect Lyra, since Harry knew she was the most likely to do something stupid. But Dobby had lost track of her while they were in the maze and had just now been able to find her after they entered the castle. The poor elf started to panic while trying to pull something out of the small bag tied to his shoulders. Dobby, calm down. This is not your fault, Lyra said. That's your house elf. What is he doing at the school? Neville asked. I have no idea. Although he is more like my brother's personal elf rather than my family house elf. Lyra understood that much at least. Here, Mrs. Dobby brought her a potion with some green liquid inside. Healing potion, high grade, Astoria commented. Potions were an important part of her family business, so she had been learning a lot about them and the ingredients used to create them for quite a while. Great, you are the best, Dobby. Lyra smiled and took the potion before applying some over the several cuts on her legs. The effect was immediately visible. She made sure to leave some and hand it over to Ginny. Here, put some on your shoulder. Ginny had been badly burned by that flame explosion from before. Lyra knew she was in a lot of pain even if she didn't complain. Thanks. Ginny accepted the vial with a smile and poured the remnants of the potion over her burned shoulder. Where do we go now? Luna asked. Should we stay here or try to go back to the Great Hall? Neville added. Lyra stood up. She felt much better now. If we stay here, there may be more of them coming through here. But if we go to the hall now, we could run into them, Ginny said. But no one knows we are here. If we stay, the only ones who will find us are the bad guys, Neville pointed out. We have him, Luna signaled at the golem. But is it actually going to protect us? Ginny wondered. Dobby, do you know anything about it? Did Harry really make it? Lyra asked the elf. Dobby shook his head. Dobby doesn't know. Fine, let's go to the hall then. Staying here in the entrance just seems more dangerous, Lyra decided. They all agreed to that, so they ventured up the stairs and went further into the castle. Tap, tap, the group kept glancing back as they walked. It really is following us, Neville said. How else is he going to protect us? Luna asked. It is following us, but I would still feel safer if I had my wand, said Lyra. Dobby will also protect the missus, the elf declared with confidence. Lyra chuckled. Thank you, Dobby, I feel safer now. I will also, you know. Neville stammered the words. Oh, Ginny gave Neville a side glance. There are a lot of blibbering humdingers flying over Neville's head, Luna pointed out. Just a few minutes after the group departed from the entrance, 3 large individuals came through the hole left behind by the broken door. I can smell a lot of blood here. The door has been completely destroyed. Yes, something happened here. The 3 large men wore simple pieces of wool clothing that barely covered their muscular torsos. Their bodies had copious amounts of hair, including their faces. This all combined gave the men a very feral and dangerous look. Sniff, sniff. Oh, what do we have here? One of them moved his eyes towards the 2 dead men on the floor. Bloody hell, what a mess. The 3 men looked over the scene without showing much change in their expressions, as if the blood and gore were something they had grown used to. What happened here? Those guys were not killed by magic. One of them kneeled next to the bodies for a better look. How so? This one has been crushed, and the other one had his head broken into pieces. You are right. It doesn't look like any spell I know, at least. You think the trolls went wild on them? Well, a troll could definitely do this. I bet those newbies messed up big time and got killed. Ha, I bet that's what happened. Those bloody idiots. Wait, someone is coming. The three men immediately went on alert and moved away from the door. "Look, Professor, someone broke the door." The voice of Daphne could be heard from outside the castle as she approached with Lily. The two of them entered with care. Lily went first with her wand at the ready. "Something happened, she gasped at the sight of the two dead men. "Daphne, I think it's better if why, don't worry about me. I have seen a lot more blood than that." Daphne covered her nose. She didn't mind the sight that much, but the stench was very strong here. "These are probably the companions of the one from before," Daphne said. Lily moved suddenly and got in front of Daphne. "Protego," several spells impacted her shield. "Who goes there?" "Tusk." "Fine, let's do this the hard way." A man's voice resounded from behind a column. The man then showed himself to them. He snarled at Lily and Daphne. "The two ladies want to fight." "Another Death Eater." "You don't look like them," Lily said. "I am not like those two on the ground. I am much more." With a grin on his face, he moved his wand at lightning speed. Two crimson lights shot out. "Dodge," Lily shouted. She recognized them as extremely dark spells even if she could not tell exactly what they were. The Protego charm was unlikely to block them completely. "Incarcerus," Daphne responded by creating a series of ropes that flew at the man, but she was not done there. She used a continuous motion to also cast a silencing charm and a tripping jinx. Lily, for her part, was also going to cast a series of spells until she felt some movement at her side. "He is not alone," she realized just in time to avoid being grabbed by a large man who had silently moved near her. The man made a noise of frustration that his plan didn't work. Of the spells thrown by Daphne, only the ropes created by the Incarcerus charm were able to hit. The man got the ropes tangled on one of his legs, making him almost lose his balance. The blonde girl was getting ready to continue her assault when someone took hold of her right hand and twisted it. Daphne let out a yelp of pain and was forced to drop her wand. The man then pulled her back and grabbed her neck from behind while still securing her hand. "Got you, Daphne," Lily exclaimed. "Let her go." She was about to point her wand at the man holding Daphne when she heard the girl scream in pain. "You better drop that wand before I break this girl's neck," the man said in a cold tone. Lily saw another one behind her but did not dare to move now lest Daphne got hurt. "What do I do now?" she wondered. The man behind Lily laughed while the last one struggled to get the ropes that Daphne had cast off him. "What are you waiting for? Just break that little bitch's neck," one of them said. "Professor," Daphne clenched her teeth. "Oi, redhead, you better drop that wand. My friend over there is not going to hesitate to kill that girl," the man behind Lily said. Just at that moment of desperation, Lily noticed something before anyone else could. Something came out of the ground right behind the man who was holding Daphne without making any noise. "What the, Troy?" Behind why, before any of them could warn their companion, the silent white construct moved its hands at an incredible speed, securing both arms of the man, and then, without hesitation, it squeezed them. The man could barely process what was happening before he felt his arms being grabbed and crushed. His bones made a loud crunching noise as they were destroyed. The man's grip on Daphne became loose, and the girl did not waste time getting away from her captor and hurried close to Lily. Lily did not understand the situation any better, but now that Daphne was free, she could fight. She twisted her body around and made a slashing motion aimed at the man who had been approaching from behind her. "Divulsa." The purple light slashed the man across his chest, creating a massive cut. The man tried to react and ignore the pain to fire back at Lily. He then realized his wound was more serious than a simple cut when a purple substance started growing on his chest while making a sizzling noise. "No!" the man screamed in agony. His flesh was being corroded at a fast pace. Right then, a crunching noise was heard. It was loud enough to earn the attention of everyone present. The head of the one who had been captured by the golem had exploded into a dozen pieces of flesh and bone when it was crushed with both hands. Troy. The last man now realized that it hadn't been a troll that killed those two Death Eaters, but this golem. One more. Lily's cold green eyes turned to the last man. "Aheg," the man let out a scream of rage. As he did this, his eyes changed color to a bright and unnatural yellow. His muscles bulged even more, and fur started to coat his entire body. "What is happening? What is he doing?" Daphne was startled by the sudden change. Lily was more surprised than anything else, because she knew this transformation very well. She had seen it many times when she and her husband had kept Remus company during full moon nights. "This is impossible. We are 2 weeks away from the full moon," Lily said. "Full moon? Wait, you mean this is a werewolf?" Daphne then understood. They had briefly covered werewolves this year in defense against the dark arts. This man was not a normal werewolf. He was one of the elite soldiers from Fenrir Greyback's pack. Like their leader, he had achieved enough mastery over his curse to transform at will. However, unlike Fenrir himself, he would still lose himself to his savage instincts when transformed. This was not a concern for him at this moment. His companions were dead. He had nothing to lose. We cannot let him transform. Lily focused her magic and made a diagonal slashing motion. Defindo, the werewolf's eyes became sharp as a blade. Twisted his body while it was still transforming and avoided the spell completely. Daphne hurried to retrieve her wand from the floor and tried to restrain the creature's movement. Incarcerous, she sent the ropes along with a tripping Jinx. The werewolf moved out of the way of the spells with incredibly fast movements. As the transformation finished, he became faster and more agile. Lily was also trying her best and cast a barrage of spells at her dangerous foe, but all of them were avoided with ease. "He moves too fast, I can't hit him at all," Daphne exclaimed. Lily decided to change strategies and target the floor itself. She pointed her wand down and created a large sticking charm in front of them. If the werewolf tried to approach them, he would become stuck. But despite its altered mental state, the werewolf appeared to maintain much of his intelligence. His next move was to jump over the area where the charm had been placed and directly lunge at Lily before she could do anything else. "Professor," Daphne shouted when she saw this. Lily lifted her left hand and poured as much magic as she could into the magicite ring that Harry had given her, creating a powerful shield in front of her. The beast lifted his right arm, showing her his long, sharp nails before bringing them down on the shield. Lily was unsure if her protection was going to hold long against an attacker like this, but it turned out she would not need to worry about that. She never saw when it happened, but at some point the golem must have moved from its spot because it was now right in front of her. It had gotten between her and the creature. The werewolf did not seem to mind that much. In its current state, he wanted to rip everyone and everything apart. He slashed with his sharp claws at the golem with no hesitation. The nails bit on the stone, making a loud and piercing scratching sound before the claw was grasped by the golem's hand and held tight. The beastman howled in pain when the golem's hand started to crush his flesh and bones, and his reaction was to use both his legs to kick the chest of the construct. His legs were powerful enough that the kick managed to push him back with such force that the golem's entire arm was ripped out of its socket. The werewolf was propelled 30 feet back, with the golem's arm still attached to his own, while the white golem remained in place, completely impassive despite its missing limb. Lily and Daphne had their mouths open but had nothing to say. They stared at the struggle between the werewolf and the golem in silence. "Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra," the beastman snarled loudly, showing his fangs. His yellow eyes became brighter as he stared at his target, ready to jump at it again and finish it off. "We should help it out," Daphne said in a nervous tone. That beastman made her extremely nervous. Lily nodded. She knew what was at stake. If the golem was destroyed, they were next. Tap, tap. The golem started moving forward towards its target. "Wait, no," Lily tried to warn the construct. Her sticking charm was still in place, right ahead of him. If it continued on that path, it would certainly step on it and get stuck. Then the fight would be quickly over. The golem did not listen to her warning and continued, leaving Lily with no other choice but to remove the magical substance from the floor before it was too late. Unfortunately, the golem had increased its pace, leaving her not enough time to dispel the jinx. "Stop, wait." Lily hurried with her hand movements. Her eyes were glued to the floor where the golem was about to step on the green substance. "Finite incantat." What? She did not have time to finish her chant when the feet of the golem took the next step. Much to her surprise, it did not get stuck. Instead, the sticky substance moved out of the way, allowing the golem's feet to step on the clean stone. One by one, the golem continued to step forward, and every time its feet were about to touch the magical sticky substance, this one would move away like it was repelled by the golem's presence. Anti-magic. It was the only conclusion that Lily could reach at this point. She had only read about it in theories at this point. But there were some people who had worked on trying to create a material capable of nullifying magic, or at least repel it to some degree. It was different from the magical resistance of trolls or dragons. This method would basically push the magic away from the material, like magnets of opposite poles, instead of resisting it. The researchers did not get too far, though. Some of them ended up with the conclusion that it was not possible, while others believed they were at least a century away from having the magical technology to create something like that. But somehow, the golem in front of her had such defenses. The white golem continued on its path, while the werewolf got ready to fight back. The golem's broken arm remained attached to the werewolf's upper arm. Its fingers were clutching with such force that the creature was unable to remove it from himself. "Grggg, I'm going to break you," the beast spoke in an unnatural voice. The golem was only a few feet away, but did not seem to be in a hurry to get closer, as it moved very slowly, one step at a time. The muscles on the werewolf's legs tightened up as he got ready to jump at the construct, ready to take another arm with him. But right before he could do that, he felt incredible pain in his arm. "Arg!" the beastman screamed and looked at the source of this pain. The detached golem's limb was now actively increasing its grip on his arm. Everyone present heard a loud crunch when the bones in the arm snapped, but the golem's limb continued to press as the werewolf screamed and tried to remove it. The golem used this distraction to charge at the werewolf. It closed the 20 feet between them in less than a second. Its body twisted as it sent its remaining fist straight at the werewolf's head. He could not react in time, as he had been distracted trying to pry its arm off him. The white marble fist impacted the werewolf's right side of his face, breaking his nose, jaw, and turning his right eye into mush before making the beast collide violently against the ground. Lily and Daphne stared without blinking at the werewolf. His body continued to twitch a few times before it finally stopped moving. "Is he dead?" Daphne asked. Lily walked a bit closer, circling around the golem so she could get a better look. Oh, the punch from the golem must have had tremendous force because it completely destroyed the head of the werewolf. She could see how it was turned into a bloody mush. "Ugh, yes, he is definitely dead," she decided. "Kill the intruders," the voice came from the golem. "Harry," of course, Lily recognized the voice of her son. The golem moved again. It approached the dead werewolf, who was now starting to change back into his human form. It picked up its detached arm and placed it back into its place. "It can fix itself too. What kind of golem did my son make?" Lily knew Harry was very advanced in this type of magic, but could not have imagined he could create something this advanced. "Dumbledore have a hand in this too. Did Harry make this? Is it not going to attack us, right?" Daphne stared at the white marble golem. "I don't think S." The golem turned around and appeared to be looking directly at them. "Protect the students." That's really Harry's voice, Daphne realized. "I think those are its commands. Kill the intruders and protect the students," Lily said. "Then let's hope it doesn't get them mixed up," Daphne muttered. "You think there are more of them?" "I don't know. I imagine making something like this would take a very long time, not to mention several of them. But we can ask those things later. Lyra and the others had definitely come through here," Lily concluded. "Yes, and I bet they're trying to get back to the Great Hall," Daphne realized. Lily nodded, agreeing with her. "Let's hurry up." "Here, sir," the house elf said while pointing past a large door arch. Harry had let the elf carry him to the place where they had spotted the intruders entering the castle. "The astronomy classroom," he muttered. "I think I already know how they came inside." With the ward's protections turned off, there were many good spots to enter the castle without being noticed. The balcony of the astronomy tower was massive, and it overlooked an empty forestal area at the back of the castle, a good place to sneak inside. He went inside the large chamber and soon spotted a large number of objects that shouldn't be there, left carelessly in one corner. "That's a lot of brooms." Harry gave them a quick count, and it seemed to be over 30. He turned to look at the elf. "How many did you see exactly?" "Ah, well, lots of them, sir," the elf answered nervously. "Humans and 5 trolls." Harry moved his eyes towards a large painting near the entrance. It depicted a peaceful night scenery. An elegant knight was standing on a field looking directly at him. "That's a lot of intruders." "The humans were all dressed in black robes and wore white masks?" Harry asked. "No, my lord," the knight answered. "Only 15 of the humans were dressed as you mentioned. The rest just looked like uneducated thugs, ruffians, if I may. They lifted those ugly creatures with chains and unleashed them in the castle. This is preposterous. If only I still had my body, I woo—" "Okay, I understand, my good sir," Harry interrupted the grumpy knight. "I will handle this. Did you happen to see where they went?" "Of course, this old knight saw everything, let me tell you. It only took him a couple of minutes of flying around on a borrowed broom to find a large group of people who were about to have a very bad time. That's not all of them. He could only see 10 black-robed individuals and 3 very large trolls being pulled by chains. Come on, move." One of them pulled on the chain too hard, making the troll growl at him. "Be careful. If they go berserk, we are all going to be in trouble," one of his companions admonished him. "Shut up. I know what I'm doing." The young Death Eater snapped back. "I don't think any of you know what you're doing," Harry said as he flew closer. The 10 Death Eaters turned their masked faces up. "What is this? Who is T?" "Wait, that's one of the targets." That's Harry Potter. Several of the men hurried to get their wands out and pointed them at Harry. Kill him. Yes, he is a target. Don't hesitate, just kill him. Harry flew out of the way as a barrage of killing curses passed by. A smile appeared on his face. I missed this broom. Hey, that's my firebolt. One of the masked men started to yell at Harry. Don't stop firing, you bloody moron. But he stole my broom. The Death Eater recognized it immediately. That had been a custom order with a gold handle and black bristles made specially for him. It had cost him a fortune. I'm keeping this one, said Harry as he passed by, and you have better things to worry about. He pointed his wand down. A Cluedo. Black smoke started to cover the area, preventing them from seeing more than a foot or two ahead of them. I can't see. Keep firing. They launched another barrage, but their spells were now going everywhere. One Death Eater screamed when a Cruciatus curse landed on him, while another fell limp on the floor when a killing curse hit him on the back. But things were about to get a lot worse for them. Harry's green eyes shone with an eerie light. A deadly aura enveloped his wand right before he conjured the curse. Venom. From the air, a deadly mist descended upon the group of Death Eaters. It spread quickly, and its effects became evident very soon. The masked group started to cough and moan. See, can't breathe. Help, get me out of here. The corridor was wide, but they couldn't even get a glimpse of where they were going. They couldn't breathe. They couldn't see. Their bodies were in tremendous pain as the venom inside them started to consume them. The curse that Harry had called upon would create a cloud of not just one but several different deadly venoms and poisons. The worst ones among them were the necrotic types. Those would rot the person's flesh, causing a level of pain that was hard to describe. The 9 remaining masked men became immediately desperate and started to run as fast as they could. The idea of killing Harry had long been forgotten, and they just wanted to survive now. New help. As they ran, many of them ended up hitting the walls of the corridor and fell back onto the floor, incapable of standing up again. There were a few who made it out of the cloud of death that Harry had created, but even those did not make it too far. Not even 30 feet after getting out, they would fall down and scream in pain, no longer able to move. Harry looked at the spectacle without an ounce of pity in his eyes. As far as he was aware, these people dug their graves the moment they decided to invade this place. No one is leaving alive. Harry's eyes moved around, scanning the area. The only living beings who were a bit better off than the rest were the 3 trolls. Because of their large height, they avoided most of the poison cloud as it settled on the ground. And because of their incredible resistance to magic, they were able to withstand the effects of the various venoms and poisons. Harry was going to need something else for these 3. The trolls looked up and growled at him. They were smart enough to recognize the source of the threat. Their chains were loose now, and they could move freely without their handlers ordering them around. Arg! One of the trolls yelled at Harry while extending his hands in the air as if it were trying to reach him. Human Arg! Another one of the trolls shouted at him. Their language was mostly composed of grunts, but they were able to speak a few of their words. Howard, the last one, complained. None of them could reach him while he was in the air, so they thought it was an unfair fight. Do you think this is a duel or something? Harry asked them. He could no longer hear the screams of the Death Eaters below. No more than 2 minutes had passed, but most of them had already died. Only a few of them made it out of the cloud and were now left moaning in pain and shaking. Those may last a few more minutes, but their deaths were already guaranteed. Finite incantatum. Harry gave his wand a wave, and both the Occludo cloud and the poison one vanished immediately. Harry descended now that it was safe. He got off the broom and let it rest carefully against the wall before glancing back at the trolls. Fine, I'll give you a fair chance to live. Come at me. He waved at the trolls with his free hand in a taunting manner. Are we lost? Neville asked. How can we be lost? We've been through these corridors like 100 times, Lyra complained. I don't understand it. We went through the south courtyard entrance and passed by the marble staircase. We should be seeing the entrance hall right now. Ginny looked around. She had never seen this corridor before, and at the end of it were more stairs. The stone bridge, Astoria pointed ahead. Ah yes, that goes to the library, Luna realized. That is in a completely different part of the castle, and on the 3rd floor. How did we get here? Lyra asked. I heard that the castle could change shapes and even reveal new rooms or hide others, but I have never experienced it like this, Neville commented. Hogwarts is guiding you, little ones. You should listen. They were all startled by the sudden appearance of an unknown voice. Who's there? Lyra looked around but could not see anyone. On the wall, child. Is that one? Neville pointed at a small painting hanging near the next stairs. Well, it is the only painting, Luna commented calmly. The group got closer to take a better look. It was a painting of a humble farm with a wooden house on one side. Next to the house was a voluptuous middle-aged woman with long brown hair tied into braids and a simple yellow wool dress. "Who are you? I've never seen you before," Ginny asked. The woman in the painting smiled. "Well, I usually hang in places where not many students walk by." "You said something about Hogwarts guiding us?" Neville asked. "Yes, the castle is guiding you, and you should listen." "Hogwarts will always try to protect its students," the lady said. Lyra stared at her in disbelief. "You are talking like the castle is alive or something. That is impossible," the lady chuckled. "You are far too young to know what is possible and what is not. The castle may not be alive in the same way that you are, but it definitely has a mind of its own." Ginny looked in the direction of the stairs. That seemed to be the way the castle wanted them to go, even if it would only get them further away from the great hall where they were trying to get. "We should go that way then." "Ginny, that is the wrong way. We need to turn back." Lyra disagreed with her friend. "I also think we should listen to what Hogwarts wants to say," Luna remarked. Her eyes wandered around as if she was looking for something that wasn't there. "Dobby will follow Mrs. Anywhere," the elf said. "I'll follow Lyra," Astoria decided. They turned to look at Neville. He glanced at Lyra. "I also think we should try to find the Great Hall. All the professors are there, and even the headmaster. We will be safe there." He looked ahead towards the distant stairs. "We don't know what's ahead." "It's decided then. Let's go back. We'll find another way into the entrance hall." Lyra turned around and started to walk at a brisk pace. The rest of the children soon followed her, and just a few steps behind was the white marble golem, still acting as their protector. The middle-aged woman in the painting let out a sigh of disappointment. "Children these days, they never listen. Let's hope nothing happens to them." "Do not worry, my lady." The valiant knight who had previously talked to Harry entered her painting. "We have a mighty protector this time around. Hogwarts and its students shall suffer no harm," he promised. "I know. I have seen him too. He scares me. He reminds me too much of him." The knight pulled off his helmet, showing a healthy patch of brown beard underneath, and then he gave the woman next to him a knowing smile. "You are wrong, Helga. This one is one of mine." "I don't think we came this way," Luna pointed out after seeing a large wooden bridge. "I think we took a wrong turn somewhere," said Ginny. No, this is the viaduct bridge. We just have to cross it, and we will be at the front courtyard," Lyra said with excitement. "Oh, you are right. I remember coming here last year now," Ginny exclaimed. "Wait, it's very cold there." Luna stared into the distant end of the bridge. It was too dark to see anything. It appeared that most of the torches had gone out. "I'll get you a coat when we are back in the dorms. We need to go now," Lyra said. The group ran at a fast pace, wanting to get back to safety as soon as possible. "We are close, I can see T." Lyra's eyes became sharper when she spotted something moving at the end of the bridge. "Wait," she stopped Ginny, who was at her side. "Bad news." Astoria saw two very large figures. They heard a large number of steps resounding on the wooden boards of the bridge. "I smell fresh meat." "Haha, me too. Make sure to keep this thing under control. I don't want it taking our prey." The men spoke in a loud, boisterous way. The group also heard the sound of chains clanking as they approached. "What is that?" Lyra shouted when she saw them. More D-Death. "Do you know them, the big ones?" Lyra corrected. They spotted two masked men holding chains tied to two giant humanoid creatures. "Trolls," Luna answered. "Those are trolls." She then glanced at the other two savage men. "Werewolves," Luna added. "Werewolves," Ginny exclaimed. "Missy and her friends should run." Dobby stood before Lyra. "Dobby will fight the bad men and those ugly ones." "Dobby, no," Lyra shouted. "What is this?" one of the Death Eaters said while staring at Dobby. "What a joke. A house elf is going to fight us." The other one chuckled. "Just let one of the trolls go have some fun. That will take care of this," one of the werewolves said with a cruel grin. "Oh, I want to see that," the other one added. "What are you all panicking for? We also have him." Luna pointed at the marble golem, who was still standing at the back of the group. "Right, he is supposed to protect the students," Ginny said. All of a sudden, the group was startled by a loud scream coming from one of the trolls. The chains had been released, and the large creature started to walk forward towards them. "Fun," he shouted with a wide smile on his face. He then moved his massive hand backward and pulled a colossal wooden club that had been attached to its back. "Fun, fun," he kept repeating. "That doesn't look fun to me," said Luna. Astoria nodded in agreement. "You will not harm the missus." Dobby got in front of the group and waved his hands at the approaching troll. "Dobby, stop, just come with us." Lyra turned to her friends. "We can just run the other way." "Yes, let's Ginny ducked down to avoid several balls of fire that passed by her side. They impacted on the wooden bridge and started a fire that continued to spread at an unnaturally fast pace. "No," Ginny screamed. Their path of retreat had been blocked. Both of the Death Eaters brought their wands down while laughing loudly. "You think you can leave just like that? There is no escaping this, except your fates." Wait," Neville shouted. "It is me who you want, right? Let them go, you can have me." Oh, the brave boy who lived finally spoke. "And a good Gryffindor he is," the two Death Eaters commented in a mocking manner. "Forget it, boy," the rough werewolf told him. "Once that thing is off the chain, there is no stopping it." He pointed at the giant troll. The creature had been walking very slowly towards them, but once it got to around 30 feet, it started running. The children panicked, not sure of what to do now. They could not retreat due to the fire covering the last part of the bridge. Ginny launched a barrage of spells at the troll in an attempt to stop it, but trolls were extremely resistant to magic to the point of near immunity, so all of her attempts were brushed off. Dobby did not move from his spot. He was ready to take on the troll by himself if necessary. His elf apparition could only take one person away, so this was the only way to protect all the students. Fortunately for the little elf, that was not necessary at all. When the troll was less than 15 feet away, almost in the range of his club, the golem moved. The white marble construct passed by every member of the group and launched itself against the troll, pushing the creature away from them. "What is that thing? A golem?" The Death Eaters had missed the presence of the construct altogether. The golem had remained immobile the entire time and standing at the back. Due to the lack of illumination, they couldn't even see it clearly. The troll roared in pain. The golem had punched its stomach and almost sent him tumbling down. "Pain," the creature screamed. After standing back up again, its face was a mixture of agony and rage. It stared at the golem and lifted its club before running back at it. The two were around the same size, the troll being just slightly taller and wider. The golem reacted to the troll's attack by charging forward, avoiding part of the attack by closing the distance. It then hit the troll with its shoulder. This time, it succeeded in making the troll lose its balance and fall down, making a loud noise as the wooden bridge cracked and losing its weapon in the process. The Death Eaters and werewolves were watching the spectacle with increased worry. They all thought the troll was going to make quick work of this stone golem, but they were now seeing that this was hardly a normal magical construct. It must be some secret project from the headmaster. "He is the only one who could make something like this," one of the Death Eaters said. As a recent Hogwarts graduate, he was very familiar with Albus Dumbledore. "Should I release this one too?" the handler of the remaining troll asked. Once he removed the charm on the chains, it would be very difficult to get that creature under control again. It may not even be possible due to their reduced numbers. They used groups of 10 to chain the trolls in the first place before bringing them to the castle. "Release that beast," one of the werewolves said. He knew already that one troll was not going to be enough, and he was in no hurry to face that golem either. "Yes, there is no need to chain them back either. After they destroy the golem, we'll just leave and let the trolls continue their rampage," the other one added. Fine, this will be someone else's problem then." The Death Eater holding the chains let them go. As he did, the rune markings on them disappeared, and the troll was now free to do as it pleased. "Grrrrah," the large troll groaned and grunted. Its eyes were fixed on the golem who had hurt its friend. "Pain, destroy," it roared. Lyra knew that the golem was incredibly strong, but fighting two trolls at the same time might be too much. She glanced at Dobby with worry. Lyra knew that the elf would immediately jump into danger to defend her if necessary, but she didn't want him to get hurt. Retreating was going to be difficult. The fire had completely cut their way out, and as it continued to burn the bridge, it was also making their standing space smaller by the second. Even if the golem somehow won the fight against the two trolls, if it didn't do it quickly enough, the bridge might collapse anyway, killing them all. And then there were those 4 dangerous individuals who were determined to make sure they didn't get away. Lyra felt like she was standing on a piece of glass that could break at any moment. "This is my fault," she admitted to herself. "I should have followed that lady's advice and continued ahead. Hogwarts was trying to protect us. And I didn't want to listen." She wished she could go back in time and choose differently, but it was now too late. "Oh no," Ginny's scream brought her back to the dire reality. She saw the golem being hit by another large wooden club. The construct was having a hard time against the combined attacks from the two trolls, and the two creatures appeared to be having a great time, bashing the white marble construct. "They are going to destroy it," Luna said with bitterness in her voice. She already liked that golem. "Help?" Astoria asked. Ginny had already considered it, of course. I don't know how. I don't have anything that could work on those trolls. She only knew a very limited amount of combat spells. What about that slippery thing you used before? Lyra asked. That will also affect the golem, said Ginny. But then she thought about it a bit more. Perhaps if I aim it correctly. If you have an idea, this may be the best time to use it, said Neville. Ginny aimed her wand right behind the trolls. She tried to give the jinx a more defined shape, so it appeared only behind them. Since the golem was at the center, it might avoid stepping on it. She chanted the name of the spell, and a green substance manifested from her wand before traveling to the spots she was focusing on. If the Death Eater group noticed her actions, they did nothing to stop her. Her aim was true, and only a few spots behind the trolls became stained with the slippery substance. It quickly became evident that despite their magical resistance, they were not immune to this. One of the trolls took a step back in order to make room for his next attack, but the moment it did so, his feet slipped backwards, making it fall on its face. The other troll got distracted by this, just for a moment, but the golem was intelligent enough to detect an opening in its enemies. The construct, which had been doing its best to defend from the barrage of attacks from the trolls, now changed into the offensive. It blocked the troll's club with its left arm while punching its face with the right one. The troll grunted in pain as its jaw let out a crunching sound. And if that was not enough, the moment it was pushed back, it stepped on Ginny's jinx, making it fall completely on its back. Golem jumped in the air and landed on top of the troll before it began to throw one punch after another. All of them were directed at the troll's face. The other troll grunted loudly at the golem. In its language, it was probably a shout to stop. Not that the golem would have listened to it. The Death Eaters and the two werewolves decided that they could no longer stay still and had to take action. Bombarda, Confringo, the two masked men started firing their magic while the werewolves did the same. These two werewolves were not part of the elite few who could transform in the absence of a full moon, so at this moment, they were not that different from normal wizards, just with enhanced strength and sharper senses. The spells impacted the golem's body, but did little to stop it, as it continued to pummel the face of the troll. It wasn't until the second troll managed to stand still for a bit and used its wooden club to hit the golem that this one stopped its assault. When they glanced at the immobile troll, it became obvious really quickly that it was not going to stand back up again. The golem had completely destroyed its head. Blood and gore were pouring out in a stream. The remaining troll roared with pure rage after seeing its friend die. That thing has magic resistance too. Use the strongest magic you have, one of the Death Eaters shouted. Bombarda Maxima, the two Death Eaters cast together. This time, the effect on the golem was much more visible as large chunks became detached. The anti-magic coating that the golem was equipped with had its limitations. It was able to nullify magic up to a certain potency, but if it was hit by something that went over that limit, the spell would be able to cause a small amount of damage. It wasn't enough to destroy it by any means, and the golems were able to regenerate extremely fast, but it did act as a distraction just enough for the troll to start landing some hits with its massive club, and those were the ones that did the most damage. An entire arm of the golem was broken into pieces by the last hit, leaving it in a bad position. "No, they are breaking it apart," Neville said with despair. "Ouch," Luna yelped. The fire was getting closer and closer to them. They were between the wall and the sword, and no escape was in sight. Just as it seemed like hope was lost, they heard two voices coming from beyond the flames. A very welcome wave of cold air hit them instantly, and the flames started to dissipate. The bridge was filled with a thick misty vapor, a result of the ice colliding with the violent flames. "Are you okay?" A tall red-haired woman crossed through the mist and approached, rushing at them. "Mom," Lyra exclaimed with joy. They all turned to look as Lily and Daphne got closer. "Astoria," Daphne jumped at her sister and gave her a crushing hug. "You had me so worried." "Daphne, hurts," Astoria complained, but still wrapped her arms around her sister. "Professor, you saved us. We can leave now," Ginny said with relief. She was starting to think they were not going to make it out of here. "Yes, can we leave like now?" Lyra let go of her mother and glanced back at the struggle between the golem and their enemies. Things were not looking good. The golem was doing its best with one arm, but it was getting completely overwhelmed. Just at that exact moment while she was watching, the troll got a good hit on the golem's right leg and shattered it, making the construct collapse on the ground. "Oh no," Luna exclaimed. "Poor Goalie." Lily moved her green eyes around, scanning the area. That golem teased like ours. Despite its terrible condition, she was able to tell that it was exactly the same as the one that had saved them. Luna gasped. You have one too. She spotted the second golem approaching. This one was the one that had been following Lily and Daphne for a while. Bloody hell, there is a professor now too, one of the masked men said. Tusk, well, at least this thing is done for. The other one moved his eyes away from the downed golem to focus on the large group of targets. Oh ho, I'll take the hot redhead. One of the werewolves seemed to have gotten very excited with the arrival of Lily. Let the boy to me, I'll rip him apart, grr, the last one said. Come on, girls, let's get you out of here. You too, Mr. Longbottom, we must move now. Lily stood in front of the children with her wand pointed at the approaching men. Big Mrs. Darby will help, the elf proclaimed. Darby, what the? No, you should stay close to Lyra, she instructed. No, Mum, you can't. Lyra panicked when she thought her mother was staying behind with those men. Wanna stay here and play with this big guy? He wasn't really exaggerating either. The man was over 7 feet tall, with bulging muscles all over his body. We don't have time for this. His partner stood at his side and pointed his wand at Lily. Before the large werewolf could complain, he attacked. Avada Ki, Silencio. Lily was ready to react at any moment, and her spell was a much faster one than his opponent's. Crucio, one of the masked men, fired his curse next. Lily hurried to conjure a shield made of stone to block the spell. Pratigo, Daphne created a shield before the professor to protect her from the debris created when her shield was blown up by the force of the unforgivable curse. Thanks, I forgot they did that, Lily sighed. Let's fight together, Professor. We can beat them. Daphne stood at her side. The golem approached also. Protect the students. I think he means he wants to fight too, said Luna. Another one of those things. One of the masked Death Eaters stared at the golem. This is troublesome. What do we do? His friend asked. He was unsure if they could take another one along with the professor and all those students at the same time. Maybe we should retreat for now. Are you listening to yourselves? The Dark Lord will skin you alive if you dare go back now, the large werewolf spoke. The other one could not speak, so he just nodded. Ah, right. And we still have one grrrrrrr, ppai ugh. They all turned to look back at the place where they left the troll to take care of finishing the golem. They all assumed it must have been turned into debris by now. But much to their surprise, they found the torso of the golem clutching with one arm to the troll's neck, while this one tried to free itself. Realizing the severity of the situation, the two Death Eaters pointed their wands at the golem. Crack! By the time they fired their bombarders, it was too late. The troll had its neck broken. The spells impacted on the golem's back, breaking more pieces apart and pushing it away from the dead troll. Shite, we have no more trolls now, the masked man shouted. And now what? The other one glanced at the other white marble golem. That one was completely intact, and they had lost their best weapon to destroy them. Their situation had gotten much worse now. Even the werewolves were considering their options. The golem's eyes flashed blue. Kill the intruders. Yeah, go kill the intruders, goalie too, Lyra exclaimed. Are you giving them numbers now? Ginny asked. Well, I don't know how many of them are, so this is easier, Lyra shrugged. Go goalie too, Luna exclaimed. The Death Eaters took several steps back. For some reason, this golem appeared to be more intimidating than the other one. And where do you think you are going? A raspy, threatening voice resounded over the wooden bridge. The two Death Eaters froze in place, not daring to make another move. The werewolves immediately got to their knees. Master,